क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि आप ऑफिस में वो फॉर्मल सूट क्यों पहनते हैं? या फिर क्यों एक इटालियन लग्जरी ब्रांड लाइक प्राडा बिल्कुल हमारी लोकल कोल्हापुरी चप्पलों जैसा डिजाइन बनाकर उसको हजारों डॉलर्स में बेच रहा है?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
आई मीन वेलकम टू द डीप डाइव। आज का मिशन बहुत क्लियर है। हम एक एक्सटेंसिव डीप डाइव लेने वाले हैं इनटू द कोर ऑफ इंडियन सोसाइटी, स्पेसिफिकली फ्रॉम द लेटेस्ट यूपीएससी जीएस मेंस पर्सपेक्टिव।
Right.
हमारा गोल है इन कॉम्प्लेक्स सोशल इश्यूज को डीकोड करना इनटू सिंपल रिलेटेबल कॉन्सेप्ट्स। सो ग्रैब योर कॉफी और चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं।
Exactly. And to connect all these dots, हम sequentially cover करेंगे 8 massive themes.
ओके।
First, we'll talk about decolonizing the Indian mind.
हाँ।
उसके बाद we'll explore cultural appropriation, the rise of tier 2 influencers, the digital fear of cancel culture, the silent crisis of social isolation, rising middle class vulnerability, the legal maze of live-in relationships, and finally, youth's role in nation building.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, एकदम logical flow में जाएंगे. So, stay tuned.
Okay. So our first major theme is
Topic name?
decolonizing the Indian mind. And the broad micro theme is shedding Macaulay's legacy and reclaiming our indigenous identity.
Right.
Basically, decolonization का मतलब सिर्फ आज़ादी नहीं है. It is about freeing our thoughts, our systems, and our values from the British legacy.
Absolutely.
Specifically, Thomas Babington Macaulay's education policy that was like designed to make us feel culturally inferior. Think about our justice system as a real-life example. The former Chief Justice of India noted that English, in its legal avatar, is not comprehensible to 99.9% of citizens.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know, right? That is a direct colonial vestige.
Spot on. The context here is that the Prime Minister recently urged a 10-year national pledge to actively shed this colonial mindset.
Okay.
It's a massive shift in our national narrative.
Right.
Historically, Macaulay marginalized our indigenous knowledge systems like Ayurveda or traditional philosophy, making foreign corporate standards look superior by default.
Wow. By default?
Yeah.
And the core logic here is that this mindset deeply infected our language, making English aspirational, and our culture where Western dress equals professionalism.
Yeah, like the suit example I gave earlier. Exactly. It even affected our laws like the draconian forest laws and sedition, and it hardened fluid social identities into rigid caste stereotypes. But historically, cultural movements like Swami Dayanand Saraswati's Arya Samaj, the Swadeshi movement, and Abanindranath Tagore's Bengal School of Art fought back against this.
And the real-world impact, especially for UPSC exam relevance, is huge right now. Today, we are taking massive steps.
Right.
We are repealing like 1,500 plus colonial laws, replacing IPC and CRPC with the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita or BNS and BNSS.
Yeah, the legal overhaul is massive.
It really is. We also introduced the National Education Policy 2020 focusing on mother tongues, renamed Rajpath to Kartavyapath, and launched the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine. So the conclusion is that cognitive decolonization requires us to balance our heritage with scientific temper. Wait, so if we talk about UPSC mains, how exactly did colonial categorization impact social differences?
A great question. Basically, they hardened fluid social identities into rigid caste stereotypes, purely for administrative control and census categorization.
Acha.
Yeah, they needed neat little boxes to govern us, which permanently altered our social fabric.
Ah, that makes total sense. But what about the Bengal School of Art? How do we actually use that as an example in a GS Paper 1 answer?
You should cite it as a direct rejection of Western academic realism.
Okay.
It was a strategic revival of Mughal and Pahadi styles by Abanindranath Tagore to actively reclaim our cultural pride through visual arts.
Right. But honestly, is completely rejecting English practical today? I mean, we are doing this deep dive mostly in English.
Not completely. And that's the nuance. It's about epistemic decolonization, promoting diverse thinking, rather than treating Western knowledge as the only superior standard. Samjhe?
Acha, got it.
It's about equality of thought, not isolating ourselves.
Got it. So how does the NEP 2020 practically decolonize minds at the ground level?
By emphasizing foundational learning in the Bharatiya languages, it actively breaks the societal stigma around non-English mediums. It tells a child that their mother tongue is valid for complex academic thought.
Oh, that's so powerful. What's a solid concluding point for a mains answer on this topic?
Always mention restoring pride with responsibility, meaning aligning our civilizational heritage with constitutional values and social justice.
Right, right.
We don't want to glorify regressive practices in the name of heritage.
Perfect. For your exams, you should practice saying, true decolonization demands a fundamental reimagining of how India thinks, learns, and governs.
Excellent.
In short, this idea shows how breaking Macaulay's legacy connects to rebuilding a self-reliant civilizational identity. Reclaiming our heritage is amazing, but क्या होगा अगर कोई और हमारे heritage को चुराकर profit कमाने लगे?
Oh yeah.
That brings us directly to our second theme, topic name, cultural appropriation.
Yes. The broad micro-theme here is the ethical boundary between adopting culture and exploiting it.
Right.
The debate is cultural appropriation versus appreciation. To define it simply, cultural appropriation refers to adopting elements of another culture to profit, financially or socially, without their consent. Especially by a dominant culture from a marginalized one.
The Prada example is insane. An Italian luxury brand selling flat leather sandals that look exactly like our GI-tagged Kolhapuri chappals, but pocketing all the profit.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Or Starbucks selling basic Indian haldi doodh as an expensive golden latte. Globalization has turned culture into a commodity, but the original creators are getting left behind.
Yeah.
The shocking background reality is that out of 10,000 families making Kolhapuri chappals, only 95 are actually registered under the GI framework.
Exactly. And the core logic behind this exploitation lies in a structural lack of protection mechanisms.
Right.
IP laws protect individual innovation, but they don't protect collective heritage.
Oh, that's a huge gap.
Then there are territorial limits of GI tags internationally, massive loopholes in digital marketplaces, and very low legal awareness among local artisans. The real-world impact, especially from an ethics GS4 perspective, is that this violates Kantian ethics.
Wait, ethics GS4? Yeah, this Kantian ethics connection is exactly the kind of unique point that gets extra marks in UPSC.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're having an aha moment right now, jaldi se subscribe kar lo aur notifications on kar do.
Right.
We dive deep into these high-scoring concepts every single time. Join our community for more notes. So that's cool, na?
Very cool. So, to finish the thought, it violates Kantian ethics because it treats indigenous communities as mere means to an end for corporate profit.
Wow.
It also violates Amartya Sen's capability approach by actively denying artisans their deserved economic opportunities.
Right.
While globalization gave global recognition to yoga and Ayurveda, it also caused a severe homogenization of culture via digital platforms. We absolutely need stronger global IP protections to preserve artisan livelihoods.
Okay, moving on to the cross questions. Kantian ethics ka connection cultural appropriation se kaise likhe in the exam?
Simply state that taking cultural expressions without consent treats artisans merely as a means to an end for financial profit, rather than respecting their inherent dignity as creators.
So is a foreigner wearing a sari considered cultural appropriation?
Not necessarily. That's usually cultural appreciation.
Acha.
It becomes appropriation when they mass-produce that design and profit of it financially without crediting or compensating the original indigenous community.
Why is the GI tag failing in Prada's case specifically?
Because GI rights are territorial. Taking legal action in Italy based on an Indian GI tag is legally extremely difficult, time-consuming, and expensive for marginalized artisans.
Okay, that makes sense. How do we define homogenization of culture for a 10 marker?
It is the socio-cultural process where diverse local arts, languages, and folklore are rapidly replaced by a uniform globalized youth culture, driven by digital platforms like Netflix or Instagram.
What is the utilitarian view on this issue?
Utilitarianism actually shows that while massive luxury brands get short-term financial profits, it causes massive long-term socio-economic harm to entire artisan communities,
Right.
reducing overall global utility.
That makes a lot of sense. You guys should practice saying intellectual property systems protect individual innovation but fail to protect collective cultural heritage. In short, this idea shows how globalization connects to the economic and ethical exploitation of marginalized artisans.
Speaking of digital platforms homogenizing culture, the digital world is also birthing a completely new power dynamic in India. Power is shifting from big cities to small towns.
Oh, I love this part.
This brings us to our third topic. Topic name: Tier 2 Influencers, Redefining Cultural Capital in Digital India.
Okay.
The broad micro-theme is the decentralization of taste and the rise of vernacular power.
So we are talking about small towns making a big impact. Let's define the core concept. Cultural capital, a term coined by sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, means non-economic assets like education, dialect, or clothing that give you social status.
Right.
Traditionally, it is held strictly by English-speaking metro elites. Now, Tier 2 and Tier 3 influencers are aggressively claiming it. A great micro-story is the Village Cooking channel from Tamil Nadu with over 30 million subscribers.
Yeah, they are massive.
Or creator Saurav Joshi. They are completely redefining success as authenticity, not polished urban sophistication. Content creators from cities like Patna, Jaipur, and Guwahati are breaking the Delhi and Mumbai monopoly.
The background is fascinating. Earlier validation came from elite institutions like FTII or NSD and fluent English dialects. Now social media has democratized this validation.
Right.
The core logic is that more than 50% of urban internet users now actively prefer regional language content.
This decentralizes taste, revives folk traditions like Manganya music, going viral on Instagram Reels, and creates vital platforms for subaltern voices. Yeah. Look at Khabar Lehriya, a hyper-local news platform run entirely by Dalit women.
Exactly.
The real-world impact for UPSC is that it brings cultural democratization and massive economic empowerment. Roughly 80% of creators on platforms like ShareChat and Moj are from non-metros. It bridges the urban-rural divide and changes the political landscape as these influencers become digital opinion makers.
Wow.
However, the conclusion points to remaining challenges like the digital divide, algorithmic bias, favoring polished metro creators, and the commodification of culture for quick virality.
Let's dig into that. Pierre Bourdieu का cultural capital concept Indian context में कैसे fit होता है?
In India, traditional cultural capital was fluent English and elite private school alumni networks.
Right. The new digital capital is regional authenticity and vernacular language. It's a massive shift in what society values as currency.
Wait, but are algorithms truly democratic for these rural creators? If their content is good, won't the algorithm just push it equally?
Not always. Algorithmic bias often pushes sensational clickbait. Furthermore, the monetization isn't democratic.
Acha?
Big corporate brands still heavily prefer urban English-speaking creators for high-paying endorsements because it aligns with their premium brand image.
Yeah, that's true. Khabar Lehriya is such an inspiring case study. How exactly does it empower subaltern voices?
It gives direct digital agency to Dalit women to report local news, bypassing traditional upper caste media gatekeepers completely. They control their own narrative now.
What is the political impact of these Tier 2 influencers?
They've become crucial opinion makers for regional elections. Political parties use them to actively mobilize rural youth on grassroots issues like local jobs and regional pride.
You mentioned the commodification of culture. What does that look like?
It happens when local sacred rituals or deep-rooted traditions are oversimplified, mocked, or distorted, just to make a catchy 15-second viral reel for likes.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, the depth is lost.
That's a great point for critical analysis. Practice saying this for your mains. Tier 2 influencers herald a more inclusive cultural discourse, valuing authenticity over elitism.
Spot on.
In short, this idea shows how internet access connects to the shifting of cultural and economic power to regional India. But digital empowerment is a double-edged sword, right? जब यही digital power extreme हो जाती है, it creates a dangerous online mob mentality.
Which leads right into our fourth topic. Topic name, cancel culture. The broad micro-theme is the thin line between digital accountability and social bullying.
Okay, let's define it. Cancel culture is the collective withdrawal of support from a person or brand perceived to have done something objectionable, usually executed via intense social media boycotts.
Right.
We've seen this everywhere. The Me Too and Black Lives Matter movements are examples where it functioned as justice, genuinely holding powerful people accountable. But conversely, we've seen brands face massive boycotts just for showing interfaith harmony in ads purely due to mob-driven polarization. It's like a digital khap panchayat, you know? From comedians to actors, anyone can get cancelled overnight.
Exactly. It is driven by institutional failures. When legal systems fail to punish discrimination, coupled with digital democratization and identity politics,
Right.
the core logic reveals that cancel culture is a massive paradox. On one hand, as social justice, it empowers marginalized groups, enforces ethical standards against sexism or casteism, and corrects those institutional failures. But on the other hand, as social bullying, it becomes pure digital vigilantism and performative activism.
Yeah, it really does.
It completely circumvents due process on natural justice and prioritizes disproportionate punishment over correction.
Wow.
The real-world impact involves severe mental health challenges for the targeted individuals, massive self-censorship among journalists and academics, and huge economic losses for businesses. It creates echo chambers that weaken deliberative democracy. The conclusion is that the way forward requires restorative justice, encouraging apologies and growth, proportionality, strengthening due process, and promoting digital ethics.
So for a GS2 answer, freedom of speech के context में cancel culture को कैसे use करें?
You can argue a great paradox. While cancel culture stems from freedom of expression, it ironically leads to severe self-censorship, which ends up chilling open democratic discourse.
What exactly is performative activism?
It's when people join an online outrage mob just to look good socially or gain followers without actually caring about or understanding the complex socio-political issue on the ground.
You mentioned it bypasses natural justice. इसका क्या मतलब है practically?
Natural justice requires a fair hearing. In cancel culture, the accused is pronounced guilty by the public mob without any evidence-based assessment or a fair, impartial trial.
Yeah.
The mob is the judge, jury, and executioner.
How does this constant threat affect businesses in the economy?
It forces them into highly overcautious decision-making. It stifles creative advertising and innovation because companies are in constant fear of manufacturing a reputational crisis.
So what is the best sociological solution to this toxic trait?
Shifting our society from a punitive approach, meaning permanent exclusion and shaming, to restorative justice, which focuses on dialogue, accountability, and behavioral change.
Love that. You should practice saying, we must balance accountability with fairness and criticism with the possibility of redemption.
Perfect.
In short, this idea shows how social media connects to both democratic accountability and dangerous digital exclusion.
और जब सोसाइटी इतनी अनफॉरगिविंग हो जाती है, लोग नेचुरली डरकर अपने शेल्स में रिट्रीट करने लगते हैं.
Right? Right.
This fear, combined with hyper-digitalization, feeds directly into a massive public health crisis. This is our fifth topic. Topic name, social isolation.
Okay.
The broad micro-theme here is the global epidemic of loneliness in an ultra-connected world. Let's define the terms because they are different. Social connection is how we interact with others.
Right.
Social disconnection happens when people lack this contact. Loneliness is the subjective feeling of a gap between desired and actual connection, while social isolation is the objective, physical reality of having few relationships.
The stats on this are terrifying. According to a WHO report, about 1 in 6 people globally feel lonely.
Yeah.
And shockingly, young people ages 13 to 29 feel the loneliest. I mean, we have thousands of friends on Instagram, but no one to call in an actual emergency.
Exactly. Compared to just 11% in richer countries.
Wow, that's double.
Yeah. The structural drivers include poor overall health, social marginalization, low income, living alone, weak community infrastructure, and incredibly unhealthy use of digital tech.
Right.
The real-world impact is literally fatal. Loneliness caused roughly 871,000 deaths between 2014 and 2019 globally.
That is just crazy.
It severely harms mental health, delays cognitive learning, and destroys workplace productivity. The conclusion here is that as India urbanizes rapidly, we desperately need inclusive policies and stronger community infrastructure to foster meaningful human connections.
Wait, this is crazy to me. Why are young people 13 to 29 the loneliest? Shouldn't they be the most socially active?
They should be, but their critical social developmental years are being heavily replaced by unhealthy use of digital technologies and toxic social media comparison. They are interacting with screens, not humans.
Why is the rate of loneliness so much higher in low-income countries?
Because poverty, lack of community infrastructure, and daily survival stress leave very little room, time, or resources for building social communities.
How do we frame social isolation as a health issue for GS Paper 2?
You link it to physical outcomes. It directly causes immense mental health crises, anxiety, and even cardiovascular issues, leading to hundreds of thousands of premature deaths globally. It's a biological stressor.
Let's clarify for the listeners, what's the clear difference between loneliness and social isolation?
Loneliness is subjective. You can feel deeply lonely in a crowded room.
Right.
Social isolation is objective. You physically don't see or interact with people on a daily basis.
What policy intervention can actually solve this at a state level?
Smart urban planning. We need accessible public parks, free community centers, and strict labor policies promoting a better work-life balance so people actually have time to socialize.
Very actionable. Practicing, fostering meaningful social connections is essential for healthier, resilient, and cohesive societies. In short, this idea shows how urbanization and digital lives connect to a severe decline in our mental and physical well-being.
Okay.
And mental health crisis और social isolation का एक बहुत बड़ा hidden cause financial stress भी है.
No, absolutely.
एक average citizen जो दिन रात मेहनत करता है वो आजकल सबसे ज़्यादा vulnerable feel कर रहा है.
Exactly. Which brings us to our sixth topic.
Okay.
Topic name, Rise in Middle Class Vulnerability.
Okay.
The broad macro theme is the squeeze on the middle class despite national GDP growth. The definition of the middle class trap is this: despite India's strong macro GDP growth, the middle class is facing a severe crisis of stagnant wages, rising costs, and massive job insecurity,
Right.
which is rapidly depleting their savings and increasing their debt.
Imagine a software engineer earning a seemingly decent salary, but they're forced into heavy debt just to pay for their child's private schooling and basic healthcare, all while silently fearing AI will take their job tomorrow.
It's terrifying.
There is a K-shaped economic reality today where the rich get richer, the poor get government welfare, and the middle class gets brutally squeezed in the middle. By 2036, the middle class will account for 93% of all consumer spending.
Yeah.
This means their financial vulnerability is a massive macroeconomic risk for the whole country.
The core logic explaining why this is happening is driven largely by the privatization of social services.
Yeah.
Because public systems are underfunded, the middle class faces massive out-of-pocket health and education costs.
Huge costs.
Add to that a severe lack of formal job creation. Graduate unemployment is at 29.1%.
Wow.
Then there is technological displacement, with AI actively killing clerical jobs. Real wages have remained essentially stagnant, showing only 0.4% CAGR growth over a decade, while inflation surges.
Right.
We must also consider the infrastructure deficit, welfare exclusion where they pay taxes but get no safety nets, gender disparities, with female labor force participation at just 32.4%, and heavy corporate concentration.
That's a perfect storm.
The real-world impact economically is that net household financial savings have hit a massive low of around 5% of GDP, and household debt is surging at dangerous levels.
Oh my God.
Sociopolitically, this leads to immense anxiety, status frustration, brain drain, and tragic financial stress-linked suicides, which rose to 7,529 in 2024.
That is heartbreaking.
The conclusion is that actively addressing this vulnerability is absolutely vital to realizing India's demographic dividend.
Okay, let's break this down. Graduate unemployment, non-graduates से 9 times ज़्यादा क्यों है? That sounds totally counterintuitive.
Because the formal sector simply isn't creating enough white-collar jobs to absorb the graduates. Plus, graduates face a massive skills mismatch with what the modern industry actually needs.
अच्छा,
Whereas non-graduates take up informal blue-collar labor, which is always in demand.
how exactly is the privatization of social services destroying their wealth?
Underfunded public hospitals and schools force the middle class into highly expensive private alternatives. One major medical emergency in a private hospital can literally wipe out a family's lifelong savings.
You mentioned gender. How is patriarchy and economic vulnerability for the middle class?
With a very low female labor force participation rate, most middle-class households depend entirely on a single male income.
Right.
That is highly risky in today's volatile, high-inflation economy. Dual incomes are a necessity now.
What do we mean by welfare exclusion?
The middle class files about 53% of all income tax, but their income falls just above the official threshold to qualify for government welfare schemes like free rations, healthcare or housing.
Yeah, they pay in but don't get direct benefits out.
Exactly.
How does AI specifically threaten this socio-economic class?
AI is rapidly eliminating routine cognitive jobs like clerical work, entry-level IT coding, and administrative roles. These jobs have traditionally been the absolute backbone of middle-class employment and upward mobility.
That is genuinely scary. Practice saying rising geo-economic uncertainty and stagnant wages are deepening India's middle-class vulnerability.
Spot on.
In short, this idea shows how high costs and job insecurity connect to the fracturing of intergenerational mobility. फाइनेंशियल इंस्टेबिलिटी और करियर प्रेशर्स के कारण सोसाइटी के कोर इंस्टीट्यूशंस जैसे मैरिज भी रीडिफाइन हो रहे हैं.
Yes, young couples are choosing new ways to cohabit. This is our 7th topic. Topic name? Live-in relationships.
Okay.
The broad micro-theme is navigating personal autonomy and legal frameworks in modern cohabitation. A live-in relationship involves two individuals living together with mutual consent without a formal legal marriage.
We see this all the time now. High-pressure corporate couples in metro cities are choosing to live together to share high-rent expenses and test their compatibility before committing to a tedious legal marriage.
Yeah.
The traditional Indian family structure is rapidly evolving, balancing constitutional rights with heavy societal pushback. The rise is driven by this need for compatibility testing, career and financial independence via dual income structures, and a strong desire to mitigate the immense social stigma of divorce.
The core logic shows these couples face huge challenges: social ostracization, renting difficulties from conservative landlords, and local moral policing.
Oh, absolutely. Finding a flat is a nightmare.
Legally, however, the Supreme Court is crystal clear. Constitutional morality, which protects life, liberty, and privacy under Article 21, strictly overrides traditional social morality.
Right.
The real-world impact is seen in CSE judgments like Lata Singh protecting partner choice, Puddaswamy on the right to privacy and autonomy, and Shafin Jahan on the right to choose your partner. Legally, the Domestic Violence Act of 2005 actively covers them, and children born from these relationships are completely legitimate with full property rights. Interestingly, under the new Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam 2023, long-term cohabitation legally presumes marriage to protect vulnerable women and children.
Right.
Meanwhile, Uttarakhand's Uniform Civil Code, or UCC, mandates the strict registration of live-in relationships, which has sparked a massive national debate regarding privacy versus legal protection.
That's a huge debate.
The conclusion is that our institutions must carefully balance individual freedoms with adequate legal safeguards.
Let's clarify that debate for the exams. Constitutional morality versus social morality का फंडा एग्जाम में कैसे लिखना है?
Just clearly state that constitutional courts prioritize an individual's fundamental rights under Article 21, like autonomy and privacy, over society's traditional orthodox views on how people should live.
Are children born from live-in relationships fully legally protected?
Absolutely. The Supreme Court has ruled that they have a legal right to ancestral property and financial maintenance, just like children from a formal marriage.
What is this evidentiary presumption under the new Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam?
If a couple lives together for a significant continuous period of time, the law presumes they are married.
Acha.
This is a protective measure mainly to secure the rights of the woman and children if the male partner abandons them.
Why exactly is Uttarakhand's UCC provision on this so controversial? Let's look at both sides.
Proponents argue it provides legal protection and prevents fraud. Critics, however, heavily argue that requiring official registration of live-ins under threat of criminal penalties severely infringes on the fundamental right to privacy and invites state moral policing.
Right. How does the Domestic Violence Act help in these situations?
The 2005 Act explicitly covers domestic relationships that are in the nature of marriage, successfully granting female partners physical protection orders and financial maintenance.
Excellent breakdown. Practice saying the evolving recognition of live-in relationships reflects the Constitution's commitment to dignity and personal autonomy. In short, this idea shows how changing economic realities connects to the redefinition of traditional social institutions. Society बदल रही है, relationships बदल रहे हैं, और इन सब changes के center में है हमारी सबसे बड़ी strength, our youth.
Which brings us to our final topic. Topic name, Youth's Role in Nation Building.
Wow, final topic already.
The broad micro-theme is leveraging the demographic dividend for Viksit Bharat at 2047. India has the largest youth population globally, with 50% under the age of 25.
Right.
Their role in economic growth, innovation, and civic engagement is the ultimate key to nation building.
Real-life examples are everywhere. Look at young scientist Dr. Satyendra K. Mangrathya, who won an award for genetically edited rice, or Arya Rajendran, who became India's youngest mayor at just 21.
Yeah, they are phenomenal.
At the Viksit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, the PM heavily underscored that youth leadership is totally non-negotiable for 2047. But our youth face severe structural challenges.
Absolutely.
A massive lack of skills, where only 54.8% are deemed employable, an escalating mental health crisis, an extremely low political representation, where the average age of MPs is 56.
Right?
Also, modern parenting is rapidly shifting to data-assisted parenting through AI integration, which risks further isolation and hyper-individualism for young children.
But the core logic remains that their potential is unmatched. Economically, they are driving the startup ecosystem. Look at space tech startups like Skyroot and Agnikul Cosmos.
Yeah, space tech is booming.
They are driving the orange creative economy, which accounts for 11 billion in exports. Politically, they strengthen democracy and lead social change initiatives like Mission Life. The real-world impact is that to actually leverage this raw demographic energy, we need to actively align NEP 2020 curricula with future industry needs like AI and green energy.
Right.
And aggressively scale initiatives like PM Sechu, Fit India, and Skill India. The conclusion? Empowering the youth while actively mitigating emerging risks like AI-induced social isolation in modern families is crucial for a sustainable and resilient society.
Let's do our final cross questions. First off, what exactly is this orange economy?
It's the creative and cultural industry, animation, design, content creation, gaming. It is driven largely by youth and is now generating a massive 8% of total employment globally.
How is data-assisted parenting altering the way children socialize?
AI tools and screens are replacing human-mediated primary socialization. When an iPad raises a child, it can lead to severe hyper-individualism and stunted emotional empathy in young children.
We talk a lot about our demographic dividend, but what is the employment paradox?
The paradox is that overall national unemployment is relatively low, around 3 to 5%. But youth unemployment specifically is very high, near 10%. It highlights a severe targeted skills gap in our education system.
How are youth changing modern civic engagement?
They use digital platforms for rapid, decentralized mass mobilization. A great regional example is the 2025 Nepal Gen Z protests that successfully toppled a government over corruption without traditional political leaders.
Wow! How can we future-proof our workforce for 2047?
By aggressively investing in emerging sectors like AI, robotics, and green energy, and integrating these directly into updated, dynamic, educational frameworks like the NEP 2020.
Amazing. Practice saying youth participation in voting, innovation, and civic movements reinforces our democratic values.
Spot on.
In short, this idea shows how our demographic dividend connects to the ultimate vision of a developed India.
Wow.
What a massive deep dive, यार. आज तो हमने इंडियन सोसाइटी को पूरी तरह से deconstruct कर दिया.
Literally deconstructed it.
Let's do a quick fire recap of all our broad themes so you guys remember this for your exams.
Bilkul. Yaad rakhna, we covered first decolonizing the Indian mind, reclaiming our heritage by rejecting the inferiority complex of Macaulay's legacy.
Right.
Second, cultural appropriation, protecting the IP and dignity of marginalized artisans from global corporate exploitation.
Third, Tier 2 influencers. The shift of digital cultural capital from English-speaking metros to authentic regional creators.
Fourth, cancel culture, balancing digital accountability for social justice against the dangers of mob vigilantism and bypassed due process.
Fifth, social isolation, tackling the silent deadly epidemic of loneliness in a hyper-connected urbanized world.
Sixth, middle-class vulnerability, the economic squeeze of stagnant wages, job insecurity, and rising privatization costs threatening social mobility.
Seventh, live-in relationships, upholding constitutional morality and personal autonomy amidst evolving social norms.
And finally, youth's role in nation building, overcoming skill gaps and AI risks to leverage our demographic dividend for Viksit Bharat. Brilliant submarine.
Here's a final thought for you to mull over. If algorithms are shaping our culture and AI is increasingly raising our children through data-assisted parenting, are we actually building a future society or are we just programming it?
Oh, that's deep.
Socho ek baar is pe. See you in the next deep dive.
Unpack this.
Keep learning.
Did you know that if we actually achieve true gender equality, like India's GDP could directly shoot up by 30%?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And or on a darker note, have you seen how internet algorithms are aggressively pushing this toxic manosphere culture to young guys?
Yeah.
The contrast is just wild.
It is insane, yaar.
Right. तो आज हम इन sources की गहराई में उतरेंगे to extract the absolute best nuggets of knowledge. We are looking at everything from economic policies to digital hate, specifically decoding how this all connects for a well-informed perspective, especially if you're analyzing this for something like UPSC GS Mains. Samjhe?
Absolutely, yaar. The learning map for today is super clear and packed with insights. We are going to sequentially cover a lot of ground.
Okay, let's hear it.
Side of the manosphere.
Oh, that manosphere stuff is crazy.
Totally. Then we will look at an overarching view of violence against women, followed by the PWDVA 2005, the POSH Act for Workplaces, and the BBBP initiative.
Nice.
Then we hit women in STEM, women in the armed forces, menstrual health policies, and finally some high-impact keywords and a practice question framework. Every single piece is connected. Ready? Let's dive in.
Perfect. Let's hit the ground running with our first major shift. Topic name is Women-Led Development.
And the broad micro-theme is Passive Beneficiaries say Active Change Makers tak ka shift.
So the PM recently spoke on the 300th birth anniversary of Lokmata Devi Ahilyabai, right? He basically said that women-led development is the actual foundation for national progress. What does this shift practically mean?
Basically, it is a complete paradigm shift. Like, instead of treating women as passive welfare recipients who just need protection or basic shelter, this model treats them as active agents. You know, primary decision makers. Think of it as moving from top-down charity to bottom-up empowerment.
Right, like Lakpati Didi. These women aren't just getting handout, they are literally building rural economies. Or like Colonel Sofia Qureshi leading Operation Sindoor.
Exactly. When you look at the background, the economic empowerment potential is massive. That 30% GDP increase potential is backed by NFHS data. And for inclusive growth, look at the khadi sector.
What about it?
Over 80% of khadi artisan are women. They are the backbone. On the ground, 46% of elected representatives in local governments are women. And we have 43% female STEM grads.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The government is backing this with the FY26 budget, allocating 5.01 lakh crore. That is a record 9.37% gender budget. Plus schemes like Namo Drone Didi, equipping 15,000 SHGs with agricultural drones at an 80% subsidy.
That sounds great on paper, but the reality check is that the female labor force participation rate, the LFPR, is still just 41.7% and mostly stuck in the informal sector. Plus, women make up only 14% of MPs.
True. That's why interventions like the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam for 33% reservation, the Tirupati Resolution 2025, and Mission Shakti's one-stop centers are crucial to bridge this gap.
A devil's advocate here with some practical cross questions. If I'm writing a UPSC GS mains answer, how do I actually differentiate between normal women's development and women-led development without sounding vague?
You structure it around 4 pillars:
Okay.
core philosophy, primary focus, the role of women, and the approach. One is about passive receiving of welfare. The other is about active leading and resource control.
Got it. And how exactly does a scheme like Lakpati Didi solve that low LFPR problem we just talked about?
By directly transitioning 3 crore rural women into sustainable, high-income livelihoods. It integrates them into the formal economic supply chain rather than leaving them in isolated, unpaid work.
You mentioned the Tirupati Resolution 2025. If I have limited space in an answer, what are the absolute key components I should highlight?
At these 3 keywords: gender lens governance, gender-responsive budgeting, and bridging the digital divide.
Speaking of the digital divide, what is a hard data point I can use to prove that barrier exists?
Quote the NFHS 6 data. It shows women internet users have grown to 64.3%,
Okay.
but men are at 80.5%. That gap is the digital divide you need to emphasize.
Makes sense. So when discussing barriers like sociocultural norms or the informal sector, how do I pivot to a solution-based approach effectively?
You link the barrier directly to a specific government mechanism. For example, mention the Hub for Empowerment of Women, the HAW, or the Sankalp scheme as the operational solution to those specific socio-economic barriers.
Love that clarity. Now pause and practice saying, women-led development transitions women from passive beneficiaries to active agents of change.
In short, this idea shows how financial and political inclusion connects to true national progress.
So we are talking about empowerment domestically, but how does the global scorecard look? Let's zoom out. Topic name is Global Gender Gap 2025.
Broad, micro theme is Global Parity Index में India का performance or challenges.
Iceland has literally topped this index for 16 years straight. And the report says global parity might take 123 years. 123 years, yaar. Where is India standing in this World Economic Forum Index?
The WEF measures this across 4 dimensions: economic, education, health, and political. 1 means full parity, 0 is total inequality.
Right.
India is currently ranked 131st out of 148 countries. We actually dropped in rank from 129 in 2024, even though our absolute score slightly improved to 0.644.
Neighbors like Bangladesh at 24 and Nepal at 125 are way ahead of us. Let's talk about the why behind the economic score, because the double burden concept is fascinating. It is like women are running a 10-kilometer marathon before they even show up to their 9-to-5 job.
Wahi to.
While men just wake up and walk to the office. Women do 5.6 hours of unpaid care work daily, compared to just 30 minutes for men. That is 15 to 17% of our GDP, just invisible.
That marathon analogy is spot on. Economically, our participation is marginally up to 40.7%, and education scored great at 97.1%. Health improved slightly due to a better sex ratio at birth.
But
the big hit was political empowerment. Female MPs dropped from 14.7% to 13.8%, and ministers dropped from 6.5% to 5.6%.
And the social and health challenges are still deeply structural. We have 57% of women being anemic, according to NFHS 5, a maternal mortality ratio of 87 when the target is 70, and 23.3% child marriage rates. The government is pushing Poshan Abhiyan and BBBP, but the gaps are real.
Exactly. Expanding workforce participation, leadership pipelines, and skills-to-work transitions are mandatory.
Let's break this down further with some questions. If India's absolute score improved to 0.644, why did our rank drop from 129 to 131? How do I interpret that critically in an answer?
It means we are making absolute progress, but at a much slower relative pace. Other nations are bridging their gaps faster than we are.
That makes sense. And how should I frame this double burden marathon concept in an economic challenge essay?
Ground it in data. Quote, the time use survey by the NSO, the 5.6 hours versus 30 minutes that, and use that to demand a structural policy overhaul for child and elder care.
What about that maternal mortality ratio of 87? How do I contextualize that to show the severity?
Always link it to the UN Sustainable Development Goal target, which is 70 by 2030. Highlighting that gap shows you understand global benchmarks.
I noticed how political empowerment dropped despite all the talk about reservations. Why is that happening?
The WEF report notes that the active share of MPs and ministers has slightly declined. Basically, despite the recent Nari Shakti Vandan Act, the actual current implementation hasn't hit the data yet.
Finally, how is our educational attainment score so high at 97.1% when we know overall female literacy was around 65.46% in the last census?
Great observation. The index measures recent gross enrollment ratios and recent changes, whereas the overall literacy rate includes older generations, reflecting a historical gap.
Fascinating. Now pause and practice saying, India's global gender gap rank is 131. But the double burden of unpaid care work remains a critical economic challenge.
In short, education और health में gains है, but political and economic participation में parity अभी बहुत दूर है.
That economic and social inequality sets the stage for much darker realities at home. Which brings us to our next harsh truth. Topic name is Dowry in India.
Broad micro theme is patriarchy और marriage institution में dowry का socio-economic impact.
NCRB 2024 data says that nearly 16 women die every single day due to dowry-related violence. It is 2026, and we are still seeing this. How is this still happening?
It is a deeply entrenched socio-economic evil, yaar. The Dowry Prohibition Act of 1961, the DPA, defines dowry as any property or valuable security given in connection with a marriage.
Right.
Today, it is often masked as grand weddings or gifting luxury items to display social status. The Supreme Court, in the recent state of UP versus Ajmal Beg case 2025, actually had to issue strict new directions to enforce this 1961 law because the system was failing.
The numbers are terrifying. Over 27.2% of all crimes against women are cruelty by husband or relatives. We saw 5,737 dowry deaths in 2024 alone. UP is highest, followed by Bihar and MP. It boils down to marriage being treated as a financial transaction.
Where the groom's education is an asset to be bought, combined with social pressure and a terrible 46.2% conviction rate, with huge pendency.
So what are the legal provisions now?
Legally, we have the DPA 1961, the new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, BNS Section 80 for dowry deaths, and Section 85 for cruelty, plus the Domestic Violence Act. Also, Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, Section 118 for presumption of guilt. But the Supreme Court has realized that laws alone aren't enough. We need a 4P approach: punishment, protection, prevention, and promotion of empowerment.
Okay, let's stress test this for analysis. When we say marriage as a transaction, how do we link that to socio-economic causes in a formal argument?
You explain the demand-side economics of dowry. Society treats a groom's stable job or education as a tangible asset, and the bride's family is essentially expected to buy into that financial security.
Got it. And with the transition to the new criminal laws, which specific BNS sections replace the old IPC laws for dowry?
Section 80 of the BNS now covers dowry deaths, replacing the old IPC 304B. And Section 85 covers cruelty, replacing IPC 498.
What exactly did the Supreme Court mandate in the 2025 Ajmal Beg case to fix the enforcement issue?
They mandated the immediate appointment of dowry prohibition officers, the DPOs, expeditious disposal of these cases, and mandatory sensitization training for officials.
But there is also the conversation about false cases. How do we show balance using the Arnesh Kumar v. State of Bihar 2014 judgment?
You mentioned that the 2014 judgment prohibits automatic arrests for offenses with less than 7 years imprisonment, specifically to prevent the misuse of anti-dowry laws as a tool for harassment.
Perfect. And how do I conclude an essay using that 4P approach?
You summarize that resolving this requires punishment for deterrence, protection for victim support, prevention to change social norms, and promotion of women's financial independence.
Brilliant. Now pause in practicing. Solving the dowry issue requires a comprehensive 4P approach: punishment, protection, prevention, and promotion.
In short, dowry सिर्फ legal नहीं socio-economic problem है जिसे community sanctions और strict laws से रोकना होगा.
So we see patriarchal control manifesting offline through dowry. But what happens when that exact same mindset gets armed with internet anonymity? Topic name is
Manosphere.
broad micro-theme is digital platforms पर misogyny और anti-feminist rhetoric का rise.
Have you noticed the rise of the AWLT ideology online? It stands for All Women Are Like That. It is this incredibly toxic algorithmic echo chamber. It is terrifying. But hey, real quick, before we decode how algorithms weaponize this hate, I have to say, if you are finding these deep dive insights valuable, please hit subscribe, leave a like, and enable notifications.
And join our notes group for UPSC preparation. It is a total game changer for organizing these exact insights here.
Seriously, the community notes help a lot. But yeah, back to the Manosphere. This is a network of online communities promoting narrow, aggressive masculinity. They treat feminism as a direct attack on men. Think about incels, involuntary celibates, or the Gamergate harassment campaigns. UN Women is explicitly warning that this is a serious threat to gender equality.
The background here is massive digital penetration. India will have over 1 billion internet users by 2025. You combine that access with digital anonymity, lifestyle coaches who portray men as victims of misandry, and social isolation from nuclear families, it is a powder keg.
Wohi to. And the spark is the algorithm. The Watch Next feature is designed for engagement, and it amplifies sexism.
The impact is that 16 to 58% of women now face online violence. But it is also destroying men's mental health, leading to feelings of worthlessness and risky behaviors. The global response includes the Beijing Declaration, UNFPS Safe Spaces, and the EU's Digital Services Act. In India, we have the IT Rules 2021 for 24-hour takedowns, NCW's Digital Shakti, and specific BNS sections.
Let's do some critical Q&A on this.
How exactly do I connect algorithm influence to the rise of this ideology in an essay?
Where extreme ideologies like AWLT are normalized through repeated exposure.
You mentioned incels. What exactly is that demographic and why are they a societal harm?
Incels are self-identified involuntary celibates. They are a subculture that mobilizes online not just for misogyny, but often intersects with racism and homophobia.
If I'm writing about legal remedies in India, which BNS sections actually target this kind of online harassment?
You need to quote Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita Section 75, 78, and 79, alongside Section 67A of the IT Amendment Act 2008.
What are the NCW's Digital Shakti initiative doing about this practically?
It is a targeted project aimed at digitally empowering women and girls, teaching them how to recognize, report, and protect themselves against cyber violence.
Beyond just banning content, what is the way forward?
You suggest a rights-based regulatory response, citing the UK's Online Safety Act and emphasizing promoting healthy, anti-manosphere creators like the He for She campaign to provide positive role models.
Super clear. Now pause and practice saying, the manosphere weaponizes digital anonymity to spread misogyny, requiring strict algorithmic regulation.
In short, Manosphere इंटरनेट का वो डार्क साइड है जो algorithmically hate amplify करता है and needs a global regulatory response.
That digital violence is just one layer of a much broader crisis. Let's look at the overarching facts. Topic name is Violence Against Women at a Glance.
Broad micro theme is data, reasons, or legal frameworks surrounding women's safety,
UN Women 2024 data states that 44% of women globally lack legal protection against digital violence. But when we look offline, the NCRB 2024 data is just as grim. Over 4.41 lakh crimes against women registered.
It is a systemic failure. The majority is cruelty by husbands at 27.2%, followed by kidnapping and POCSO cases. The root causes are glaringly obvious.
Like what?
Deep-seated patriarchy creating power imbalances, economic dependency, and this horrific cultural acceptance where society is still engaging in victim blaming or policing what a woman wears instead of holding perpetrators accountable.
Right, we have layers of laws though. The Indecent Representation Act, Immoral Traffic Act, Dowry Act, PCP&DT Act, PDWVA, POSH, and huge initiatives like Mission Shakti and the Nirbhaya Fund, plus Projects 3, Mano Raksha by Nimhans.
Right.
Globally, we have CEDAW, SDG 5, and the UN Spotlight Initiative. The frameworks exist, but the socio-cultural implementation is where the chain breaks. Let's test how to deploy this data.
Go for it.
Where is the best place to use that TFVAW, Technology Facilitated Violence Prevalence Rate of 16 to 58% in a mains paper?
Use it in the introduction of any GS3 cybersecurity or GS2 social justice question regarding cyber laws or women's safety in the digital age. It establishes immediate scale.
The government always mentions Mission Shakti. What is the actual difference between its Sambal and Samarthya sub-schemes?
Sambal is purely for safety and protection, funding things like one-stop centers and Nari Adalats. Samarthya is for empowerment, funding working women's hostels and creches.
I saw Projects 3 Mano Raksha on the list. What is its core function?
It is a specialized project led by Nimhans, focused entirely on providing advanced psychosocial and mental health support to survivors of violence.
If a question asks about international measures, how do I weave in the UN Spotlight Initiative?
Frame it as the premier global framework specifically targeted at eliminating all forms of violence against women and girls, supported by the UN.
Finally, how do I counter the issue of cultural justification, like victim blaming, in the body of an answer?
You identify patriarchy and power imbalance as the absolute root causes, and then suggest community-level awareness initiatives and behavioral nudges, citing the work of NGOs like Shakti Vahini.
Perfect. Now pause and practice saying, violence against women is rooted in patriarchy and requires a multi-pronged approach under Mission Shakti.
In short, stats high hai, reasons deep-rooted hai, but policies like Mission Shakti are working towards holistic safety.
Now let's zoom in on the most widespread private manifestation of this violence. Topic name is Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005.
Broad micro-theme is PWDVA ke 20 years, achievements or implementation challenges.
The Domestic Violence Act PWDVA just completed 20 years. But shockingly, the conviction rate for cruelty is still hovering around a dismal 18%.
It is a milestone and a mirror, yaar. India enacted this in 2005 based on the CW mandate to protect rights under Articles 14, 15 and 21. It is a very progressive civil law. It recognizes physical, sexual, emotional, verbal and economic abuse.
Right.
And crucially, thanks to cases like D. Velosame v. D. Pachayamal in 2010, it even extends protection to live-in relationships.
The Act provides the right to reside in a shared household, temporary child custody, and monetary relief. The procedure is meant to be time-bound to 60 days, and the victim's sole testimony is admissible as proof. It actually caused a cultural shift, bringing domestic abuse out of the private family matter shadow and into public legal scrutiny.
True.
Spousal violence actually dropped from 29.2% in NFHS 5 to 22.3% in NFHS 6. But the challenges are massive. That 18% conviction rate is due to severe judicial delays, understaffed protection officers, and the immense social stigma women face. Let's dig into the legal nuances.
Okay.
Why is the provision that sole testimony is admissible as proof so significant in the PWDVA?
Because domestic violence usually happens behind closed doors without witnesses. Allowing sole testimony
fundamentally eases the burden of proof on the victim, ensuring faster justice delivery.
You mentioned live-in relationships are covered. Is there a specific case law I must quote to substantiate that?
Yes. Always cite the Supreme Court's judgment in D. Velusamy versus D. Pachai Yamal 2010.
What about the right to a shared household? Are there recent judgments reaffirming this?
Absolutely. Court Satish Ahuja 2021 and Prabha Tyagi 2022, where the Supreme Court strongly upheld the woman's right to reside in the shared household.
When critiquing the implementation, what are the core administrative bottlenecks I should list?
Highlight the chronic understaffing of protection officers, their inadequate legal training, and the severe lack of operational rural shelter homes.
There is a debate about making the law gender neutral. Why is there a push to amend the gender-specific approach?
Critics argue the law needs to evolve to recognize female perpetrators of domestic violence against other women in the household, making it neutral in specific scenarios to prevent misuse.
Very nuanced. Now pause and practice saying, the PWDVA 2005 provides comprehensive civil remedies like protection orders and right to reside in a shared household.
In short, 20 years of PWDVA ने cultural shift किया है, but socio-legal implementation में gaps अभी भी हैं.
So we have secured the home legally. What about safety at work? Topic name is Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace or the POSH Act.
Broad micro-theme is POSH Act Framework, Impact or Justice Hema Committee recommendations.
The Supreme Court just dropped a massive update in the Yogamaya MG versus State of Kerala 2025 case.
They categorically stated that political parties are workplaces and cannot escape the POSH Act. That is a massive expansion of 2013 POSH Act, which was built on the 1997 Vishakha judgment. The law is designed to prevent a hostile work environment, things like pervasive, unwanted behavior or inappropriate jokes that subtly disrupt a woman's career growth.
The framework requires a mandatory internal complaints committee, the ICC, with 50% women for offices with 10 or more employees. But what really elevates this topic right now are the Justice Hema Committee recommendations from the Malayalam film industry. They went beyond just committees and talked about redefining workplace culture entirely.
Yes, they suggested redefining masculinity as a force for justice and equality rather than aggression, and redefining femininity by divorcing it from the expectation of silent suffering. It is profound for GS4 ethics.
Let's do some quick Q&A. For informal sectors or tiny startups, how does the POSH Act work without an ICC?
That is where the Local Complaints Committee, the LCC, comes in. It is set up at the district level specifically as an accessibility point for women in unorganized sectors or workplaces with fewer than 10 employees.
Why is the Yogamaya MG 2025 case such a landmark for GS2 polity answers?
By expanding the definition of a workplace to include political parties, it forces the political class to be legally accountable to the same safe workplace standards they legislate for others.
How do I best utilize the Justice Hema Committee report in an ethics paper?
Frame their recommendation of redefining masculinity as justice and equality as a prime example of institutionalizing ethical workplace culture and breaking cognitive biases.
Legally speaking, how is a hostile work environment actually defined under this framework?
It is defined as pervasive, unwanted sexual behavior that creates an intimidating, abusive, or offensive workplace, directly disrupting a person's career.
We know ICCs exist on paper, but how do we fix the enforcement gap?
By mandating strict external audits of ICC functionality tied to financial penalties, ensuring compliance is active and not just a checkbox exercise.
Awesome. Now pause and practice saying, the POSH Act ensures safe workplaces via ICCs, while Justice Hema Committee pushes for a cultural shift in defining masculinity.
In short, POSH Act is fundamental और SC rulings plus Hema Committee इसको paper से actual work culture में ला रहे हैं.
Securing the workplace is great, but we also have to look at the foundational level, the survival and education of the girl child. Topic name is Beti Bachao Beti Padhao Initiative.
Broad micro theme is 11 years of driving behavioral change and girl child empowerment.
One daughter brings as much happiness as 10 sons.
The BBBP initiative has spent the last 11 years trying to revive that exact thought process through a massive social campaign.
And the data shows it is working. It is a multi-sectoral approach meant to fix the declining child-sex ratio. They use brilliant nudge tactics like selfie with daughters and celebrating Beti Janmotsav to socially reward the birth of girls.
The core targets were improving the sex ratio at birth, the SRB, by 2 points yearly, hitting 95% institutional deliveries, and pushing secondary enrollment.
Right.
And looking at the HMIS data, SRB actually jumped from 918 in 2014-15 to 929 in 2014-25. Institutional deliveries skyrocketed from 61% to over 97.3%. Let's analyze how to write about this success.
Let's do it.
If a question asks to evaluate BDBP, what specific targets must I quantify to show I know the scheme?
Explicitly lists the goal of increasing SIB by 2 points per year, achieving 95% institutional deliveries, and securing a 1% annual increase in secondary school enrollment.
Where does the Sukanya Samruddhi scheme fit into the BBBP framework?
It acts as the core financial incentive component. It provides tangible, long-term economic security for the girls' education and marriage, reinforcing the behavioral shift.
Out of all the stats, which one is the most striking evidence of impact for a conclusion?
The jump in sex ratio at birth from 918 to 929, paired with the massive leap in institutional deliveries to 97.3%, it proves life-saving impact.
When the government says BBBP is a multi-sectoral approach, what does that mean for governance?
It means breaking silos. It requires the convergence of the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Women and Child Development, working together across 640 districts.
How can I link campaigns like Selfie with Daughters to behavioral economics in an essay?
Frame it as an application of nudge theory, where the state uses positive social reinforcement and gamification to organically change deep-rooted patriarchal norms without coercion.
Spot on. Now pause and practice saying, BBBB is a multi-sectoral initiative that successfully raised the sex ratio at birth to 929.
In short, BBBP ने health, education और finance को club करके real statistical और behavioral change लाया है.
So the girls are surviving and getting educated, but what happens when they try to enter highly specialized elite fields? Topic name is Women in STEM.
Broad micro theme is glass ceiling todna, from historical exclusion to participation and leadership.
This is wild. India contributes 42.7% of all female STEM graduates globally. We're producing a massive amount of talent. But when you look at our actual STEM workforce, women make up only 27%. Where are they disappearing to?
It is known as the leaky pipeline. Imagine pouring water into a bucket full of holes. We lose brilliant women at every stage of career progression. Historically, we had scholars like Gargi Vachakashnavi and Lilavati and pioneers like Kamla Sohoni in 1939. Today, we have leaders like Tessie Thomas, the Agni Missile Project Director. But the systemic drop-off is brutal.
The 2024 CSIR survey spells it out. It is socio-cultural. The triple burden of work, family, and social expectations creates severe time poverty. Plus, there is institutional bias where roughly 44% of women in research reported being overlooked for promotions. Let's formulate this for the exam.
Okay.
How exactly should I explain this pipeline leak from 42.7% grads to 27% workforce in a GS3 answer?
Use the CSIR survey to argue that time poverty and forced career discontinuity due to unequal domestic care burdens actively push women out of mid-level technical careers.
If I am writing an essay on women in science, how do I structure the historical timeline?
Create a clear flow. Start with ancient, like Gargi, move to colonial or pre-independence with Kamla Sohoni, and end with modern strategic leadership like Tessie Thomas.
What data point best proves the existence of institutional bias in modern Indian labs?
The CSIR 2024 finding that 44% of women scientists report being explicitly overlooked for promotions, highlighting systemic evaluation biases at the management level.
Who is a contemporary example of a woman breaking the ultimate glass ceiling in institutional leadership?
Cite Sangamitra Bandyopadhyay, who shattered the ceiling in 2015 by becoming the first female director of the prestigious Indian Statistical Institute.
Finally, how does the gender gap manifest at the educational entry level for elite institutions like IITs or IIMs?
It stems from the shadow education gap. Societal preference often restricts girls' access to expensive, relocation-heavy coaching hubs, barring them from highly competitive elite spaces.
That leaky bucket analogy really clarifies it. Now pause and practice saying, despite contributing 42.7% of global female STEM graduates, India's STEM workforce has only 27% women due to the leaky pipeline.
In short, STEM education में हम top पर हैं, but institutional bias और triple burden workforce integration रोक रहे हैं.
Moving from the technical field to the ultimate tactical field, the military. Topic name is Women in Armed Forces.
Broad micro theme is military space में gender stereotypes तोड़ना और operational strength बढ़ाना.
History was just made. The National Defense Academy, the NDA, recently saw its first ever batch of 17 female cadets graduate. That is a massive paradigm shift for a space traditionally defined by aggressive masculinity.
Absolutely. And it is not just about token equality, it is about tactical superiority. Look at Major Swathi Shantakumar. She just won the UN Secretary General's Award 2025 for her peacekeeping work in South Sudan.
The push started with constitutional equality, Articles 14, 15, and 16, demanding equal opportunity. But practically, adding women enhances operational strength.
Wahi to.
In humanitarian roles or military civic action, women can build trust with local populations in conflict zones, where cultural norms completely block male soldiers from interacting with half the population. Now, women are getting permanent commissions in 11 arms and services, and are even entering as Agniveers under the exact same rigorous standards as men. Let's test this from a strategic perspective.
Shoot.
When arguing for women in combat roles, how do I strongly frame the constitutional aspect?
You assert that Articles 14, 15, and 16 provide a non-negotiable mandate for equal opportunity in public employment, effectively outlawing gender-based blanket bans in the military.
How does their role in military civic action translate to actual strategic significance in a war zone?
In conflict zones, winning hearts and minds is vital. Female officers can access and build intelligence networks with local women in conservative societies, something male troops simply cannot do.
Where is the best place to insert Major Swathi Shantakumar's 2025 UN Award as a case study?
Use her in GS Paper 2 under Role of Women in International Relations or UN Peacekeeping to prove India's soft power and leadership on the global stage.
What is the latest policy update regarding the permanent commission that I should know?
The breakthrough is that PC is no longer restricted to just medical or nursing. It has been officially granted across 11 major arms and services of the military.
Some critics worry about lowered standards. How is the Agniveer scheme handling female inclusion?
By applying the exact same rigorous training, physical and selection standards to women as men, ensuring absolutely zero compromise on operational quality.
Uncompromising excellence. Now pause and practice saying. Integrating women in the armed forces enhances operational strength and reinforces constitutional equality under Article 16.
In short, armed forces में women सिर्फ equality के लिए नहीं, बल्कि tactical and humanitarian superiority के लिए ज़रूरी हैं.
True. Equality in these institutions is only possible if we respect biological realities with dignity. Which brings us to a highly debated topic. Topic name is menstrual health.
Broad micro theme is right to life under Article 21 or menstrual leave debate.
In a massive win, the Supreme Court's 2026 ruling in the Dr. Jaya Thakur case made it crystal clear. Menstrual health is an integral part of the right to life under Article 21.
It is a watershed moment. The court linked the lack of menstrual products and safe toilets directly to structural discrimination that violates the right to education, Article 21A, for young girls. Now, there is a mandate for pan-India menstrual hygiene policies for classes 6 to 12.
But the real firestorm right now is the menstrual leave debate for workplaces. States like Bihar have actually had this since 1992, and private companies like Zomato and Swiggy offer it. It boosts well-being and productivity.
Exactly.
But the counter-argument is the fear of a maternity penalty. Will employers just stop hiring women to avoid extra leave obligations? It is a massive clash between equality, treating everyone exactly the same, and equity, providing different accommodations for biological realities. Let's break down this complex debate.
Let's do it.
What is the foundational legal argument from the 2026 SC ruling that I must highlight?
You must link menstrual health directly to Article 21, the right to life with dignity, and argue that ignoring it violates a girl child's Article 21A right to education by forcing them to drop out.
How do I map the equality versus equity ethical debate onto menstrual leave in a mains answer?
Explain that critics view special leave as a violation of equal treatment, which is equality, whereas proponents argue that ignoring biological realities is inherently unfair, requiring specific accommodations to level the playing field, which is equity.
How do I explain the risk of gender stereotypes backfiring against women in this context?
Argue that mandatory biological leaves can trigger hiring bias. Employers might view women as expensive or unreliable employees, creating an invisible maternity penalty in recruitment.
We talked about formal policies, but what happens to the 88% of women in the informal sector?
That is the core inequity, yaar. Formal sector policies completely bypass gig workers, daily wagers, and contract labor, meaning the women who endure the harshest physical labor get absolutely zero benefit.
So what is the balanced, pragmatic policy suggestion for the way forward?
Instead of a rigid mandatory leave, suggest flexible optional entitlements, like integrating it into broader wellness policies, allowing WFH on specific days, and prioritizing awareness programs.
A balanced approach is key. Now pause and practice saying menstrual health is an integral part of the right to life under Article 21, demanding inclusive policies and infrastructure.
In short, menstrual health एक constitutional right बन चुका है, पर leave policies require a balanced equity approach.
Amazing. Now let's rapidly lock in the specific vocabulary you need to make your exam answer shine. Topic name is keywords.
Broad micro theme is UPSC Mains terminology mastery.
Using the right keywords instead of generic phrasing signals to the examiner that you truly understand the subject.
Exactly. From our discussion, actively use these in your GS and essay papers. Women-led development, Nari Shakti, the Tirupati resolution, the double burden of unpaid work, maternal mortality ratio, the manosphere, TFAWG, which is technology-facilitated violence against women and girls.
Also include the POSH Act, Vishaka Judgment, Justice Hema Committee, marital rape, doctrine of coverture, consent, structural discrimination, menstrual hygiene management, the maternity penalty, and the DEI, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Framework. Oh, and the life cycle approach to gender parity by Niti Aayog.
Now pause and practice saying, from double burden to TFAWG, incorporating right terminology demonstrates conceptual clarity in UPSC Mains.
In short, ये list तुम्हारी answer writing toolkit का secret weapon है. Let's apply them quickly. Topic name is practice question.
Broad micro theme is UPSC GS Mains answer structuring.
The question is India transitioning from women development to women-led development? Examine. How do we structure this?
Introduction. Define the shift from passive receptant to active agent. Body part 1, cite the progress, like grassroots leadership at 46% and Mudra financial empowerment. Body part 2, hit the barriers, the 27% STEM workforce leak, digital divide, and provide solutions like the Nari Shakti Vandan Act.
And the conclusion, link these active change makers to the broader visionary goal of Viksit Bharat at 2047 and inclusive growth. Now pause and practice saying, a well-structured mains answer moves logically from defining the shift, citing data-backed progress, outlining barriers and concluding with a visionary goal like Viksit Bharat 2047.
In short, intro, evidence of transition, Barriers plus solutions and a visionary conclusion equals perfect marks.
What a massive, in-depth session. Let's do a rapid-fire final recap of everything we extracted.
Let's do it. Women-led dev, active change makers driven by bottom-up participation, Gender Gap 2025, India 131st, combating the double burden of unpaid work, dowry, a socio-economic issue requiring a strict 4P approach, manosphere, digital hate fueled by algorithms requiring regulation and mental health focus.
Violence and PWTVA 20 years of legal protection, mapping a cultural shift towards viewing domestic violence as a public crime. Workplace POSH, expanding safe workspaces and redefining workplace ethics via Justice HEMA Committee. BBBP, 11 years bringing SRB to 929 via multi-sectoral nudges.
STEM and armed forces, breaking glass ceilings from lab leadership to combat operational strength. And menstrual health, upholding Article 21 via holistic school policies and debating equity in leave policies.
ये सब revise करते रहो, and remember, consistency is key. Thanks for diving deep with us today. Keep analyzing and happy studying. लेकिन जाने से पहले एक thought थोड़ा सोच लो. We talked about all these massive laws, Supreme Court rulings and budget allocations. But at the end of the day, until society's mindset zeroes out that double burden timer at home, will true equality ever actually step off the policy paper and into reality?
एक तरफ you have this crazy pressure to crack competitive exams, literally fighting for a fraction of a decimal point. और दूसरी तरफ, your brain is constantly hijacked by infinite scroll algorithms designed by like the smartest engineers in the world.
Right, it's completely overwhelming.
It really is. And it's no wonder India reports the highest youth suicides globally. But here's the paradox. We are the same country, drafting progressive laws like the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So what's actually happening on the ground? आज हम इस deep dive में इन्हीं सब extreme realities को unpack करेंगे. Ready?
I am. It's an incredibly volatile landscape for our youth right now. For anyone preparing for the UPSC exams or honestly just trying to understand modern Indian society, grasping these contradictions is absolutely critical.
Exactly. So basically, in today's deep dive, हम 9 major topics cover करेंगे straight from our source notes. We'll start with the mental health crisis, seamlessly connected to digital addiction, और फिर discuss करेंगे the controversial social media ban for children.
Right, which is a huge debate right now.
बिल्कुल. उसके बाद हम justice and exploitation की बात करेंगे via the juvenile justice system and child labor. फिर हम move करेंगे towards child marriage और child adoption के complexities पर. Finally, we'll master some high-scoring keywords और एक practice question solve करेंगे for UPSC Mains. Cool, na? Let's get started.
Let's do it.
So our first section is topic name. 3.1, Rising Suicides Among Students. And the broad micro theme here is, mental health crisis in education.
Right. So basically, to define this, student suicide is a deepening crisis in India, where immense academic pressure combined with systemic institutional failures pushes students to extreme steps. And the Supreme Court has recently taken a very hard stance on this.
Yeah, they issued strict guidelines for higher educational institutions and coaching centers.
Exactly.
Think about a 19-year-old moving from a tier 3 town to a massive coaching hub like Kota. वो हर दिन 14 hours पढ़ता है, family ने loan लिया है. And when test scores inevitably drop in such a hyper-competitive environment, instead of getting psychological help, he gets completely isolated. This is the exact reality the SC wants to change.
And that reality is backed by devastating numbers. Setting the background, the NCRB 2024 data reveals India has the highest youth suicides globally. The 18 to 30 age group makes up like 33% of all cases.
Wait, 33%?
Yeah. Between 2012 and 2022, male student suicides surged by 99% and females by 92%. Because of this, the Supreme Court stepped in via the Sukhdev Saha v. State of AP case in 2025.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they even used Article 142 in Amit Kumar v. Union of India to enforce interim directions.
Okay. Let's talk about the core logic here. Why is the Supreme Court blaming the institutions? I mean, academic pressure is high everywhere, right?
Because it's a structural failure, yaar. Institutions operate with a very narrow definition of success. Add to that campus discrimination, ragging, and this toxic culture of silence.
Makes sense.
And crucially, there is a legislative vacuum. Policies like the NEP 2020 or the Mental Health Care Act 2017 exist on paper but see negligible enforcement. Institutions tend to individualize the blame, calling the student weak rather than fixing their own toxic ecosystems.
Okay, so what's the real-world impact for a UPSC aspirant writing a GS paper to answer on this?
You need to mention the Universal Design Framework proposed by the National Task Force. The Supreme Court now mandates a uniform mental health policy, appointing at least one qualified counselor for every 100 students, and linking well-being audits to NAC grading.
Right.
So the conclusion is that mental health requires systemic accountability, not just individual resilience.
Let's pressure test this for mains. First question. If a question specifically asks about institutional failure, how do we use the Sukhdev Saha case effectively without just name-dropping it?
Great question. You frame it as a paradigm shift. You write that the SC's mandate for mandatory counselors officially shifts the burden of mental health from the student's personal capacity to the institution's statutory responsibility.
Nice. But wait, second question. I see a huge loophole here, linking well-being audits to NAC grading. Institutions fake infrastructure data all the time. Won't they just fake mental health compliance to get an A+ grade?
That is a brilliant critical evaluation point. You should definitely argue that. To counter this manipulation, data centralization via the sample registration system and independent third-party audits are absolutely crucial.
Makes sense. Third thing, what about the culture of silence? The government launched the Manodarpan initiative, but does a toll-free number really stop a student from feeling alienated?
Emergency helplines alone don't work. For Manodharpan to be effective in breaking that silence, its psychosocial support must be integrated into continuous campus awareness programs, proactively destigmatizing seeking help rather than just waiting for a crisis.
Right. Fourth question. So basically, the blame should shift from the individual to the system. Samjhe? Structural reform is the main thing here.
Precisely, structural reform is the ultimate keyword.
Okay, final question on this. How does this play out in the rural versus urban divide?
That's the biggest implementation hurdle. Rural colleges face a severe deficit of qualified clinical psychologists. So making this directive of one counselor per 100 students a reality is incredibly difficult to enforce on the ground.
Wow, okay. So for everyone listening, if you're writing a GS2 answer on this, pause and practice saying, the linking of well-being audits to NAC grading ensures institutional compliance and accountability, provided independent verification prevents administrative manipulation.
Spot on. In short, this idea shows how rising student suicides demand systemic reforms like mandatory counselors and well-being audits, shifting the blame from the student to the institution.
Okay, moving on. Now, when students are stressed, they look for an escape, and the easiest escape is in their pocket, which brings us to our next section. Topic name 3.2, Digital Addiction, a Public Health Threat. Broad micro-theme, technology and youth well-being.
Right. So to define it, digital addiction occurs when screen time becomes so uncontrollable that it actively deteriorates physical, cognitive, and mental health. In fact, the Economic Survey 2025-26 officially recognized this as a significant public health threat among Indian youth.
Yeah, we've all seen the iPad kid phenomenon. Parents are busy, so they hand a smartphone to a toddler in a restaurant just so they eat quietly. ये जो digital babysitting हो रही है, it completely rewires their attention span before they even start school.
Exactly.
To understand the background, 74% of Indian students spend over 2 hours a day on screens for non-academic purposes.
That's crazy.
Because the core logic here is that tech platforms use algorithms designed for instant gratification. This infinite scroll hijacks the dopamine pathways of a maturing brain, and the impacts are horrifying.
Right.
7 to 10% of adolescents now have diagnosable mental health conditions, They suffer from cognitive decline due to massive sleep debt.
And it's literally destroying human connection. The notes mention the erosion of social capital, where physical affection is replaced by screens. So what's the real-world impact and policy response here? For your exams, highlight the integration of a digital wellness curriculum and the concept of structured digital diets. We are seeing institutional responses like the SSUge Clinic at Nimhans in Bangalore
Oh, nice.
and Karnataka's Digital Detox Center. Globally, the WHO recognized gaming disorder. China uses a fatigue system that caps weekend gaming to 1 hour, and South Korea enforces strict parental controls. Ultimately, we shouldn't demonize technology, but we urgently need restrictive safeguards.
Okay, let's cross-question this. First, from a GS Paper 2 health perspective, is this massive addiction wave a policy failure by the government or a social failure by the parents?
You must argue it as a dual failure. It's a policy failure because platforms aren't forced to enforce age-appropriate content, and a social failure because families are using digital babysitting, which disrupts primary socialization.
Right. Second question, you mentioned China's 1-hour fatigue system. Let's be real, can a democratic country like India actually mandate how long a kid plays PUBG?
Legally, very difficult. India's fundamental right to privacy and freedom of expression make absolute state-mandated screen caps highly contentious. That's why Indian policy leans toward voluntary digital diets and digital literacy rather than hard state bans.
Okay, third point. But the platforms themselves need to take some responsibility, right? Do we have any laws holding Instagram or gaming apps accountable?
Partially. The Promotion and Regulation of Online Gaming Act 2025 introduces licensing and restricts predatory advertising. However, the core issue, social media algorithms pushing extreme content, remains a massive, unregulated gray area.
Yeah. Fourth question. How do I write about this erosion of social capital without sounding too philosophical in a mains answer?
Keep it grounded in sociology. Use the phrase, the replacement of physical affection with digital babysitting disrupts family bonding and emotional intelligence.
Got it. And fifth, using Nimhan's Shut Clinic as a case study in answers. That's pretty effective, right?
Absolutely. It shows the examiner the practical institutional responses actually happening on the ground.
Awesome. Hey guys, just a quick pause. अगर आपको ये UPSC focused breakdowns और aha moments helpful लग रहे हैं, तो please hit that subscribe button, like this deep dive, और notifications on कर लो. Join our community for these exact structured notes. It really helps us keep bringing you these massive deep dives, yaar. Chalo, back to the discussion.
Yes, please do.
So, if you're tackling this in an essay, pause and practice saying, addressing digital addiction requires a balance of restrictive algorithmic safeguards and a digital wellness curriculum, ensuring we protect youth without demonizing technology.
In short, this idea shows how digital addiction is officially a public health threat, requiring policy reforms like age verification and digital detox centers.
So if the algorithms are this destructive, shouldn't we just ban kids from these platforms entirely?
Well, some countries are actually doing it. Let's look at our next section. Topic name: 3.2.1 Social Media Ban for Children. Broad micro theme: regulating minors' online access.
This is a massive global debate on whether children under a specific age should be legally prohibited from accessing social media, attempting to balance child protection with fundamental digital rights. Think about the viral blackout challenge on TikTok, where kids literally held their breath until they fainted.
Terrifying.
एक blanket ban might save lives today, but क्या कल ये उन्हें और भी dangerous hidden corners of the internet पर push कर देगा? That's the real dilemma.
Exactly. The background here is that Australia just became the first country to enforce a nationwide ban for children under 16 via their Online Safety Amendment Act 2024. In India, Karnataka is leading the charge, with Andhra Pradesh and Goa planning similar moves.
Okay, let's break down the core logic.
The arguments for a ban are strong. It protects developing brains from ADHD, limits exposure to cyberbullying and predators, and acts as a hard stop against algorithmic manipulation, especially in urban households where both parents are working and supervision is low.
Makes sense.
But the arguments against it are equally compelling. Age verification requires collecting massive amounts of ID data, creating huge privacy risks. Plus, it risks digital exclusion, denying kids the right to digital literacy in a tech-driven world.
So what's the real-world impact and UPSC strategy for this?
In India, we are currently using the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, the DPDP Act, which requires verifiable parental consent for users under 18, alongside POCSO and the IT Act. For UPSC, your way forward must advocate for child-centric digital governance and tech accountability, forcing platforms to create safe spaces by design rather than just banning users.
Time for some cross questions. One for a critical analysis question. How do I actually balance this protection versus rights debate without sounding indecisive?
You state that while state intervention is necessary to curb acute cyberbullying, a blanket ban violates the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child by excluding minors from modern avenues of learning. You opt for a middle path.
Right. Two, you mentioned age verification as a privacy risk. Why does verifying a kid's age hurt my privacy as an adult?
Because to prove someone is not a child, the platform must verify the age of every single user. This means adults would have to upload government IDs to platforms like Instagram, completely violating data minimization principles.
Oh, wow, yeah. Three, so does the DPDP Act 2023 actually solve this?
The DPDP Act is India's alternative to a ban. It shifts the onus to parents by mandating parental consent. However, implementing verifiable consent without collecting invasive biometric data is still a massive technical challenge.
Okay. Four, what about the dark web argument? Is it really a threat or just fear-mongering by tech companies?
It's a legitimate concern. Banning mainstream monitorable platforms might push tech-savvy, curious teenagers toward encrypted messaging apps or the dark web, where no moderation exists at all.
Yikes. 5. So, the conclusion should always focus on child-centric digital governance instead of bans.
Spot on. Tech accountability and age-appropriate design are the most mature UPSC conclusions.
Got it. To master this argument, pause and practice saying, a child-centric digital governance model prioritizes age-appropriate design and tech accountability over blanket bans to ensure safe digital inclusion.
In short, this idea shows how banning social media is a double-edged sword, and India must focus on tech accountability and digital education rather than outright exclusion.
अब देखो, जब बच्चे ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर डेंजरस बिहेवियर में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं और फेस एक्सट्रीम स्ट्रेस, it sometimes spills over into real-life crimes. Which brings us to a very sensitive topic. Topic name 3.3 Juvenile Justice System in India. Broad micro-theme, children in conflict with law.
The juvenile justice system is the legal and institutional framework dealing with children under 18 who have committed crimes. Its philosophical core is supposed to be rehabilitation and reintegration, not retribution.
Imagine a 15-year-old caught stealing a phone. You don't throw him in a central jail with hardened murderers.
No, absolutely not.
The law says he goes to a Juvenile Justice Board, a JJB, for assessment. But what if his district doesn't even have a functioning JJB? He just sits in limbo.
And that is exactly what the recent India Justice Report highlighted while evaluating the Juvenile Justice Act 2015 after a decade. As a background, this act handles both children in conflict with the law and those in need of care.
Right.
The core logic of the law mandates a JJB and a Child Welfare Committee, CWC, in every single district. It also introduced a controversial preliminary assessment clause where kids above 16 committing heinous crimes can be tried as adults.
But the real-world impact data is shocking. Only 18 states have JJBs in all districts.
Yeah.
24% of these boards function without a full bench. There's a 55% pendency rate. What is the UPC takeaway here?
You must cite foundational Supreme Court cases like Sheila Barse versus UOI and Sampurna Behura versus UOI. The conclusion is clear. We urgently need a rights-based framework. We need digital case management, fast-track courts, and specialized juvenile police units.
Okay. Let's challenge this with cross questions. First, the fact that only 18 states have a JJB in every district, what does that actually prove in a governance answer?
It proves a chronic failure of executive implementation. It demonstrates that the legislature passes progressive laws to meet international human rights standards, but the state governments fail to allocate the budgetary and human resources required at the grassroots level.
Right. Second, what about trying 16-year-olds as adults for heinous crimes? Doesn't that contradict the rehabilitation goal?
It is deeply contested. The 2015 amendment was a reaction to public outrage. While it attempts to balance justice for victims, allowing under-resourced, incomplete JJBs to make complex psychological assessments on whether a 16-year-old has an adult mind is incredibly dangerous and flawed.
Yeah, that makes sense. Third, the notes say institutionalization in observation homes is around 83%. Why is that bad?
Because global child rights standards dictate that institutionalization should be the absolute last resort. Prolonged detention without trial due to massive pendency exposes vulnerable adolescents to severe trauma within these homes.
Fourth, how exactly should an aspirant drop the Sampurna Behra case into an essay?
Use it to highlight the role of judicial activism. Explain that the Supreme Court had to literally issue writs compelling state governments to establish CWCs and JJBs, exposing the sheer apathy of the executive branch.
Love that. Fifth, so technology is a solution here too, like digital case management?
Yes, deploying centralized digital case management is exactly what the India Justice Report recommends to clear these backlogs.
Perfect. For your governance answers, pause and practice saying the juvenile justice system must shift from a disjointed, compliance-driven approach to a rights-based framework prioritizing rehabilitation over retribution.
In short, this idea shows how severe resource constraints and missing JJBs cripple our juvenile justice system, demanding urgent capacity building and tech integration.
यार जब बच्चों को उनका childhood नहीं मिलता, they don't just fall into the justice system. Millions are forced into exploitative work. Let's look at the harsh reality of our next section. Topic name 3.4 Child Labor at a Glance. Broad micro-theme Exploitation of Minors.
Child labor encompasses work that deprives children of their childhood, potential, and dignity, actively harming their physical and cognitive development. Notably, agriculture remains the largest sector employing child labor globally.
अपने हाईवे ढाबा पर एक 10-12 साल के बच्चे को चाय सर्व करते जरूर देखा होगा. लोग उसको नॉर्मल मानते हैं, thinking, oh, at least he's earning for his poor family. But legally and morally, it is a severe violation of his fundamental rights.
The background context is that under SDG 8.7, the world committed to eliminating child labor by 2025. We have completely missed that target. In India, the 2011 census recorded 10.1 million children, nearly 4% of the child population engaged in labor.
Let's trace the core logic. Our constitution strictly bans this via Article 24 for factories and Article 23 for forced labor.
Right.
The primary legislation is the Child and Adolescent Labor Act, 1986, which was amended in 2016. It bans all labor for kids under 14 and regulates hazardous work for 14 to 18-year-olds. We also have the Pencil Portal and international commitments like UNCRC and ILO Conventions 138 and 182.
Yet the real-world impact shows persistent exploitation. Why? Because of the vicious cycle of poverty, immense legal loopholes like the Family Enterprise Clause, and distress migration caused by climate disasters. The conclusion for your exam must focus on socio-economic empowerment and robust social protection networks, not just stricter policing.
Let's unpack this with some cross questions. 1. I want to push back on that Family Enterprise Clause from the 2016 amendment. The governing says it's to help kids learn traditional family trades. How is that a loophole?
Because on the ground, it is ruthlessly exploited. Middlemen forge documents claiming a child is a distant relative to justify using them in highly hazardous informal sectors like beady rolling or brick kilns, completely circumventing the law.
Oh, wow. 2. So if poverty is the root cause, how do we actually break this cycle from a policy standpoint?
Child labor creates adult poverty by ensuring the child remains uneducated and unskilled. The only sustainable fix is massive investment in schemes like Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, ensuring the opportunity cost of sending a child to work is higher than keeping them in school.
Makes total sense. 3. What about the pencil portal? Is it actually effective?
It acts as a decent, centralized repository for complaints, but it operates in a silo. Without robust interministerial coordination alongside local NGOs, a portal cannot execute physical rescues on the ground.
Right. 4. Why mention ILO's conventions 138 and 182? Is it just for showing off?
India ratified them in 2017. Mentioning them shows your awareness of our international commitments towards eradicating hazardous child labor. It adds serious weight to your answer.
Got it. 5. You mentioned climate disasters. What is the exact link between a flood and child labor?
It's called climate-induced distress migration. When families lose their agricultural livelihoods to an unseasonal flood, their survival strategy is immediately pulling children out of school and pushing them into the unorganized workforce.
Brutal. To make your arguments airtight, pause and practice saying, the persistence of child labor is fueled by the vicious cycle of poverty and structural legal loopholes like the Family Enterprise Clause.
In short, this idea shows how, despite constitutional bans, socio-economic vulnerabilities keep child labor alive in India.
Economic distress doesn't just push boys into labor. It forces families to view their daughters as liabilities. Which brings us to topic name 3.5, Child Marriage in India. Broad, micro-theme, eradicating harmful traditional practices.
Child marriage is the legally prohibited formal or informal union where the female is under 18 or the male is under 21. It is a practice deeply entrenched in patriarchal norms and economic desperation.
In many rural areas, during festivals like Akshaya Tritiya, mass child weddings happen in the dead of night. Families marry off 14-year-old girls to protect their honor and avoid higher dowries later. It's totally systemic.
It really is. The government just marked the first anniversary of the Bal Vivaha Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. Background data from NFHS 5 shows a decline from 47.4% to 23.3%.
Okay, that's good.
But here is the alarming part. The rate of decline has slowed down. West Bengal sits at a shocking 42%, followed by Bihar and Tripura.
Let's examine the core logic. The causes are multi-layered. Legally, conviction rates under the PCMA 2006 are abysmal. Economically, 40% of girls from the lowest wealth quintile are married early, compared to just 8% in the highest.
Exactly.
Culturally, preserving family purity drives the practice. But the most staggering stat is education. 48% of girls with zero education are married early versus a mere 4% of those with higher education.
For real-world impact and your UPSC answers, mention NALSA's ASHA SOP, which provides a 3-tier action plan. Cite success models like Odisha's Child Marriage-Free Villages and West Bengal's Kanyashri scheme. The way forward requires appointing full-time child marriage prohibition officers, CMPOs, and perhaps a uniform code for marriageable age.
Time for cross questions. First, I need to understand this paradox. West Bengal has the famous Kanyashri cash transfer scheme to keep girls in school. Yet, their child marriage rate is 42%. Why?
It highlights the limits of purely economic interventions. While conditional cash transfers help, they cannot instantly dismantle centuries of patriarchal conditioning, where a community equates a family's honor with an unmarried daughter's chastity. Cultural entrenchment often overrides financial incentives.
Wow. Second, how exactly should we deploy that education stat in a GS1 society paper?
You don't just quote the 48% versus 4% stat, you analyze it. You argue that it provides empirical proof that female higher education is the single most powerful protective mechanism against harmful traditional practices, outweighing even strict penal laws.
Okay. Third, the notes mention NALSA's ASHA SOP. ASHA usually means the health worker, right? What is this?
Different acronym here. ASHA stands for Awareness, Support, Help and Action. It's a comprehensive standard operating procedure drafted by the Legal Services Authority to shift the focus from merely arresting people to preventing the marriage and rehabilitating the child.
Oh, nice. Fourth, basically, CMPOs exist, but they have other jobs too.
Exactly. Supreme Court directed the appointment of full-time CMPOs because currently the dual charge completely dilutes their effectiveness on the ground.
All right. Fifth is a uniform code for marriageable age across all religions, the ultimate solution.
It provides legal clarity, but without societal behavioral change, standardizing the age to 21 across all personal laws will simply push these marriages further underground. Laws alone aren't enough.
Lock this phrase in your memory. Pause and practice saying, eradicating child marriage requires a multi-sectoral approach combining economic incentives, strict enforcement, and fundamental shifts in patriarchal norms.
In short, this idea shows how, despite a significant drop, child marriage persists due to economic disparity and cultural backwardness, needing targeted grassroots interventions.
So, if a child is rescued from these horrors or is orphaned, they need a permanent home. Let's look at the system designed to provide that. Topic name: 3.6 Child Adoption. Broad micro-theme: securing a loving family for every child.
Child adoption in India is the legal process of providing a permanent family to orphaned, abandoned, or surrendered children, primarily governed by CARA, the Central Adoption Resource Authority.
Special needs are languishing in overcrowded childcare institutions. This demand-supply mismatch is just heartbreaking.
CARA recently issued strict memorandums to state agencies to comply with the adoption regulations of 2022. The background shows adoptions are slowly rising, reaching 4,515 in 2024-25.
The core logic of the legal framework is messy though. You have the Hindu Adoptions and Maintenance Act HAMA 1956, the Guardians and Wards Act 1890, and the secular JJ Act 2015.
Yes.
The 2022 regulations brought in strict rules like the combined age of a couple cannot exceed 85 years for adopting a child under 2. Single women can adopt any gender, but single men can only adopt boys.
The real-world impact is defined by massive procedural friction. We have over 36,000 prospective parents registered, but only 2,652 children declared legally free for adoption. That causes an average waiting period of 3.5 years. The system is also bottlenecked by a severe preference bias, where almost everyone demands a child aged 0 to 2. The conclusion is that we urgently need legal harmonization between HAMA and the JJ Act and digital single-window clearances.
Let's do some cross questions. 1. GS Paper 2. Governance question. Why exactly are only 2,652 children legally free when we have lakhs of orphans in institutions?
Because the Child Welfare Committees, CWCs, take years to complete mandatory inquiries to ensure the child has no biological family willing to take them. Poor interagency coordination traps these children in institutional limbo.
Sad. 2. How does the HAMA 1956 law clash with the JJ Act 2015?
HAMA is a religion-specific personal law allowing direct private adoptions, while the JJ Act is a secular, highly regulated institutional process. Overlapping jurisdictions create immense legal confusion and loopholes for trafficking, which is why experts demand legal harmonization.
Okay. 3. Basically, single men can't adopt a girl child. Why is that?
It is a protective safeguard based on historical vulnerabilities and child safety priorities under the JJ Act, which takes precedence over the individual rights of the prospective adoptive father.
Right. 4. What is the Carings portal? Does it help?
It's the digital backbone ensuring transparency and eliminating middlemen. Integrating it with Mission Vatsalya is a great step to track orphans, but technology cannot speed up the physical CWC inquiries happening on the ground.
Okay. 5. How do we fix the preference bias?
By providing financial and medical support to parents willing to adopt special needs or older children. Incentivize it.
Awesome. Pause and practice saying addressing the massive demand-supply mismatch in adoption requires streamlining procedures and declaring children
legally free through swift interagency coordination.
In short, this idea shows how procedural delays and overlapping laws hinder child adoption, requiring a unified, child-centric legal framework.
Now that we have the concepts, let's weaponize our vocabulary for the mains exam. Topic name 3.7, keywords, broad microtheme, important terminology for UPSC.
These are specific, high-scoring terms. Using them signals to the examiner that you are writing like an informed administrator rather than a casual observer.
Exactly. Instead of writing parents giving phones to kids, if you use the term digital babysitting, the examiner immediately gives you an extra half mark. Samjhe?
The background is that these terms synthesize complex sociological phenomena into single phrases.
The core logic focuses on a few key terms. From today, well-being audits, which are institutional mental health checks, child cuddling versus digital babysitting, highlighting the erosion of social capital, digital diet or detox, meaning structured device-free periods, and defamiliarization, which is the breaking of family bonds.
The real-world impact is immediate. Dropping these into GS1 Society or GS2 Social Justice answers elevates your score tremendously.
Let's do some rapid cross questions on this. 1. Where exactly do I deploy the Pragyata framework?
You use the Pragyata framework specifically when answering questions on digital education policy and government guidelines for regulating screen time for students.
2. What about cognitive and academic decline?
Use it to explain the measurable secondary neurological effects of either severe digital addiction or the developmental stunting caused by hazardous child labor.
Got it. 3. Can defamiliation be used in child marriage answers?
Yes, early child marriage causes acute defamilization because it abruptly severs a young adolescent girl from her primary biological support system.
4. Basically, age-based access limits is the solution for social media.
Exactly. It's the technical term for the policy reform we discussed rather than just saying ban it.
5. Why mention CARA specifically?
Because naming the statutory body shows administrative precision.
Take a second. Pause and practice saying, the transition from child cuddling to digital babysitting reflects a severe erosion of social capital and primary socialization.
In short, this idea shows how using precise keywords sharpens your mains answers and demonstrates administrative maturity.
Let's bring it all together and apply this to a real exam scenario. Topic name 3.8, practice question, broad microtheme, mains answer writing practice.
We are breaking down a specific analytical question based on our debate around regulating minors' online access.
Jab exam hall mein 7 minute bache ho, you need a clear structure. This breakdown will show you exactly how to frame your arguments.
The question is, critically analyze the proposition that a blanket nationwide ban on social media for children under a certain age group solves one public health crisis but risks creating fresh socioeconomic vulnerabilities and digital exclusions.
The core logic of your answer must have a strict structure. For the intro, hook the examiner with current affairs, cite Australia's new law and Karnataka's move.
Right.
For body 1, which is in favor, mention protection from cyberbullying, cognitive impacts, reducing iPad kid syndrome.
For body 2, the against side, discuss digital exclusion, shifting to unregulated dark web and privacy risks of age verification.
Your conclusion must synthesize these. End with a balanced view, advocate for safe online spaces via age-appropriate design rather than a blanket ban. Perfect for GS Paper 2 governance.
Cross questions to lock this in. 1. Can I start the intro with the economic survey data?
Yes. Mentioning that the economic survey calls digital addiction a public health threat makes your intro incredibly strong.
2. How many points should I write in body 1 versus body 2?
Keep it balanced. 3 to 4 solid, highly substantiated points for each side.
3. Basically, if I only support the ban because I personally hate social media, will I lose marks? Absolutely. Critically analyze means you must highlight the flaws of the ban, like digital skill limitation. You will be penalized for a one-sided argument.
For should I mention the DDPD Act in the conclusion?
Perfect. It shows you know the existing Indian legal framework regarding parental consent.
5. What's the best closing line?
Something like societies must ensure children are shielded from risks without being excluded from the empowering potential of the digital world.
Master the structure, pause, and practice saying, while a ban addresses acute mental health crises, it risks severe digital exclusion. Hence, child-centric digital governance is the optimal constitutional path.
In short, this idea shows how to structure a high-scoring mains answer by perfectly balancing protective measures with fundamental digital rights.
Wow, what a massive, intense session. Let's do a rapid-fire final recap of everything we unpacked today.
Today we covered mental health crisis in education, seeing the SC's push for mandatory counselors to stop student suicides. Technology and youth well-being, where digital addiction is a recognized public health threat needing digital diets. Regulating minors' online access, the critical debate around social media bans versus digital rights.
Right.
Children in conflict with law, highlighting the gaps in the juvenile justice system, specifically the lack of JJBs, exploitation of minors, and why child labor persists due to poverty and legal loopholes.
Yeah.
Eradicating harmful traditional practices, showing how education is the biggest weapon against child marriage, and securing a loving family, unpacking the procedural hurdles and demand-supply mismatch in child adoption, plus top keywords and a solid mains practice question structure.
We've covered the laws, the data, and the tragic realities. But here's a final provocative thought to leave you with. Thoda soch lo. We, as adults, sit in parliament and draft dozens of complex laws to regulate, protect, and discipline our youth. But at what point are we actually going to invite the youths to the table to help design the digital and educational policies that define their entire existence? Are we actually protecting them or just controlling a generation we fundamentally don't understand? Think about it, yaar. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive.
Today we are
Keep
looking
learning,
at the
keep questioning.
hidden costs of India's rapid growth. Just imagine, karo yaar, you are in a house where your family has lived for generations. And suddenly someone shows up with a government order saying that this land isn't yours anymore.
Right.
Or think about this. You have a smartphone in your hand, you're connected to the entire world, but right there in your own living room, aapke grandparents are feeling completely isolated and invisible.
Hi, it's a very harsh reality.
Bilkul. So basically today's deep dive is about the people who often get left behind in the race for development. We're unpacking the reality of our most vulnerable sections, their legal rights, the government schemes, and the actual ground reality. I'm super excited to unpack this.
Exactly. And what is really fascinating here is that the true measure of any society is how it treats its most vulnerable sections. Hai na?
Bilkul.
If we really want to understand where India is heading, we need a solid grip on these realities. Today, we are going completely in depth. We'll start with a clear picture of the tribal population in India. Then we look at a massive new initiative called the Adi Karma Yogi Abhiyan. After that, we tackle the dark side of infrastructure with tribals and development-induced displacement. From there, we shift to the legal battles of identity with the Transgender Persons Amendment Act 2026.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. And finally, we look at the demographic reality of elderly care and wrap up with the intergenerational communication gap. So let's dive right in.
Perfect. So let's open our first file. Topic name is Tribal Population in India at a Glance.
Right? And the broad micro-theme for this is demographics, challenges, and constitutional schemes for the scheduled tribes.
So if we put it in simple words, tribal people are basically distinct social and cultural groups who have a very strong collective ancestral connection to their lands and natural resources.
Sahi kaha.
If you want a real-life micro-story, look at the Maori tribe globally or the Munda and Ho tribes right here in India. Their connection to nature is so deep that their entire cultural existence essentially relies on the forests around them.
Yeah.
They don't just live in the forest is their identity.
That's so true.
To set the context with some numbers, the 2011 census tells us that the ST population in India is about 10.45 crore. That is roughly 8.6% of our total population. Out of this, there are 75 specific groups classified as particularly vulnerable tribal groups, or PVTGs, who live in extremely remote areas.
And the reason this matters today is because of the massive developmental gap. Nearly 40.6% of the ST population lives below poverty line.
Oh, wow. 40%.
Yeah, it's huge. To identify the most at-risk groups, meaning the PVTGs, the government looks for specific criteria like a pre-agricultural level of technology, extremely low literacy, severe economic backwardness, and a stagnant or declining population.
Right. And they face some massive challenges. There is identity erosion, where their traditional dialects are going extinct because of the clash with modern systems.
Bilkul.
There is forced displacement, and they suffer from what is called a triple health burden.
Which is brutal.
Moaning, malnutrition, communicable diseases, and non-communicable diseases all hitting them at once. Genetically, they are also highly vulnerable to sickle cell disease. We do have legal frameworks like the PSA Act 2096 and the Forest Rights Act 2006 to protect them, along with schemes like Eklavya model residential schools, but the challenges are immense.
Exactly.
So let's unpack this from a UPSC GS perspective. My first question: what is the actual policy logic behind separating PVTGs from the general ST classification?
That is a great starting point. The logic is purely about targeted microplanning. Because PVTGs have such extreme vulnerability, like a declining population and pre-agricultural tech, they need extra dedicated funds.
Acha.
If you just pool them into broad ST schemes, the benefits naturally get absorbed by the relatively advanced tribal groups, and the PVTGs get completely diluted.
Makes total sense. Second thing, I get that there are health issues, but why is this triple health burden ecosystem so extraordinarily severe in tribal areas compared to rural plains?
It is because isolation, lack of healthcare infrastructure, and poor nutrition create a brutal, vicious cycle. When you don't have basic sanitation or food security, communicable diseases and malnutrition actually amplify each other. Your body simply cannot fight back.
Okay, here is something I was wondering about. How does the extinction of a tribal dialect directly link to their identity erosion? Isn't language just a way to talk?
Not for indigenous communities, yaar. Language is the ultimate carrier of cultural memory.
Right.
When a dialect dies, all their traditional ecological knowledge, their folklore, and their unique worldview die with it. Their identity is fundamentally erased because they lose the words to describe their own existence.
That is so powerful. Now, when we talk about rights-based development, we always hear about FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent. What is the actual ground reality of applying FPIC?
The biggest hurdle is information asymmetry. On the ground, Gram Sabhas are often manipulated.
Kaise?
State or corporate actors might present a project in English or a state language, hide the true ecological costs, and basically manufacture consent rather than earning it fairly.
Got it. Final question on this chunk. Why is the PESA Act 1996 considered the absolute best tool for tribal empowerment in governance answers?
Because PESA breaks the traditional top-down bureaucratic approach. It decentralizes power directly to the Gram Sabha, giving the community direct control over their local resources like minor forest produce. It establishes true participatory governance.
All right, time to lock this in. Now, pause and practice saying, particularly vulnerable tribal groups face a triple health burden of malnutrition, communicable, and non-communicable diseases.
Oh my God.
In short, this topic shows us that tribal welfare is impossible without culturally sensitive, rights-based governance.
Bilkul.
So we just talked about how crucial it is to empower these communities at the local level. That perfectly naturally leads us to who is actually going to lead this change on the ground.
Exactly.
So our next topic name is Adi Karma Yogi Abhiyan.
And the broad micro theme is developing a massive grassroots leadership network within tribal areas.
So basically, this is the world's largest tribal grassroots leadership program. The ambitious aim here is to build a massive cadre of 20 lakh tribal leaders from within the communities.
Think about this real-life scenario. Imagine a young, educated guy from a remote village who becomes an Adi Sahyogi. He sets up a single-window Adi Seva Kendra right in his village.
Okay.
Now the elders don't have to travel 40 kilometers to a block office just to get a basic certificate. Cool na?
Yes.
This was launched by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs as part of the Janjatiya Gaurav Varsh.
That is super cool.
The background context is really important here. Over the past decade, the government massively increased the ST welfare budget.
Right.
I mean, it grew 5 times to about 1.24 lakh crore.
Wow, that's massive.
But despite the money, the delivery remained incredibly weak, leaving poverty stuck at that 40.6% mark.
And that is exactly the core logic of this abhiyan. To fix delivery, they created 3 pillars of leadership. First, Adi Karma Yogi. These are the government officers. Second, Adi Sahayogi, the local youth and teachers. And third, Adi Sathi, members of self-help groups and volunteers. The goal is to cover 1 lakh villages, open 1 lakh Adi Seva Kendras, and have every village draft its own Village Vision 2030.
From a real-world impact perspective, this is a masterclass in decentralization. It ensures 100% saturation of government services through multi-department convergence.
Right.
It also preserves ecological wisdom, like the Dongria Kond tribe in Odisha, who practice climate-resilient millet farming, and boosts cultural preservation.
You know, before we go deeper into the analysis, I just have to say, if you're finding these breakdowns helpful to connect the dots, definitely hit subscribe and enable notifications. We love doing these deep dives, and joining the community helps us keep bringing you these insights.
Bilkul, it really helps.
All right, back to the abhiyan. Let's dig into the mechanics. My first question, if the government had 1.24 lakh crore, why was the delivery failing so badly before this scheme?
It boils down to a massive trust deficit. Funds were there, but the delivery mechanism relied on outside bureaucracy.
Acha.
An officer from a completely different cultural background struggles to win the trust of an isolated tribe. Localized leaders bridge that gap instantly, because they're their own people.
That makes total sense. You mentioned the Dongria Kond tribe's millet farming. How does that specific example link environmental conservation with social empowerment?
It is the perfect blend of agrobiodiversity and sustainable livelihood. The society uses its ancient traditional knowledge to protect the environment, and in return, the environment provides them with highly climate-resilient food security. It is a win-win.
Now, the scheme mandates that Gram Sabhas must be involved in selecting these local leaders. Why is that step so crucial?
For democratic legitimacy, if the district administration just handpicks a youth and sends them back, the village will view them as a government agent, an imposed leader.
Right.
Gram Sabha backing ensures cultural acceptability.
So how exactly do these single-window Adi Seva Kendras help in drafting the Village Vision 2030?
Instead of a top-down directive from New Delhi, these kendras collect highly localized data on what their specific village lacks, be it water, roads, or schools. They use that data for evidence-based microplanning, tailored perfectly to their local needs for the next few years.
Okay. Final question here. The policy uses this heavy word, convergence. What does that actually look like on the ground? Let me guess, is it like a hospital? Instead of the patient running to the X-ray room, then the pharmacy, then the doctor, all the specialists come to the patient's bed?
Spot on. That is exactly what convergence is. Instead of the Jal Shakti department, the education department, and the forest department working in isolated silos and making tribals run around, they collaborate to deliver all the services simultaneously to that one village.
Love that clarity. Okay, now pause and practice saying. Adi Karma Yogi Abhiyan creates a 3-tiered leadership structure to ensure responsive governance. In short, this scheme shifts tribes from having a beneficiary mindset to a leader mindset, completely decentralizing power.
Bilkul.
Now we just talked about empowering tribes on their land, but what happens when the very ground beneath their feet is taken away in the name of national progress?
Yeah, that's the dark side.
So the next topic name is Tribals and Development-Induced Displacement.
And the broad micro theme is The conflict between national infrastructure projects and indigenous land rights.
To define it simply, this is when tribal communities are systematically forced to abandon their ancestral homes and lands to make way for dams, mining operations, or even national parks.
A classic, real-life example is the Niyamgiri Hills. The Dongria Kond tribe put up a massive years-long resistance against bauxite mining because, to them, that mountain isn't just rocks. It is literally their deity.
Wow.
And this isn't just history. Recently, 130 hectares of tribal reserve land was diverted for the Great Nicobar Trunk Road, totally reigniting the development versus tribal rights debate.
The background is quite grim, whether it is the Sardar Sarovar Dam or the Kain-Betwa linkage. Tribals are disproportionately the ones getting displaced. And it is not just infrastructure. Exclusionary conservation models, like relocating communities to create tiger reserves, do the exact same damage.
On paper, we have the core logic sorted. We have the Forest Rights Act 2006 and the RFCTLAR Act 2013, which makes a social impact assessment or SIA mandatory.
Right.
Undervalued, and ironically, traditional communities are often viewed as threats to the forest. That's so sad. Yeah, the real-world impact is brutal. Loss of minor forest produce, immense cultural trauma, and the total collapse of joint family systems.
To resolve this, experts recommend shifting away from exclusionary models toward coexistence models, perhaps through a national framework for community-centered conservation. Development is necessary, but it shouldn't render indigenous people homeless.
Bilkul. Let's unpack the legal side. The government made social impact assessments mandatory before acquiring land. Does this SIA actually protect them on the ground? Unfortunately, no. In theory, it is great. But SIA reports are routinely poorly drafted. More importantly, they completely fail to quantify intangible cultural losses. How do you put a monetary value on the destruction of a sacred grove?
You can't.
Exactly. And what about the Forest Rights Act? It was literally designed to protect them. So why are the claim rejection rates so high?
It is a mix of procedural errors, incredibly poor historical land records, and a general reluctance within the lower bureaucracy to actually hand over control of forest resources back to the tribes.
I see this tension a lot. Why do modern conservation efforts and the FRA's vision constantly clash with each other?
Because they operate on opposing philosophies. The traditional colonial conservation model views the tribal as a threat who must be evicted to save the tiger.
Acha.
But the FRA views the tribal as the natural steward and protector of that very forest. That is a deep philosophical divide. You mentioned the collapse of joint family systems as a demographic impact of displacement. How does moving cause the family structure to collapse?
When you take away the forest, you destroy their entire livelihood. Without land, survival becomes impossible in one place. So, large joint families are forced to splinter, migrating to different cities just to survive as fragmented daily wage laborers.
That is heartbreaking. So, to fix this, what exactly is a co-management model in wildlife conservation?
It is about combining the best of both worlds. You take the indigenous ecological knowledge of the tribes and integrate it with the scientific mapping of the forest department.
Okay, like how?
For example, allowing tribals to collect forest produce, but jointly setting sustainable harvesting limits. So both the community and the forest thrive.
Perfect. Let's lock this down. Now pause and practice saying, displacement causes economic loss of minor forest product and psychological community trauma. In short, development and conservation must coexist with tribal rights rather than excluding them.
Right.
All right, we just looked at communities fighting for their physical space and land. Now let's shift to a community fighting for space within the legal definition of identity itself.
This is a huge shift.
Our fourth topic, name is Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Amendment Act 2026.
And its broad micro-theme is the legal shifts in defining and certifying transgender identity and its implications.
Simply put, this new legislation amends the 2019 Act, specifically changing the legal route a transgender person must take to have their identity verified and changed on official documents.
Yeah. To give you a real-life micro-story, back in 2019, a person could essentially say, I am transgender, and get a certificate directly from the district magistrate based on self-determination.
Right.
But now, under the 2026 Act, they must first undergo verification by a medical board headed by a chief medical officer. Note that as impartial observers, we are just looking at the facts of what this policy does.
The background context here is the extreme marginalization of the transgender community. We're talking about a literacy rate of just 56.1%, massive job discrimination hitting 96% of the community, and HIV prevalence rates that are 20 times higher than the national average.
Let's break down the core logic of the 2026 changes. The definition of transgender has been revised to include biological variations, but self-perceived gender identity has been excluded.
Acha.
Section 4.2 was omitted, which means the legal recognition of self-determination is gone. A certificate is now dependent on a medical board's recommendation.
That's a massive change.
Yeah. On the positive side, they have added strict penalties for forced identity changes, like emasculation and forced begging.
The real-world impact here is a double-edged sword. Yes, the definition is clearer for the bureaucracy, and punishments for exploitation are severe. However, it introduces medical gatekeeping, which raises serious Article 21 concerns regarding bodily autonomy.
Bilkul.
It also excludes non-binary individuals and maintains a weird legal disparity in sentencing for sexual abuse compared to cisgender women.
So let's get into the cross questions. Why exactly is replacing self-determination with a medical board seen as a major human rights issue by critics?
Let me answer that one. Because the landmark 2014 Nalsa judgment declared that gender self-identification is a fundamental right protected under Article 21's right to dignity and bodily autonomy. Critics argue this amendment regresses by handing that autonomy back to a medical institution.
That makes sense. But I noticed they specifically added penalization for forced mutilation and begging. Why did this need a specific mention in the Act?
Because the ground reality is dark. There are organized syndicates that target vulnerable runaways, force them into mutilation, and push them into begging or bondage servitude. The law needed specific teeth to target this exact form of organized exploitation.
You hear the term Yoga Jakarta principles a lot in this debate. What are they, and how do they fit into a policy analysis?
The Yogyakarta Principles, or YP, are international human rights standards drafted in 2006 regarding sexual orientation and gender identity. Their core tenet is that gender self-identification is an absolute right without requiring any medical mandates. It is the global benchmark critics use to evaluate this act.
So how does medical gatekeeping actually impact a transgender person's access to healthcare or legal rights on a daily basis?
It creates a massive bureaucratic bottleneck. More importantly, it effectively legally excludes transgender individuals who do not wish to undergo any surgical or hormonal transition because a medical board might not validate their identity without physical interventions.
And what about that legal disparity in sentencing? How does a 2-year penalty for sexual abuse challenge the concept of equality?
Article 14 of the Constitution demands equal protection under the law, but currently the sentencing guidelines for the sexual abuse of a trans person are significantly lighter than the rape laws protecting cisgender women, which contradicts the very spirit of constitutional equality.
Very clear. Let's practice.
Yeah, now pause and practice saying. The 2026 amendment replaces self-identification with institutional verification through a medical board. In short, this act brings tough penalties for crimes against trans people, but controversially restricts their right to self-declare their identity.
Right.
You know, losing your agency and identity isn't just about gender or geography. Sometimes it happens simply because of the stage of life you are in.
So true.
Which brings us to our fifth topic. Topic name is elderly care at a glance.
And the broad micro-theme is the demographic shift towards an aging India and building a silver economy.
When we talk about elderly care, we are focusing on the 60-plus population that requires targeted healthcare, social security, and above all, dignity. We're looking at how our policymakers are managing this massive demographic shift.
Here is a totally relatable example. Think of a 75-year-old retired teacher.
She doesn't know how to use UPI or digital apps, and her medical bills are piling up while her fixed income stays the same.
Huh.
This perfectly illustrates the digital and economic divide that hits you in old age. In 2011, India had about 104 million elderly people. By 2050, that number is going to shoot up to nearly 20% of the entire population.
The background trend is fascinating. India is experiencing a phenomenon called the feminization of aging. Simply put, there are significantly more elderly women than men. 1,065 women for every 1,000 men, and over half of them are widows. There is also a regional divide, with southern states aging much faster than the north.
Let's look at the core logic and government response. Constitutionally, Article 41 directs the state to provide public assistance in old age.
Right?
Legally, we have the Maintenance and Welfare of Parents Act 2007. The government has launched the PM Vaya Vandana Yojana for pensions, the Sacred Portal to help them find re-employment, and the SAGE initiative for senior care products. However, they face massive hurdles. Societal stigma around mental health issues like dementia, incredibly low savings, and the painful isolation from weak family support.
The real-world impact is that the silver economy is already worth 73,000 crore as of 2024. The ultimate takeaway is that we must stop viewing the elderly as a charity case and start integrating them as active participants in a regulated care economy.
Let's dig deeper into the mechanics of this. So, feminization of aging happens because women naturally outlive men. But since older generations of women traditionally didn't have independent careers, they end up as widows with zero financial safety net. Is that why policy needs to adapt?
Exactly. You synthesized that perfectly. Because of that exact historical lack of independent income, general pension schemes aren't enough. Social security policies must be highly gender-sensitive to prevent massive poverty among elderly women.
Why is the aging process so much faster in southern states like Kerala compared to the north?
It is a marker of demographic transition. The South has significantly better health care, leading to higher life expectancy, combined with a much lower total fertility rate. Fewer babies being born, plus people living longer, equals a rapidly aging population.
How does this sacred portal actually help integrate them back into the economy?
It acts as a targeted gig and job platform. It connects highly experienced retired senior citizens with private sector roles that match their skill sets, which promotes active, healthy aging rather than forced retirement.
We mentioned dementia earlier. How does the social stigma around mental health actually block proper elderly care in India?
Culturally, families often dismiss memory loss or severe confusion simply as normal old age behavior, rather than recognizing it as a serious neurological condition. Because of this dismissal, crucial early medical intervention is almost always missed.
What exactly does Article 41 of the Directive Principles mandate the government to do for the elderly?
It fixes a moral and constitutional duty on the state. It says that within its economic capacity, the state must make effective provisions for securing the right to public assistance in cases of old age, sickness, and disablement.
Got it.
Okay, now pause and practice saying, feminization of aging requires highly gender-sensitive social security policies. In short, India is rapidly graying, and we need to transform our elderly from dependence into the engine of a robust silver economy.
Bilkul.
Now, speaking of the elderly, their biggest pain point isn't always money or physical health. The heaviest burden is usually loneliness.
Yeah, that's a silent epidemic.
Which brings us to our final file. Topic name is Intergenerational Communication Gap.
And its broad micro theme is the emotional and digital disconnect between the youth and the elderly.
By this, we mean the widening chasm in thoughts, lifestyle, and technology between today's fast-paced youth and the traditional elderly, resulting in severe emotional isolation.
HelpAge India released a report, and there is one micro story that absolutely broke my heart. A grandfather living with his family said, "I'm just told the plan, not asked."
Oh man, that's tough.
Think about that. They live in the same house, eat at the same table, but true emotional communication is completely dead.
The background data reflects this tragic reality. About 54% of elders associate aging entirely with negative emotions, primarily loneliness. Meanwhile, the youth admit their elders might be lonely, but they drastically underestimate the true depth of that emotional distress.
Let's explore the core logic of this disconnect. What is the barrier? First, busy youth schedules. 76% of elders cite this.
Right.
Second is the digital divide. When only 41% of elders have a smartphone, youth try to teach them, but the youth get impatient and rush through it.
We've all done that.
The elders feel the youth lack patience, and the youth feel the elders are just disinterested. Interestingly, the Generational Gap Perception Index shows this gap is shaped more by education and dependence than just age. And surprisingly, non-metro cities have much stronger family bonds than hyperfast metro cities.
The conclusion here is that we need structural empathy. Initiatives like digital buddy programs, where youth are trained to engage patiently, or introducing aging sensitization in school curriculums, are critical to rebuilding these bonds.
Let's unpack this emotionally and practically. That quote told the plan, not asked. What does that fundamentally tell us about their dignity of life?
It tells us that while their physical survival is being taken care of by the family, their agency, their relevance, and their decision-making power have been entirely stripped away. Dignity requires feeling like you still matter.
Why does the Generational Gap Perception Index highlight education and dependence over just chronological age?
Because data proves that if an elderly person is financially independent and digitally literate, they can engage with the modern world on their own terms. That independence naturally bridges the conversational gap with the youth.
We all know the friction of trying to teach our parents technology. How do formal digital buddy programs actually fix this youth impatience?
By shifting the framework. In a formal program, youth are specifically given empathetic communication training. They are taught how to teach patiently, rather than just snatching the phone, changing the setting, and handing it back.
Why do non-metro cities perform better than metro cities when it comes to family dynamics in this report?
Metro cities foster a hyper-individualistic, fast-paced, nuclear lifestyle, which inherently isolates non-productive members. Non-metros still retain a slower, community-driven neighborhood culture where elders naturally interact more.
Finally, what is the long-term goal of putting aging sensitization into a school's curriculum?
Catching them young here. If you teach kids the emotional and physical realities of aging early on, you build an inherent structural empathy in the next generation, which organically prevents elderly neglect down the line.
Such an important insight.
Now pause in practicing. The generational gap is shaped more by education and emotional distance than by age alone. In short, technology accelerated this disconnect, but active empathy, patience, and shared time can bridge it back.
Bilkul.
Wow. We covered immense ground today. Let's do a rapid-fire super recap of our broad micro-themes.
Absolutely.
Aha.
Yaad rakhna, tribal population, we need culturally sensitive governance to combat the triple health burden of PVTGs.
Right.
Adi Karma Yogi Abhiyan, creating a massive cadre of local leaders to decentralize power and ensure convergence. Tribal displacement, moving from exclusionary conservation to coexistence models to prevent cultural trauma. Transgender Persons 2026 Act, a complex shift from self-determination to institutional verification, balancing strict safeguards with human rights debates. Elderly care, addressing the feminization of aging by building a gender-sensitive, regulated silver economy. And finally, intergenerational gap, bridging the emotional and digital divide through active community empathy.
That is it. Thoda soch lo. Take a moment and think about how you would structure a GS Mains answer using this. If asked about democratizing tribal development, you can literally chart the journey from the failure of top-down budgets to the localized Village Vision 2030 of the Adi Seva Kendras. So as we wrap up, think back to those opening images, the displaced tribe, the trans person fighting for paper validity, the lonely grandfather. True development isn't just about GDP. It is about making sure nobody becomes invisible. Keep learning, Keep questioning.
India में
Catch you in the next deep dive.
Like 14.71 lakh schools हैं.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's literally more than the population of most countries.
Crazy.
I mean, आज हम इस massive system को unpack करने वाले हैं. Basically, how is India learning today? थोड़ा सोच लो, it's wild. We are managing a brain trust that will literally define the global future, yaar.
Bilkul, yaar, it's a giant puzzle. And today, we're going to put that puzzle together. We aren't just going to list off government schemes, right?
Right.
We are going to look at the mechanics of how this system is actually functioning on the ground.
Right.
इस deep dive में हम 7 critical areas cover करेंगे. We'll start with the 5 years of the NEP 2020. फिर हम देखेंगे school education in India की ground reality. After that, curriculum on AI in schools, then the 3-language formula.
Oh, that one is heated.
शिक्षा अधिष्ठान और VBSA Bill 2025. और finally, internationalization of higher education. एक-एक करके सब कुछ decode करेंगे, so stay with us.
All right, let's jump right into the first one. Let me read out the official heading for everyone taking notes. Topic name: 5.1 5 Years of National Education Policy, or NEP.
हाँ.
Broad micro theme: revolutionizing India's learning landscape from rote to conceptual. So just to give a quick, simple definition, NEP 2020 is India's third big education policy.
Right.
It was crafted based on the Kasturi Rangan Committee's recommendations, और इसका whole goal is a massive shift away from ratta marna, like rote learning se hatke, moving towards equity, technology, and actually understanding concepts.
Exactly. Let me give you a real-life example of what this looks like in action. Under the old system, you were either a science kid or an arts kid.
It was super rigid.
Bilkul. But the NEP dream in action is a 10th grader studying physics, but also taking classes in music and bakery.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's about total flexibility. NEP ने recently 5 years complete किए. It's the perfect time to review what's actually working, है ना?
Right. The background here is that we desperately needed a fresh approach. I mean, the previous 1986 policy was super outdated. We needed a regulatory framework that is light but tight.
Right.
Matlab less bureaucratic red tape, but stricter quality controls.
Let's break down the core logic here. At the school level, the focus is on early childhood care and education, or ECCE, for kids up to 8 years old. They're pushing foundational literacy and numeracy through the Diksha platform.
Oh, right, which has content in like 133 languages, right?
Exactly.
Now, instead of the old 10+2 system, NCERT has designed 5+3+3+4 structure.
Okay, wait, before we move on, can you explain the exact mechanism of this new 5+3+3+4 structure? How is it actually better than 10+2?
Sure. So the 10+2 system treated a 6-year-old and a 15-year-old with the exact same rigid exam mindset.
Which makes no sense.
Right. The 5+3+3+4 structure groups kids by their actual cognitive developmental stages. The first 5 years are foundational and play-based, respecting how a young child's brain naturally absorbs information, rather than just forcing them to memorize textbooks.
Oh, that's brilliant. It actually adapts to the child? Yes. They're also pushing multilingualism till grade 5 and setting up a new assessment center called Parak. For teachers, the goal is a pupil-teacher ratio under 30.1 and 50 hours of continuous professional development every year.
Makes sense. And when you look at higher education, the mechanics change too.
Yeah.
They introduced 3- or 4-year undergraduate degrees with multiple exit points. Plus, you get an academic bank of credit, or ABC.
Right, which is like a digital locker for your college credits.
Exactly. If you drop out after a year, your credits are saved for later.
We've actually seen some solid achievements here. Like, secondary school dropout rates fell from 10.9% to 8.2%.
That's significant.
Yeah, and the gross enrollment ratio in higher education reached 28.4%. Ladakh became fully literate, which is amazing, and 92,000 plus patents were filed. But dekho, there are major hurdles too. Our education funding is stuck at 4.1% of the GDP. We are missing the 6% target.
Okay, let's pause and dig into this from a UPSC GS perspective. Because I was reading about this input-driven financing. For a mains answer, how do we critically analyze this input-driven financing problem?
Excellent point. The current system measures success by asking, did we build 10 classrooms? Instead of asking, can the kids in those classrooms actually read? It's focusing on bricks, not brains.
So how do we fix it?
To solve this, we need outcomes-based financing or OBF. That means tying government funds directly to verified improvements in student learning outcomes.
That makes total sense. What about the center-state divide, like states like Kerala and West Bengal outright rejecting PM Shri schools? Why is that happening?
Because education is a concurrent list subject. Both the center and states make laws, so cooperative federalism is the only way forward. If the center ties funding to adopting specific branding, like PM Shri, states see it as an overreach.
Right. Consensus is absolutely crucial.
Bilkul. Plus, rural teachers face massive tech barriers. To counter this, the government is running schemes like Nipun Bharat for basic literacy, Prerna, Ullas, and Vidyanjali to get volunteers into schools.
But how effective is the Diksha platform when rural teachers face such huge tech barriers? मतलब internet ही नहीं है वहाँ.
Yeah, that's the bottleneck. It's a fantastic repository of knowledge, but without functional internet and hardware in villages, its impact is limited. We have to pair the software with actual digital infrastructure.
सही बात है. Okay, here's a quick study hack for everyone listening. Now pause right now and practice saying this out loud. 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 structure and Parak assessment. Trust me, vocalizing it helps it stick for your exams.
Very true.
In short, this idea shows how NEP shifts focus from chasing marks to actual conceptual learning. समझे?
Exactly. But a policy on paper is very different from the reality on the ground, yaar.
हाँ, which brings us perfectly to our next section. Topic name 5.2 School Education in India. Broad micro theme bridging the gap between enrollment and actual learning outcomes.
Right.
By definition, this is about the current ground reality of our schools. We are heavily reliant on government schools in rural areas, and they are battling severe dropouts and massive quality deficits.
So picture this clearly. Think of a rural student whose local school has no electricity and no computers. Meanwhile, an urban kid of the same age is taking expensive private coaching on a tablet.
Yeah, the contrast is crazy.
This digital and quality divide is the reality of Indian education today.
By the way, if you're finding this deep dive useful to structure your thoughts for UPSC prep, or if you just genuinely love learning about how our country works, yaar subscribe zarur karna. Like the video and join our community for the notes. It genuinely helps us out. Anyway, getting back to the data. Based on the CMS 80th round NSS survey, government schools are still the absolute backbone of this country.
Bilkul.
They host 66% of rural students.
The background to this is our constitutional promise. We have the right to education under Article 21A.
Right.
The fundamental duty for parents under Article 51A subclause K, and the directive principle under Article 45. Yet, despite these guarantees, 27% of students are forced to rely on private coaching to actually understand their syllabus.
I want to ask about that actually. How is the private coaching industry impacting actual in-school learning?
It's basically creating a parallel system. It devalues regular school attendance and deepens inequality because shadow education becomes a paid necessity rather than an optional choice.
Sahi baat hai. Let's look at the core logic through the data. Getting kids into primary school isn't the issue. Upper primary enrollment is at 95.4%. But when they hit secondary school, it drops sharply to 68.5%.
That's a massive drop.
Why exactly does the enrollment drop so sharply at the secondary level?
Good question. It's a mix of socio-economic factors. At that age, rural poverty kicks in. Boys are pulled out to work, and girls are pulled out due to safety concerns or early marriage.
So how do we stop this?
We need early warning systems.
Wait, how does an early warning system work in a school?
It's a data mechanism. Schools track absenteeism and falling grades. Before a kid officially drops out, the system flags them as at risk, allowing teachers and counselors to intervene with the family early on.
Oh, that's incredibly smart, because the infrastructural gaps are terrifying. We have over 1 million teacher vacancies, 46,000 schools lack basic toilets, and 1.52 lakh don't even have electricity.
And because of this, the ACER report constantly shows that over 50% of Class 5 students cannot even read a simple Class 2 textbook.
That is just sad. Educational inequality is glaring too. Average rural spending on education is just 8,382 rupees compared to an urban family's 23,470 rupees.
Exactly. So from a social justice perspective in GS Paper 2, this highlights why we desperately need the teaching at the right level, or TARL methodology.
Okay, for UPSC answers, how do we explain the TAL methodology as a concrete solution?
So normally we group kids by age. A 10-year-old goes to 5th standard. But if that 10-year-old can't read a 2nd standard book, the TARL method says, forget their age. Group them by their actual competency level.
Ah, I see.
You rebuild their foundational skills first before moving them up. We also need composite school complexes to pool resources. And use tech like Kenya's M-Shule, which runs on basic SMS and AI. Andhra Pradesh is also trying personalized adaptive learning, or PAL, to fix these learning deficits.
What about governance? What role do school management committees, the SMCs, play here?
SMCs bring parents and the local community into school administration. It creates bottom-up accountability, ensuring that grants are spent on what the specific school actually needs, like fixing that broken toilet.
Makes sense. All right, time for a quick practice cue. Pause and practice saying this out loud. Teaching at the right level and personalized adaptive learning.
Good one.
In short, getting kids to school isn't enough. We need them to actually learn, yaar.
Exactly. And speaking of adapting, let's talk about the biggest technological shift happening in classrooms right now.
Perfect. Here is the syllabus header. Topic name, 5.3, Curriculum on AI in Schools. Broad micro theme, making Gen Z future-ready with artificial intelligence and computational thinking.
Right.
Simply put, this is about introducing AI and computational thinking, or CT, starting all the way from class 3. The goal isn't just to teach them how to code. It's about building logical reasoning and deep problem-solving skills.
And here is a fascinating real-life example. How do you teach an 8-year-old in a rural school about AI when there's no electricity?
How?
You use the unplugged approach. You give them physical blocks and ask them to write down the exact sequence of steps to solve a puzzle. That's step-by-step logic. That is an algorithm. You don't need a computer to teach computational thinking.
Oh, wow, that's so cool. The background here is that the Department of School Education and Literacy is bringing AI to all schools by 2026-27. CBSE has already started it for 3rd to 8th class.
Yeah, they're fully aligned with the NEP and the National Curriculum Framework.
And the overarching philosophy is AI for public good.
The core logic of teaching computational thinking is that it wires the brain to deconstruct massive problems. It teaches decomposition, pattern recognition, abstraction, and algorithms.
Can you define computational thinking perfectly for a GS3 answer?
Sure, it is a problem-solving methodology that breaks down complex issues into smaller, logical, computer-executable steps. It allows humans to frame problems in a way that machines can help solve.
Got it.
It's also a game-changer for accessibility. UNICEF is using accessible digital textbooks to help differently abled kids. And in Brazil, a program called Letrus uses AI to give kids instant feedback on their writing to boost literacy.
But dekho, the sources also highlight massive challenges. The biggest one is the risk of diseducation, where kids let machines do all the thinking for them.
Yeah, that's a huge concern.
I want to push back on this actually. What exactly is this risk of diseducation that researchers are worried about?
Think about it. If ChatGPT can write a perfect essay in 3 seconds, the student never struggles. Diseducation is the loss of critical thinking and intergenerational learning. If a machine gives instant answers, why think? The brain's cognitive muscles just atrophy.
So how do teachers counter that? Like it's already happening in classrooms.
By entirely shifting how we test kids. We have to stop assessing recall, which AI does perfectly, and start assessing the process of how a student applies knowledge to a new scenario.
Interesting. And for rural India,
How practical is this AI push really, considering the lack of electricity and internet? Like 9% of schools have just one teacher.
That goes back to the unplugged approach. You use physical objects and games to teach algorithmic logic. The machine is secondary. The logical framework is primary. Upskilling 1 crore teachers is going to be a monumental task though. Plus, localization is an issue, because AI doesn't speak local dialects well yet.
Despite this, the government is pushing initiatives like SOAR for AI readiness, the National Center of Excellence in AI, and the Yuva AI for All program.
Right.
What is the specific goal of the Yuva AI for All initiative?
It aims to democratize access by providing foundational AI skills to citizens, empowering them so the tech revolution doesn't just benefit urban elites.
Makes sense. For GS2 and 3, the real-world impact is about shifting from basic AI literacy to AI entrepreneurship. Look at the Kebaiku academies in West Africa. They teach kids to use AI to solve hyperlocal problems.
Exactly. We must treat AI as a universal basic skill, but with strict safety protocols for kids.
Okay, take a breath and practice saying this term out loud. Computational thinking and diseducation.
Important terms?
In short, AI in schools is less about tech and more about critical problem solving. So that's cool, na?
Definitely. But while we're looking to the future with AI, we are also wrestling with deep cultural roots regarding language.
Let's pull up the next topic. Topic name 5.4, 3-language formula in education. Broad micro-theme, balancing linguistic diversity with national integration.
Right.
By definition, this is a policy requiring students to learn 3 languages, including at least 2 native Indian languages, to promote multilingualism.
As a real-life example, imagine a student in Delhi studying Hindi, English, and Tamil. By learning a southern language, that student helps bridge the north-south cultural and linguistic gap.
Recently, CBSE made this compulsory for class 9th. But yaar, it is hugely controversial. Maharashtra recently withdrew a government resolution on Hindi, and Tamil Nadu has historically strongly opposed this formula. Why do states like TN oppose it so vehemently?
They view it as a direct threat to their unique linguistic identity and see it as a backdoor imposition of Hindi hegemony. That's why they strictly prefer a 2-language formula instead.
Right. The background stems from the Constitution. We have Article 350A, which talks about instruction in the mother tongue, and Article 351, which directs the state to promote Hindi. This 3-language formula actually started way back with the Kothari Commission in 1968 and was modified in the NEP 2020.
Let's explore the constitutional friction here for a second. How does Article 315A and 351 conflict or complement each other in practice?
It's a delicate tightrope. Article 350A protects minority language rights, ensuring a kid can learn in their mother tongue. But Article 351 mandates the promotion of Hindi nationally. The 3-language formula is an attempt to satisfy both, but it often feels like a compromise that frustrates everyone.
Exactly. Let's break down the core logic. The pros are strong. It fulfills constitutional mandates, and according to UNESCO, multilingualism actually improves cognitive abilities in children.
Wait, how exactly does the 3-language formula improve cognitive abilities as per UNESCO?
Multilingualism literally wires the brain differently. It enhances neuroplasticity, which improves problem solving, multitasking, and critical thinking skills. It also builds national unity and tolerance.
But the cons are intense. It often leads to heavy politicization and son-of-the-soil protests. Parents in states feel it's an imposition over choice. It heavily overburdens primary students, and frankly, we just don't have enough qualified language teachers.
Right.
Plus, speaking of AI, doesn't AI translation, like Bhashini, make forced language learning obsolete? Why force a kid to learn 3 languages if their phone translates in real time?
That is a phenomenal debate point for mains. AI translates the words, yes, but language carries cultural nuance, history, and empathy that machines simply cannot replicate. You learn a language to understand a people, not just to read a menu.
Ah, beautifully put. To manage this formula, the government launched the Asmita Initiative. What is the Asmita Initiative specifically doing?
It's a massive project to produce 22,000 academic books across all 22 scheduled Indian languages, ensuring students actually have high-quality study materials in their mother tongue.
There's also the Bahubhasha Shabdkosh.
For UPSC GS1 on diversity and GS2 on education, the main takeaway is that depoliticization is crucial. We need cooperative federalism.
Absolutely.
All right, pause for a second and practice saying ASMITA initiative and Bhashini AI.
Good practice.
In short, this idea shows how language policy deeply connects to cultural identity and cognitive growth.
Exactly. Now let's step out of the school classroom and enter the university campus.
Let's do it.
Topic name 5.5 Higher Education in India. Broad micro theme Scaling global rankings while battling domestic resource crunch.
Right.
The short definition here is that India's top universities are rising on the global stage, but internally, our massive state university ecosystem faces severe funding, accreditation, and faculty crises.
For a real-world example, look at IIT Delhi. It ranks 123rd globally because it has high research citations and funding.
Right.
But at the same time, a local state university might struggle to even get a basic NAC accreditation because they simply can't afford the infrastructure requirements.
So true. Having 54 Indian universities in the QS World Rankings 2026 is definitely a big win. The background is that our academic reputation is improving, largely driven by our engineering focus and infrastructure pushes like the PM USHS scheme.
But when you look at the core logic, the domestic data is deeply worrying. Institutional accreditation is under 39%. Our gross enrollment ratio is only 28.4%, but the NEP target is 50% by 2035.
Wow, that's a huge gap.
It is. And R&D funding is dismally low, hovering around 0.7% of GDP.
Why is our R&D spend stubbornly stuck at 0.7% of GDP?
Because unlike the West, our private sector contribution to R&D is minimal. The government carries almost the entire financial burden of research, which severely restricts innovation.
That makes sense. And another scary stat. 56.2% of professor posts are completely vacant in central universities. Because of this, 75% of our higher education institutions fail to produce industry-ready graduates.
Exactly. For a GS2 answer, how do you directly link that staggering 56.2% faculty vacancy rate to the employability gap?
It's simple cause and effect, yaar. If half your professors are missing, class sizes explode, the curriculum becomes outdated, and mentorship disappears. You end up with graduates who have degrees on paper but zero practical industry-ready skills.
Perfectly said. To counter this, the government has launched HEFA for infrastructure loans, the ANRF to boost research, and the ONO scheme.
What is the One Nation, One Subscription, or ONOS scheme, doing for students?
It's brilliant, actually. It provides a single, centralized platform, giving every student access to expensive scholarly research articles in international journals, totally democratizing access to high-level knowledge.
Oh, wow, that's huge for research students. Also, how does the new Anusandhan National Research Foundation, the ANRF, aim to solve the seed research issue?
By acting as a centralized funding mechanism that specifically seeds and promotes research across all state universities, instead of just funneling money to the elite IITs. It democratizes research grants.
The conclusion here is that we urgently need industry-academia collaboration, kind of like Telangana's task program, and need-based education mapping like Andhra Pradesh's skill census.
Right, and we need to give universities autonomy. How can state universities emulate Kerala's model for financing autonomy?
Kerala is allowing universities to generate and manage their own resources and endowments. It grants them financial autonomy so they aren't completely paralyzed waiting for state funds to clear.
Exactly.
Okay, time to practice saying these key terms out loud. Gross enrollment ratio and ANRF.
Very important terms.
In short, we have world-class elite IITs, but we urgently need to elevate the entire state university ecosystem.
And to fix that ecosystem, the government is planning a massive legal overhaul.
Yes. Let's read the topic header. Topic name 5.6 Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishthan or VBSA Bill 2025. Broad micro theme. unified regulatory architecture to replace UGC, AICTE, and NCTE.
Right.
Essentially, this is a massive new bill aimed at clearing the regulatory traffic jam by creating a single apex body for higher education.
Imagine you run a college. Currently, you have to run to the UGC for your grants, then run to the AICTE for your technical course approvals.
So much red tape.
Exactly. The VBSA creates a single window under one roof with specific verticals. It cuts out the bureaucracy.
This VBSA bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha and sent to a joint parliamentary committee. The background here relies on Entry 66 of the Union List. Can you explain the significance of Entry 66 for mains?
Entry 66 gives the Union government the constitutional authority to coordinate and determine higher education standards, and this overrides state laws if there is a conflict. It's the legal anchor for the VBSA.
Got it. The core logic here is a textbook governance reform. The most fascinating part, the VBSA will not handle funding. It has 3 vertical councils, Viniyaman for regulation, Gunvatta for accreditation, and Manak for standards.
Right.
It completely repeals the UGC, AICTE, and NCTE. Why is it so important that VBSA will not control funding?
Because it removes the conflict of interest UGC had. Think about it. If a referee in a football match is also the one paying the players' salaries, they can't be objective. Separating funding from regulation ensures unbiased quality control.
Makes total sense. The bill also smartly exempts legal and medical education. Why are they exempted from this new umbrella body?
Because those fields require highly specialized oversight. You need practicing doctors and lawyers like the NMC or the Bar Council setting those specific life or death standards, not general bureaucrats.
Sahi baat hai. This fixes huge current issues like fragmentation and resource inequity, where 65% of the UGC budget goes to central universities, which have fewer students. Plus, recent fiascos like the NTA paper leaks for NEET UG showed the system's vulnerabilities.
Right. What about NTA reforms suggested by the parliamentary panel?
They suggested a strict blacklisting repository for fraudulent vendors and said the UGC desperately needs a chairperson.
How does the bill address the one-size-fits-all approach if it's one giant body?
By creating tailored verticals. The Manak verticals can set different standards for a massive research university versus a small rural teaching college rather than judging them on the exact same metrics.
Exactly.
Those VBSA will streamline governance provided it remains transparent.
Quick pause. Let's practice saying this mouthful. Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan and Entry 66.
Go for it. In short, VBSA aims to clear the regulatory traffic jam in Indian higher education, totally changing the game.
And that brings us to our final and perhaps most globally impactful topic.
Here is the final header, topic name, 5.7, Internationalization of Higher Education in India. Broad micro-theme, making India a global knowledge hub and reversing the brain drain.
Right.
The short definition here is integrating global standards, inviting foreign campuses to India, and proactively expanding Indian institutions abroad.
Real-world example. You no longer have to go to Australia to get an Australian degree. You can study at Deakin University right in Gift City, Gujarat.
That's crazy.
Or an international student can now go to an IIT Madras campus that recently opened in Zanzibar.
A new Niti Aayog report highlighted this shift. 100% FDI is now allowed in higher education. The background data for why we're doing this is absolutely wild. Outward remittances for Indians studying abroad hit $3.4 billion.
That is literally 53% of our entire domestic higher ed budget flowing out of the country.
Yeah. For every one international student coming to India, 28 Indians go abroad. The brain drain is real. So how does internationalization tackle this $3.4 billion outward remittance issue?
By offering that exact same international degree quality right here at home. It gives middle-class families an affordable global option and keeps that vital capital within our own economy.
The core logic of the government's response is twofold. Bring foreign campuses here, like the University of Southampton in Gurugram, and take India abroad,
like IIT Delhi in the UAE.
Right. How does setting up an IIT campus in Zanzibar actually boost India's soft power?
It shifts our image. It positions India not just as a developing nation, but as a capacity builder and a premium knowledge provider for the global south, which deeply strengthens our diplomatic ties in Africa.
The challenges are tough though. Less than 15% of Indian HEIs actually meet global standards, and we face massive visa bottlenecks.
Why do less than 15% of HEIs meet global standards?
It comes down to severe infrastructure gaps. We lack world-class campus facilities, top-tier housing, and rigorous safety protocols that Western universities provide as a baseline.
The way forward includes launching the Bharat Vidya Kosh, a $10 billion fund, the Vishwa Bandhu Scholarship, and the Bharat Ki Aan initiative. What is the role of Bharat Ki Aan?
It stands for Alumni Ambassador Network. It officially leverages our highly successful global diaspora as brand ambassadors to attract foreign investments back to our universities.
And what is the Vishwa Bandhu Scholarship's main goal?
It's designed to attract top-tier global researchers and master's students to Indian campuses, which elevates our domestic research output.
Take one last second and practice saying Bharat Vidya Kosh and Bharat Ki Aan.
Great initiatives.
In short, it's about bringing the world's best education to India and proudly taking India's best to the world.
Wow, we covered a massive amount of ground today. Let's do a quick, energetic bullet recap to lock it all in. NEP 2020 shifted us from rote learning to conceptual, but OBF, outcomes-based financing, is the missing link.
Right.
School Ed. TAR and PAL methodologies are crucial to fix learning deficits. AI in schools. Computational thinking is the new alphabet, but beware of diseducation.
सही बात है.
Three-language formula balances constitutional mandates but needs depoliticization and AI tech like Bhashini. Higher Ed. Global rankings are up, but we need better GER and the NARF to boost research.
Exactly.
VBSA Bill. Replacing UGC and AICTE to separate regulation from funding. And finally, internationalization. Reversing brain drain via foreign campuses here and IITs abroad to democratize quality education.
So here's something to think about, yaar. With AI offering completely personalized, adaptive learning and real-time translation wiping out language barriers, what happens when physical schools become totally optional? Will the NEP of 2050 even need classrooms? Thoda soch lo and keep analyzing. Okay. Catch you on the next deep dive. Imagine a young, energetic workforce, the so-called demographic dividend.
Right, it's something we talk about all the time.
Exactly. पर क्या फायदा अगर अंदर से they are completely burnt out, like literally exhausted? आज के डीप डाइव में हम कुछ ऐसी ही critical social issues को explore करेंगे which are silently shaping our country's future.
Absolutely, and what's fascinating here is that health isn't just about the absence of disease anymore. It is intricately linked to societal structures, geography, and even infrastructure.
So true.
आज हम exactly यही dots connect करेंगे, because it's all connected, you know.
यार इस डीप डाइव में we have a packed agenda. हम start करेंगे with the silent crisis of mental health. उसके बाद we'll transition into drinking water and sanitation, क्योंकि physical infrastructure directly impacts health and gender equality.
Right, we can't ignore the physical side.
Yeah, and फिर हम काशी declaration for drug-free India को analyze करेंगे. Lastly, हम कुछ critical keywords और एक proper UPSC GS Mains practice question को break down करेंगे. So full focus रखना, समझे?
It's going to be heavy but very necessary. So let's jump right in.
Okay, let's start with our first section. Topic name, mental health. Broad micro theme, the silent pandemic of mental health among Indian youth and the way forward.
A very heavy micro theme, but so relevant.
Seriously, क्या हमें पता है कि इंडियन यूथ मतलब 18 से 34 साल के लोग ग्लोबल मेंटल वेलबीइंग इंडेक्स में 84 कंट्रीज में से 60th रैंक पर आते हैं.
Wait, 60th? That is really low.
I know, and while the 55 plus age group ranks 49th. Basically, our youth are struggling more than the older generation. Shocking, right?
It is shocking, yaar. And it brings us to this core crisis. Let's look at the data. Mental health is basically emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It is what enables us to cope with stress.
Right.
Disorders include things like depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and addictions. And if we look at a real-life example, think of a corporate employee in a metro city silently dealing with severe anxiety.
Oh, like every second person in a metro city right now.
Exactly. But they are not seeking help due to societal pressure. That's a classic case of the treatment gap.
That treatment gap is huge, isn't it?
It is massive. Background-wise, 10.6% of adults in India suffer from mental disorders according to the NMHS 2015-16. Globally, WHO says it's 1 in 8 people.
Crazy.
But the core logic here is that there is a massive 70 to 92% treatment gap.
Wait, 70 to 92%? Meaning most people never get help.
Yes. Almost nobody gets help. And this leads to 2,443 disability-adjusted life years, or DALYs, per 10,000 population.
DALYs meaning the years lost to disability or premature death, right?
Correct. And the economic impact, a projected productivity loss of USD 1.03 trillion between 2020 and 2030.
Wow. Over $1 trillion, that is insane.
Yeah, the real-world impact is huge. This is super relevant for UPSC. It impacts physical health, like depression actually increases cardiovascular risk. It causes social strain and creates massive youth vulnerability, leading to poor academic performance and self-harm.
And the conclusion here is that social stigma like shame or supernatural beliefs is the biggest roadblock to help seek.
China. So we have to look at government initiatives and the way forward. Basically, the systemic response to build mental health care infrastructure.
Like the Telemanus helpline, right? Acting as a first responder for someone having a panic attack in a remote village.
Yes, Telemanus is a great example. So let's look at how the state is intervening. The background here is the Mental Health Care Act 2017. This was huge because it decriminalized suicide and guaranteed affordable care.
Oh, right, because before that, attempting suicide was literally a criminal offense.
Exactly. So the core interventions now include the National Health Policy 2017, Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, which integrate mental health into primary care, and the NMHP paved its pathway for suicide prevention.
And didn't Budget 2026-27 announce some new institute?
Yeah, they announced Nimhans 2 and upgraded institutes in Ranchi and Tezpur, plus emergency and trauma care centers. Also tools like Manodarpan and Kiran.
But wait, despite all this, challenges remain, right? I mean, what about the workforce?
That's the real problem. There are only 0.75 psychologists per lakh population.
0.75. We don't even have one full psychologist per 1 lakh people.
No, we don't. There are massive regional disparities and emerging challenges like digital addiction and climate change stress.
Wow. So the conclusion here is that the way forward requires WHO 2025 guidance areas focusing on governance and workforce. We need a whole-of-community approach.
Basically integrating mental health into education and workplaces and ensuring evidence-based data collection.
So if we connect this to the bigger picture, how does that huge 70 to 92% treatment gap directly affect India's demographic dividend?
Well, the youth is supposed to be our economic engine. But with that $1 trillion productivity loss and the high DLE's impact, the engine is essentially stalling. You can't have a productive workforce if they are mentally incapacitated.
Right. And you mentioned the Mental Health Care Act 2017 decriminalized suicide. But what are the structural bottlenecks in implementing this at the grassroots?
It comes right back to that workforce shortage. If a law says you have a right to care, but there's only 0.75 psychologists per lakh people, the care literally does not exist in rural areas. The regional disparity is a huge bottleneck.
Makes sense. So why is the whole-of-community approach considered better than just opening more hospitals?
Because hospitals only treat the symptoms when they get severe. A whole-of-community approach addresses social determinants and stigma right where it starts, in schools, in colleges, in our workplaces.
Proactive instead of reactive. And Ayushman Arogya Mandirs integrate mental health into primary care. Is this enough to solve the rural-urban divide?
Not entirely. It's a start, but we need community-based rehab and massive local awareness. Without reducing the stigma locally, people won't even walk into those mandirs for mental health issues.
True. Here's where it gets really interesting though. How do emerging challenges like digital addiction change our traditional policy approach?
It forces us to evolve.
Traditional policies focused heavily on clinical disorders like schizophrenia, but digital addiction is universal. It's everywhere. We need continuous evolution in evidence-based interventions to tackle these modern stressors.
Completely agree. Okay, yaar, now pause the audio and practice saying the treatment gap in India causes 2443 DALYs per 10,000 population.
It's a crucial start to remember.
In short, mental health is a trillion-dollar economic issue needing a whole-of-community approach, not just a medical one. Yaad rakhna.
Absolutely.
Now, mental well-being is heavily dependent on a dignified standard of living. अगर basic hygiene और safe drinking water ही नहीं है, तो physical and mental stress दोनों बढ़ेंगे.
Without a doubt.
This naturally brings us to our next major topic. Topic name: Drinking Water and Sanitation. Broad micro-theme: Inequalities in wash access and the gap between infrastructure and sustained usage.
Wash is so critical.
Totally. Imagine spending hours every single day just walking to fetch water. Jal Jeevan Mission ke wajah se, rural India is now saving 55 million hours per day.
Think about that massive shift in human potential.
55 million hours is staggering.
So let's look at the global and Indian realities of WASH, which stands for Water, Sanitation and Hygiene, based on the WHO and UNICEF 2024 Progress Report.
Right.
A real-life example here is a tribal girl finally attending school regularly because she no longer has to walk miles to fetch water. It really highlights the gendered burden of this issue.
Haan yaar, girls suffer the most when infrastructure is lacking. So if we unpack the inequalities in wash access,
The background is that globally, 1 in 4 people, that's 2.1 billion, lack safely managed drinking water. Safe sanitation is only at 58% globally.
wow, 1 in 4. And in India,
In India, the core logic is that household tap water has expanded, but safely managed water is still below universal levels. We have near universal basic sanitation coverage, but there is slippage in use and waste management quality.
slippage. Basically, people stopping the use of toilets and going back to old habits.
Exactly. And marginalized groups like tribal and the poorest communities lag behind the most.
Directly impacts SDG 3 for health, SDG 5 for gender equality, and SDG 6 for clean water. It reduces waterborne diseases like cholera and typhoid and heavily promotes women's dignity.
So the conclusion is that the physical infrastructure is built, but behavioral adherence is slipping.
Sahi bakra. We have to analyze India's specific policy responses and the persistent hurdles.
Wait, hey yaar, if you're finding this deep dive into these UPSC themes helpful, make sure to subscribe and enable notifications. It really helps us bring more of these curated notes to you. So that's cool now. Let's get back to it.
Good call. So, how is India tackling the last mile connectivity in WASH?
I mean, what are the actual challenges on the ground?
The background challenges include the coverage versus use gap. Swachh Bharat Mission built toilets, but poor maintenance reduces effectiveness. Then there are water quality concerns like arsenic, fluoride, iron.
Right. Just having a tap doesn't mean the water is safe to drink.
Exactly. And there is a disproportionate gender burden affecting adolescent girls' school attendance, especially regarding menstrual health.
So what are the core initiatives?
Well, Swachh Bharat Mission, or SBM, for ODF, which is Open Defecation Free Status. Then Jal Jeevan Mission, JJM, focusing on Functional Household Tap Connection, or FHTC, and Jal Sanchay Jan Bhagidari.
Oh, and isn't there something about disasters too?
Yes, the Manual for Disaster Management Plan by the Department of Drinking Water ensures WASH assets survive disasters.
That's super important. Floods usually destroy water systems first.
Definitely. So the real-world impact and way forward requires outcome-linked targeting. This means linking beneficiary IDs with actual outcomes and using evidence-based policy with granular databases based on caste, gender, and geography.
Basically, no more generic data. We need to know exactly who is missing out.
Exactly. The conclusion is that local interventions like Gram Panchayat level WASH audits are critical for ODF sustainability certification.
So what does this all mean for the Swachh Bharat mission? Toilet ban gaye, but behavioral slippage kyun ho raha hai?
It's happening because of non-use, poor maintenance, and a lack of sustained behavior change communication. If a toilet breaks and there's no money or skill to fix it locally, people revert to open defecation.
Makes complete sense. And Jal Jeevan Mission saves 55 million hours a day. How does this specifically tie into SDG 5, gender equality?
Because fetching water is overwhelmingly a gendered burden. When women and girls don't spend 4 hours a day walking for water, girls can go to school and women can join the female workforce. It directly empowers them.
What's fascinating here is the mention of granular databases. Why do we need data segregated by caste and geography for WASH?
Because national averages hide local realities. Granular data highlights regional disparities, especially structurally last-mile tribal areas, ensuring equitable resource allocation. You can't fix what you can't see.
Right. And how does the Manual for Disaster Management Plan protect WASH assets?
It ensures that during climate events like floods or cyclones, there is uninterrupted supply and minimum loss. It's about building resilient infrastructure, not just temporary fixes.
And Gram Panchayat level WASH audits, how do they ensure accountability at the grassroots?
By decentralizing the power, it links beneficiary access to local water quality testing. When the panchayat audits its own infrastructure, ODF sustainability certification actually means something on the ground.
Love that. Okay, guys, pause the audio and practice saying SBMM achieved near universal coverage, but behavioral slippage remains a critical challenge.
Very UPSC-friendly sentence right there.
Mini recap time. In short, infrastructure is not enough. Sustained usage and changing behavior through local panchayat audits are the real game changers.
Couldn't have said it better.
So, जब community level पर stress बढ़ता है, unemployment होती है और mental health support नहीं मिलता, तो societies push towards harmful coping mechanisms.
Unfortunately, yes. It's a vicious cycle.
Micro theme, shifting from punitive measures to a multifaceted public health approach against substance abuse.
This is a huge shift in policy thinking.
Did you know that India is geographically sandwiched exactly between the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle?
It's literally a geographical trap for drug trafficking.
It really is. The Golden Crescent on the west and Golden Triangle on the east. It makes India a major transit and destination hub.
So let's look at the declaration and the ground reality. We are seeing a youth-led anti-drug campaign shifting the narrative on addiction.
Right. A real-life example is a college student falling into substance abuse due to peer pressure and academic stress. They need rehabilitation rather than just a jail sentence. Exactly. We can't just lock them up and expect the problem to vanish. So what's the introduction here?
It's the Kashi Declaration, which was adopted at the Youth Spiritual Summit under the Mera Yuva or MY Bharat framework.
And the background data is pretty grim, right?
Very grim. Data shows 14.6% of people between 10 and 75 years use alcohol, followed by a massive use of cannabis and opioids. Among students, 15.1% reported lifetime substance use, according to the National Medical Journal of India.
15% of students. That's a huge chunk. So what's the core logic of the Kashi Declaration?
It sets a 5-year roadmap for a de-addiction movement. It establishes a multi-ministerial joint national committee, which is huge, and integrates spiritual, cultural, educational, and tech efforts.
Okay, integrating spiritual and cultural efforts is quite unique. And what's the real-world impact for UPSC?
Well, we have to understand the drivers. It's driven by social factors like peer pressure, economic factors like unemployment, academic stress, psychological issues, and sheer availability due to the Golden Crescent, Triangle, and now the Darknet.
The Darknet is making things so much worse.
Absolutely. So the conclusion here is that this movement requires backing from constitutional provisions, specifically Article 47, DSP, and legal frameworks like the NDPS Act 1985, PIT NDPS 1988, NAPDDR, and NMBA 2020.
Lots of acronyms, but essentially we need strong legal backing. So the next chunk is the way forward, healing over punishing.
Yes, the policy shift from criminalizing the addict to targeting the trafficker while providing care.
How do we actually fix this on the ground, though?
The background is that the current system heavily stigmatizes users, preventing them from seeking help. The core logic now is that we need early prevention, like school-based life skills.
Catch them before they start.
Exactly. Plus, a massive shift in rehabilitation.
We have to distinguish between users needing treatment and traffickers needing severe penalties. We need expanded infrastructure like de-addiction centers, and we must address social stigma.
The real-world impact is that public health campaigns must normalize help-seeking behavior. Addiction is a health issue, not a moral failing.
Bingo! The conclusion is it requires a whole-of-society response anchored in India's cultural and spiritual ethos.
Okay, let's unpack this with some cross-questions. Why is the shift from a punitive approach to a public health approach so crucial for youth?
Because treating users as criminals pushes them underground. If they fear going to jail, they will never ask for help. Treating them as patients encourages rehabilitation over hiding.
That makes total sense. And Article 47 directs the state to prohibit intoxicating drugs. How does the Kashi Declaration align with this DSB practically?
It creates a concrete 5-year roadmap and uses multi-ministerial coordination to actually implement the DSP, rather than just leaving it as a constitutional ideal.
This raises an important question. How is the darknet changing the availability of drugs in India?
It's bypassing traditional borders. You don't need physical smugglers crossing the Golden Crescent anymore. Online trafficking delivers drugs right through the mail system. It's completely changing the game.
So scary. Why integrate spiritual and cultural efforts in a drug de-addiction campaign?
Because addiction often stems from a lack of purpose or isolation. Cultural and spiritual frameworks build resilient coping mechanisms and leverage the community ethos, like we see in MI Bharat. It gives them an anchor.
How do we structurally distinguish between a user and a trafficker in policy implementation?
That's where the NDPS framework needs legal nuance. We need clear quantity thresholds that mandate care and rehab for small quantity users, while applying strict, severe penalties and asset seizures for suppliers.
Perfect. Guys, pause the audio and practice saying the policy must distinguish between users needing treatment and traffickers deserving severe penalties.
Mailing that distinction is key for mains answers.
Mini recap time. In short, the Kashi Declaration is a paradigm shift, treating addiction as a public health crisis, not just a law enforcement problem.
Exactly.
Now, to write brilliant mains answers on all these issues, mental health, sanitation, or drug abuse, you need the exact right terminology. Let's quickly lock in those keywords. Topic name, keywords, broad micro-theme, the essential vocabulary for social issues and health.
Words matter. They really do.
Examiner ko impress karna hai. You don't need big paragraphs. You just need the exact technical keywords that hit the bullseye.
So, let's do a rapid-fire contextualization of key terms from the document. A real-life example. Using whole-of-community approach, instead of saying everyone should help, immediately elevates an exam answer.
Oh, 100%. Let's crystallize the technical terms we just discussed.
The background is that these terms are the building blocks for GS Paper 1 and 2, which cover social issues.
So the core logic, let's list them. Number 1, mental health.
Which means coping with life's stresses, not just being disease-free.
Number 2, social stigma.
The shame preventing help-seeking.
Number 3, whole of community approach.
Integrating solutions across schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods.
Number 4, community-based mental health services.
Localized, accessible care, rather than distant large hospitals.
Number 5, crude birth rate and infant mortality rate, or IMR.
Crucial demographic health indicators.
Number 6, sex ratio at birth and institutional deliveries.
Gender and maternal health metrics.
Number 7, WASH.
Water, sanitation and hygiene.
And number 8, Kashi Declaration.
The framework for a drug-free India.
The real-world impact of using these specific terms signals a mature administrative mindset to the examiner.
Conclusion. Memorize these as modular blocks for your answers.
Let's test how to use them. How can a student use institutional deliveries to argue about maternal mental health?
You link safe hospital environments, which are institutional deliveries, to reduced postpartum stress and trauma for the mother. It creates a baseline of safety.
Why is social stigma a keyword for both mental health and drug abuse?
Because it's the common barrier in both. It prevents early medical intervention.
People hide their anxiety and they hide their addiction because of society's judgment.
How does WASH connect to IMR?
Directly. Lack of safe water increases infant mortality via waterborne diseases like diarrhea. Robust WASH infrastructure lowers IMR.
If we use whole-of-community approach, what specific examples should follow?
You should mention things like panchayat audits, integrating mental health into school curriculums, and corporate workplace policies.
How does the Kashi Declaration serve as a keyword for governance?
Because it represents multi-ministerial coordination. It's not just the police, it's health, education, and tech working together.
Brilliant. Yaar, pause the audio and practice saying, addressing IMR requires robust WASH infrastructure and institutional deliveries.
That sounds like a top-tier main sentence.
Mini recap. In short, these keywords are the critical vocabulary needed to frame precise, high-scoring administrative arguments.
Absolutely.
Now that we have the data, the concepts, and the keywords, let's put it all to the ultimate test. Structuring a real UPSC GS mains answer.
This is where the rubber meets the road.
Topic name, practice question, broad micro theme. Structuring a comprehensive mains answer on youth mental health.
Okay, let's see the question.
The alarming decline in the mental well-being of Indian young adults 18-34 years highlights a profound shift in modern socio-cultural and economic environments. Thoda soch lo, how would you structure a 250-word answer around this?
This requires breaking down the practice question into intro, body with 2 parts, and conclusion.
A real-life example structuring an answer is like building a house, right? The intro is the foundation, the body is the walls, and the conclusion is the roof.
Exactly. So the introduction asks us to analyze societal factors making the productive age group vulnerable and suggest measures. In the intro phase, start strong. Use data from the Global Mind Health 2025 report or suicide rates to show the growing mental health issue among youth.
Basically prove that the alarming decline is real, with data.
Yes. Then the core logic, which is body part 1 factors. Analyze societal factors. Mention urbanization causing isolation, intense workplace stress, the toxic impact of social media, and the breakdown of traditional family support systems.
That covers the modern socio-cultural and economic environments part of the prompters.
Right. Then body part 2, measures. Here you suggest concrete solutions. Legal reforms like implementing MHCA 2017 better, fighting social stigma via campaigns, improving access by expanding telemanas, and solving the 0.75 psychologist ratio.
And definitely throw in the whole-of-community approach here.
Oh, without a doubt. And finally, the conclusion. End on a forward-looking note. Highlight the demographic dividend. India's youth is its greatest asset for nation building, but only if their cognitive and emotional well-being is secured.
So cross-question time, intro में direct data use करना कितना ज़रूरी है? Here,
Very crucial. Mentioning the 60th rank out of 84 immediately establishes the gravity of the problem. It shows you aren't just giving opinions, you know the facts.
for body part 1, how do we link economic environments to mental health?
You discuss the gig economy, job insecurity, high-pressure work cultures, and how financial instability creates chronic anxiety.
Can we bring the Kashi Declaration into body part 2 as a measure?
Absolutely. Substance abuse is a major comorbidity with youth mental health issues. Acknowledging that link shows deep analytical thinking.
What's a common mistake students make in the conclusion for this type of question?
Ending on a pessimistic note, like saying, the system is broken. Instead, you must link it back to the optimistic demographic dividend and nation building. Show a constructive mindset.
How can we use the WASH concept metaphorically or directly here?
You can mention that basic living standards like WASH in urban slums are a baseline requirement before we can effectively address higher-order mental well-being.
Awesome. Guys, pause the audio and practice saying securing the mental well-being of the youth is a prerequisite for realizing India's demographic dividend.
Practice that one a few times.
Mini recap. In short, a winning answer bridges the problem like urban and work stress with structural solutions like policy reform and ends on the macro vision of nation building.
That's the formula for a top score.
Yaar, what a massive session. Let's do a quick final recap of the broad micro themes we covered today.
Let's do it.
First, mental health. We decoded the silent pandemic among youth, the $1.03 trillion economic risk, and the urgent need for a whole-of-community approach.
Second, drinking water and sanitation. We analyze the gap between wash infrastructure like SBM and JJM and sustained behavioral usage.
Third, the Kashi Declaration. We saw the paradigm shift from punishing drug users to focusing on care, rehabilitation, and strictly targeting supply chains.
Fourth, keywords. We locked in high-impact vocabulary like social stigma and institutional deliveries.
And finally, the practice question. We structured a complete mains answer connecting youth well-being to India's demographic dividend.
We really covered a lot of ground today.
Before we sign off, here's a final thought for you to explore on your own. If climate change continues to displace communities, how will it create a cascading crisis that simultaneously wrecks wash infrastructure, spikes drug trafficking due to lost livelihoods, and creates an entirely new category of climate anxiety mental health disorders?
That is a terrifying but very realistic scenario.
Think about how these three silos will collide in the next decade.
Basically,
Keep learning, keep
बहुत ही सरप्राइजिंग
analyzing.
फैक्ट से स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का डीप डाइव. डिड एनीवन एवर थिंक कि दुनिया के 100 मोस्ट पोल्यूटेड सिटीज में से like 66 आर जस्ट इन इंडिया?
Oh wow, that is crazy. Like more than half.
या लिटरली मोर देन हाफ. या फिर ये फैक्ट दैट इन रूरल इंडिया पहली बार टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट विच इज TFR एक्चुअली रिप्लेसमेंट लेवल 2.1 तक ड्रॉप हो गया है.
Wait, really? Rural India में? That is a massive shift.
एग्जैक्टली. अक्सर लगता है कि ये डेटा और स्टैटिस्टिक्स सिर्फ टेक्स्ट बुक्स में एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, बट इन रियलिटी ये नंबर्स हमारी डेली लाइफ की ऐसी रियलिटी हैं जो हेल्थ, अपॉर्चुनिटीज और हमारे एंटायर फ्यूचर को शेप कर रही हैं.
राइट, हाँ. और आज की इस डीप डाइव में हम एग्जैक्टली इन्हीं इंटरकनेक्टेड रियलिटीज को अनपैक करेंगे. I mean, the entire focus is on how developmental issues actually operate on the ground level, you know?
सही बात है.
आज हम लिटरली एक सिटीजन की जर्नी मैप कर रहे हैं, एक क्राउडेड सिटी में मूव करने से लेकर देन काम के लिए माइग्रेट करना, फैमिली प्लानिंग के चेंजिंग डायनामिक्स और फाइनली वो साइलेंट क्राइसिस जैसे ग्लोबल हंगर और चाइल्ड पॉवर्टी, ये सब हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को शेप कर रहे हैं.
So we have a solid learning map today. Urbanization, migration, decline in fertility rate, global hunger index and child poverty. Let us just jump right into it. सबसे पहले उस massive shift की बात करते हैं जो हमारी आंखों के सामने हो रहा है, which is urbanization.
Right. Urbanization, I mean, the broad micro theme here is cities as cultural melting pots with massive opportunities, but deep-rooted challenges, है ना?
Exactly. Like urbanization basically उन लोगों का बढ़ता हुआ शेयर है जो urban areas में रहते हैं. और इंडिया में we have statutory towns.
Right, जहाँ population 5,000 plus होती है.
हाँ, और density like 400 per square kilometer, plus 75% male working population non-agricultural काम करती है. देखो, बेंगलुरु का टेक बूम का एग्जाम्पल ले लो.
Oh yeah, absolute classic example.
है ना? एक तरफ it gave massive employment opportunities, literally global platform दिया, but on the flip side, extreme traffic congestion और severe water crisis जैसे challenges भी create कर दिया. Cities essentially cultural melting pots बन गई हैं, पर infrastructure is totally struggling.
Exactly यार. अगर हम डेटा देखें तो वर्ल्ड बैंक 2024 के अकॉर्डिंग इंडिया की अर्बन पॉपुलेशन इज रफली 36.87%.
Right.
और प्रोजेक्ट किया जा रहा है कि 2036 तक ये 40% और 2047 तक 50% क्रॉस कर जाएगी. I mean, half the country will be urban.
That is huge.
It is. अब logically, urban development is originally a state subject. Article 243W के अंदर और 74th Amendment Act of 1992 ने urban local bodies, ULBs को constitutional recognition and powers दी थी.
Wait, but practically speaking, here is where it gets really interesting. 74th Amendment के बावजूद ULBs financially इतनी weak क्यों है? I mean, functions तो ट्रांसफर हो गए, पर उन्हें इंडिपेंडेंटली ऑपरेट करने की पावर कहाँ मिसिंग है?
Yeah, so what is fascinating here is कि functions जरूर आ गए, पर funds और functionaries का ट्रांसफर प्रॉपर्ली नहीं हुआ. उनके revenues बहुत लो रहते हैं क्योंकि property tax collection is highly inefficient.
Oh, makes sense.
और स्टेट की जो rigid regulations है ना,
वो उन्हें ऑटोनॉमसली मार्केट से फंड्स रेज करने ही नहीं देती। बेसिकली स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स अभी भी उनकी फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रिंग्स स्ट्रिक्टली कंट्रोल करती हैं।
राइट। मिसिंग मिडिल टाउन्स का कॉन्सेप्ट भी तो यहाँ आता है। इकोनॉमिक सर्वे 2005-6 ने इसको हाईलाइट किया था, राइट? ये यूपीएससी मेंस के लिए कैसे रिलेवेंट है?
Oh, this is a brilliant point for mains. So the survey pointed out a definitional gap. India officially अपने डेटा से कहीं ज़्यादा urbanized है। ये मिसिंग मिडिल टाउन्स उन रूरल एरियाज को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं जो अर्बन कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स डेवलप कर चुके हैं, लाइक हाई डेंसिटी और नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल जॉब्स।
राइट, पर फॉर्मली उनके पास अर्बन गवर्नेंस स्ट्रक्चर्स नहीं है।
एग्जैक्टली, तो वो हैपहैजर्डली ग्रो कर रहे हैं, which leads to a massive infrastructure deficit. UPSC आंसर्स में ये पॉइंट अर्बन गवर्नेंस गैप्स हाईलाइट करने के लिए परफेक्ट है।
हाँ, मतलब उन टाउन्स को कोई सीरियसली प्लान ही नहीं कर रहा। Which brings me to the core logic. ड्राइवर्स ऑफ अर्बनाइजेशन में एग्लोमरेशन इकोनॉमीज का कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत पॉपअप होता है। इसका एक्चुअल मतलब क्या है?
देखो, एग्लोमरेशन इकोनॉमीज बेसिकली मीन्स जब बिजनेसेस, टैलेंट और सप्लाई चेन्स एक जगह क्लस्टर होते हैं तो प्रोडक्टिविटी नेचुरली शूट अप करती है।
लाइक सिलिकॉन वैली और गुड़गांव।
एग्जैक्टली। आइडियाज इजीली एक्सचेंज होते हैं, लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट ड्रॉप होती है। दैट इज वाई सिटीज एक्ट एज इंजन्स ऑफ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ। बेटर पब्लिक सर्विसेज मिलती हैं, सोशल मोबिलिटी आती है।
बट देन देयर इज द डार्क साइड। स्लम्स और गेटवाइजेशन को हम सोशल आइसोलेशन से कैसे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं? बिकॉज अनप्लान ग्रोथ इज अ ह्यूज चैलेंज।
वेरी ट्रू। जब अनप्लान ग्रोथ होती है और हाउसिंग डेफिसिट होता है तो अर्बन पुअर मोस्टली मार्जिनल लैंड्स पर सेटल हो जाते हैं, व्हिच क्रिएट स्लम्स।
राइट।
और गेटोइजेशन से फिजिकल स्पेस का डिवीजन नहीं है यार, इट इज अ प्रोफाउंड सोशल आइसोलेशन। मार्जिनलाइज कम्युनिटीज मेन इकोनॉमी से कट ऑफ हो जाती है, उनकी अपवर्ड सोशल मोबिलिटी कंप्लीटली रुक जाती है।
It is a vicious cycle. So what is the way forward? I was reading about transit-oriented development, yeah, TOD.
What is fascinating here is TOD actually congestion को कैसे कम करेगा?
Okay, so TOD basically means high-density residential और commercial spaces को directly public transit hubs जैसे metro stations के आसपास build करना।
So everything is nearby.
Yes. अगर घर, ऑफिस और शॉपिंग सब वॉकिंग डिस्टेंस में होंगे तो प्राइवेट व्हीकल्स का यूज ड्रास्टिकली ड्रॉप हो जाएगा। कंजेशन और पोल्यूशन दोनों सॉल्व होंगे, अलॉन्ग विद डेवलपिंग टियर 2 एंड टियर 3 सिटीज।
वाओ, ये मिसिंग मिडिल और TOD के कॉन्सेप्ट्स तो जेन्युइनली माइंड ब्लोइंग है। ऑनेस्टली, अगर ऐसी ही इन डेप्थ एनालिसिस और फ्रेमवर्क्स चाहिए टू स्ट्रीमलाइन योर स्टडीज तो एक सेकंड रुककर सब्सक्राइब जरूर कर लेना। जॉइन द कम्युनिटी राइट नाउ। पढ़ाई लिटरली बहुत आसान हो जाएगी।
So that is cool, na?
Totally.
Okay, now I want everyone listening to pause and practice saying this aloud. Urbanization offers agglomeration economies but faces a severe infrastructure deficit. याद रखना, समझे?
Right. Practice saying that. Because in short, urbanization economic growth का engine है, लेकिन solid governance और infrastructure के बिना ये completely unsustainable है।
100%. Okay, moving on. जब cities expand होती हैं और agglomeration economies create करती हैं तो वो massive magnets की तरह act करती हैं. And that pull factor takes us to our next broad micro theme, migration.
Yes, migration and urban migration. The movement reshaping demographics, economies and social structures.
Exactly. Migration basically लोगों का अपनी residence की जगह से नई जगह पर जाना है as defined by the International Organization for Migration. Census में इसे mostly birthplace और last residence के basis पर नापते हैं।
Right. और real life example लें तो imagine एक laborer बिहार के गांव से मुंबई आता है। ये rural to urban migration है। पर सरप्राइजिंग फैक्ट ये है कि इंडिया में रूरल टू अर्बन माइग्रेशन सिर्फ अराउंड 18.9% है।
वेट, तो सबसे ज्यादा माइग्रेशन कहाँ होता है?
सबसे ज्यादा एक्चुअली रूरल टू रूरल होता है, which is a massive 55%.
वाओ, आई डिडंट नो दैट। सेंसस 2011 के नंबर्स भी इंसेन है। 45.57 करोड़ माइग्रेंट्स और PLFS 2020-21 का डेटा कहता है कि ओवरऑल माइग्रेशन रेट अब 28.9% हो गया है।
और बैकग्राउंड में इसके जेंडर वाइज डेटा बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्राइकिंग है। फीमेल्स का आउट माइग्रेशन 47.9% है, जिसमें से लगभग 86.8% स्ट्रिक्टली मैरिज की वजह से होता है।
ओह राइट।
वहीं मेल्स का माइग्रेशन 10.7% है, जहां मेजर ड्राइवर एम्प्लॉयमेंट है एट 22.8%।
सो पुश और पुल फैक्टर्स का क्लियर डिवाइड दिखता है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट और क्लाइमेट डिजास्टर्स बेसिकली पुश फैक्टर्स हैं, जबकि बेटर जॉब्स और क्लाइमेट पुल फैक्टर्स हैं। बट एक चीज है, सर्कुलर माइग्रेशन का इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी से क्या कनेक्शन है?
देखो, सर्कुलर माइग्रेशन उन वर्कर्स का फिनोमिनन है जो टेम्पररी या सीजनल बेसिस पर मूव करते हैं, लाइक हार्वेस्ट सीजन में या अर्बन कंस्ट्रक्शन बूम्स के टाइम।
राइट, टेम्पररी शिफ्ट।
एग्जैक्टली। उनकी जॉब्स प्योरली इनफॉर्मल और टेम्पररी होती हैं। दे कंट्रीब्यूट ऑलमोस्ट 10% टू द जीडीपी एज टेम्पररी माइग्रेंट्स, बट इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी की वजह से दे फेस एक्सट्रीम वल्नरेबिलिटीज। उनके पास प्रैक्टिकली कोई सोशल सेफ्टी नेट नहीं होता।
सही बात है। इफ वी कनेक्ट दिस टू द बिगर पिक्चर, फीमेल आउट माइग्रेशन से रूरल डेमोग्राफिक्स पर क्या असर पड़ता है?
और द डेमोग्राफिक शिफ्ट्स आर मैसिव। अगर मेल्स काम के लिए बाहर चले गए और फीमेल्स मैरिज के लिए, तो स्पेसिफिक रूरल पॉकेट्स लिटरली एम्प्टी आउट होने लगते हैं। और अगर सिर्फ वर्किंग एज मेल्स आउट माइग्रेट करें, तो गांव में एग्रीकल्चर और एल्डरली केयर का पूरा बर्डन पीछे रह गई फीमेल्स पर आ जाता है। इट कंप्लीटली स्क्यूज द सेक्स रेशियो।
लाइक कोट्टायम और केरला का एग्जाम्पल, राइट?
एग्जैक्टली। कोट्टायम में रेशो 1040 है अगेंस्ट केरलाज ओवरऑल 1084 ड्यू टू हेवी फीमेल आउट माइग्रेशन।
मेक सेंस। और डेस्टिनेशन पर क्या इम्पैक्ट है? लाइक रीजनल डिस्पैरिटी की वजह से ज्यादातर माइग्रेशन यूपी, बिहार और महाराष्ट्र से होता है, अराउंड 48%। इसका अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर क्या प्रेशर है?
प्रेशर इज अनबेरेबल, लिटरली। सडन पॉपुलेशन इन्फ्लक्स से हाउसिंग, सैनिटेशन और सिविक सर्विसेज चोक होने लगती हैं। स्लम्स एक्सपैंड होते हैं।
और इसी से सोशल डिसरप्शन भी होता है ना? सोशल डिसरप्शन और सन ऑफ द सॉइल रीजनलिज्म में क्या लिंक है?
वेरी डायरेक्ट लिंक। जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फेल होता है और जॉब्स लिमिटेड होती हैं, तो लोकल पॉपुलेशन को लगने लगता है कि माइग्रेंट्स उनके रिसोर्सेज कैप्चर कर रहे हैं। इस हॉस्टिलिटी से रीजनलिज्म ट्रिगर होता है, लीडिंग टू मैसिव सोशल फ्रिक्शन।
राइट। तो इसको सॉल्व करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने ONRC लॉन्च किया था, वन नेशन वन रेशन कार्ड। ये एक्चुअली माइग्रेंट्स के लिए पोर्टेबल वेलफेयर कैसे इंश्योर करता है?
बेसिकली पहले एक रेशन कार्ड स्ट्रिक्टली लोकल शॉप से टाइड था। ONRC ने इसे डिजिटलाइज कर दिया। अब एक माइग्रेंट यूपी से मुंबई जाए तो उसकी फूड सब्सिडीज उसके साथ ट्रैवल करती हैं। ये पोर्टेबल वेलफेयर है।
दैट इज ब्रिलियंट। ई-श्रम पोर्टल और PMSV निधि भी इसमें ऐड हो जाते हैं।
यस। और वे फॉरवर्ड यही है कि वर्किंग ग्रुप ऑन माइग्रेशन 2015 की रिकमेंडेशंस अप्लाई हों, लीगल सेफगार्ड्स, एंटी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मेजर्स और केरला माइग्रेशन सर्वे मॉडल को नेशन वाइड इम्प्लीमेंट करना।
Right. Okay, time for a quick practice cue. Pause and practice saying, evidence-based interventions are needed for the portable welfare of migrants. थोड़ा सोच लो।
प्रैक्टिस दैट गाइज। इन शॉर्ट, माइग्रेशन सिर्फ मूवमेंट नहीं है, ये डेमोग्राफिक शिफ्ट और इकोनॉमिक सर्वाइवल का इंजन है।
100%. अब डेमोग्राफिक्स की बात हो ही रही है, तो लेट अस शिफ्ट टू आवर थर्ड मेजर थीम, डिक्लाइन इन फर्टिलिटी रेट इन इंडिया. दिस इज बेसिकली द शिफ्ट टुवर्ड्स अ डेमोग्राफिक विंटर और चेंजिंग रिप्रोडक्टिव एजेंसी.
वेरी क्रिटिकल टॉपिक। फॉर कॉन्टेक्स्ट, टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट या TFR वो एवरेज नंबर ऑफ चिल्ड्रन है जो एक औरत अपने लाइफ टाइम में पैदा करती है। इसका रिप्लेसमेंट रेट 2.1 होता है।
मीनिंग पॉपुलेशन स्टेबल रहती है एट 2.1.
राइट। पर जब ये गिरता है, लाइक इन जापान एंड साउथ कोरिया, तो श्रिंकिंग पॉपुलेशन का क्राइसिस आ जाता है। और एक बार गिर गया तो इट इज ऑलमोस्ट इरिवर्सिबल।
एंड इंडिया में SRS 2024 के रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक नेशनल TFR अब लिटरली 1.9 पर आ गया है. और सबसे क्रेजी पार्ट ये है कि रूरल इंडिया पहली बार एग्जैक्ट 2.1 यानी रिप्लेसमेंट लेवल पर आ गया है.
आई नो, इट इज अ हिस्टोरिक शिफ्ट। अर्बन TFR तो ऑल भी लो है, लाइक 1.5।
बैकग्राउंड फैक्टर्स क्या हैं इसके?
Education has a huge role, right?
मैसिव रोल.
Data clearly shows कि illiterate women का TFR around 3.2 है, जबकि literate women का just 1.8 है। और younger women, specifically 15 to 29 age bracket में, age specific fertility rates drastically drop हुई हैं।
पर व्हाई इज दिस ड्रॉपिंग सो फास्ट? कोर लॉजिक क्या है इसके पीछे?
एक तो मिशन परिवार विकास जैसे फैमिली प्लानिंग प्रोग्राम्स, फिर सोशल एटीट्यूड्स बदल रहे हैं, लेट मैरिज, करियर फोकस। लेकिन एक नया फैक्टर है हाई इंटेंसिव पेरेंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स।
इंटेंसिव पेरेंटिंग उसका TFR डिक्लाइन पर क्या साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट है?
देखो, आजकल स्टैंडर्ड्स इतने हाई हैं, पेरेंट्स फील दे मस्ट प्रोवाइड परफेक्ट एजुकेशन, बेस्ट लाइफस्टाइल, एंडलेस एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर्स। ये इमेंस प्रेशर और कॉस्ट ऑटोमेटिकली उन्हें 1 या 0 बच्चे तक रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर देता है। दे जस्ट फील ओवरवेल्म्ड।
दैट टोटली मेक सेंस। और इसको UNFPA की WSP 2025 रिपोर्ट ने भी हाईलाइट किया है ना। उन्होंने एक टर्म यूज की, रिप्रोडक्टिव एजेंसी क्राइसिस। ये कॉन्सेप्ट UPSC essay के लिए कैसे यूज हो सकता है?
Oh, this is gold for essays. Reproductive agency crisis का मतलब है कि लोग अपनी मर्जी से फैमिली साइज डिसाइड नहीं कर पा रहे. Not because they don't want kids, but due to structural barriers like job insecurity, crazy housing costs, lack of daycare. Economy उन्हें उनकी natural choice से deprive कर रही है.
Wow. So what does this all mean for our demographic dividend? क्या हमारी विंडो लिटरली बंद हो रही है?
बंद हो रही है, डेफिनेटली नैरो डाउन हो रही है। अभी 15 to 59 एज ग्रुप इंक्रीज हो रहा है, तो वी हैव अ फ्यू इयर्स लेफ्ट। लेकिन पॉजिटिव साइड्स भी हैं, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट और एनवायरमेंटल सस्टेनेबिलिटी।
ट्रू, बट नेगेटिव्स भी तो हैं। एजिंग पॉपुलेशन, लाइक केरला में 15.1% एल्डरली हैं, और सबसे बड़ा इशू नॉर्थ वर्सेस साउथ की डिस्पैरिटी। इस डिस्पैरिटी से लेबर मोबिलिटी पर क्या असर पड़ेगा?
साउथ इंडिया रैपिडली एज कर रहा है, लो TFR, और नॉर्थ इंडिया अभी भी रिलेटिवली यंग है, हाई TFR। इसका डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि मिलियंस ऑफ यंग वर्कर्स नॉर्थ से साउथ माइग्रेट करेंगे टू फिल द लेबर गैप्स। ये एक मैसिव कल्चरल और पॉलिटिकल शिफ्ट लाएगा इन द कमिंग डेकेड्स।
डेफिनेटली। तो इसके लिए पॉलिसी अप्रोच क्या होनी चाहिए? प्रोनेटल इंसेंटिव्स या फीमेल एजुकेशन? हाई TFR स्टेट्स के लिए क्या बेहतर है?
दोनों जरूरी हैं, बट टारगेटेड वे में। नॉर्थ के लिए अभी भी एजुकेशन और हेल्थ एक्सेस प्रायोरिटी होनी चाहिए। साउथ के लिए पॉलिसी को एजिंग पॉपुलेशन और सोशल सिक्योरिटी पर फोकस करना पड़ेगा।
बेसिकली अ डिफरेंशियल पॉलिसी अप्रोच, राइट? ओके, प्रैक्टिस क्यू टाइम। प्रैक्टिस सेइंग, sustaining demographic gains requires a rights-based approach, balancing choice and population aging.
राइट। सो इन शॉर्ट, TFR का गिरना सोशियो इकोनॉमिक प्रोग्रेस दिखाता है, लेकिन फ्यूचर की एजिंग पॉपुलेशन के लिए एक मैसिव वार्निंग साइन भी है।
Absolutely. Okay, अब आते हैं एक ऐसे टॉपिक पर जो सच में एक पैराडॉक्स है। एक तरफ हमारी इकोनॉमी बूम कर रही है, हम डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड की बात कर रहे हैं, पर फिर हमारा नेक्स्ट ब्रॉड मैक्रो थीम हिट करता है ग्लोबल हंगर इंडेक्स, द पैराडॉक्स ऑफ persistent hunger despite national economic growth.
Yeah, this is a heavy one. So, GHI एक टूल है जो हंगर को ब्रॉडली 4 इंडिकेटर्स पे नापता है। अंडर नरिशमेंट, जिसका वेटेज 1/3 है, चाइल्ड स्टंटिंग 1/6, चाइल्ड वेस्टिंग 1/6 और चाइल्ड मोर्टालिटी 1/3।
राइट, इसका एक बहुत ग्राउंड लेवल रियलिटी चेक है, इंटरजेनरेशनल साइकिल ऑफ मैल न्यूट्रिशन। लाइक एक बच्चे को खाना तो मिल रहा है, उसको पेट भर चावल मिल गया, लेकिन प्रॉपर न्यूट्रिशन नहीं मिला। उसकी एज के हिसाब से उसकी हाइट कम रह गई, विच इज स्टंटिंग।
एग्जैक्टली। और डेटा देखो तो GHI 2025 में इंडिया 123 कंट्रीज में 102nd रैंक पर है, विद अ स्कोर ऑफ 25.8, जो कि सीरियस कैटेगरी में आता है।
बट वेट, लेट अस अनपैक दिस। GHI मेथोडोलॉजी को फॉल्टी क्यों कहा जाता है बाय द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट?
फॉल्टी इसलिए कहते हैं क्योंकि 4 में से 3 इंडिकेटर्स सिर्फ अंडर 5 बच्चों की हेल्थ पर बेस्ड है। हाउ कैन यू मेजर द एंटायर कंट्रीज हंगर बेस्ड प्योरली ऑन चाइल्ड स्टैट्स? और स्टंटिंग सिर्फ खाने की कमी से नहीं होती, जेनेटिक्स और सैनिटेशन का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। प्लस GHI NFHS का काफी आउटडेटेड डेटा यूज करता है।
राइट, बट वी कांट इग्नोर द फाइंडिंग्स कंप्लीटली। 1 in 3 इंडियन चिल्ड्रन स्टंटेड हैं। 172 मिलियन लोग अंडर नरिश्ड हैं।
हाँ, और ग्लोबल ड्राइवर्स मोस्टली आर्म्ड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स और क्लाइमेट शॉक्स हैं। बट इंडिया के अंदर मेजर ड्राइवर्स इंटरजेनरेशनल पॉवर्टी और पुअर मैटरनल न्यूट्रिशन है।
दिस रेजेस एन इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन। इंटरजेनरेशनल साइकिल ऑफ मैल न्यूट्रिशन को एक्चुअली कैसे तोड़ा जा सकता है?
इट हैज टू स्टार्ट विद द मदर। अगर प्रेग्नेंट और लैक्टेटिंग वुमेन का न्यूट्रिशन ठीक नहीं होगा तो बच्चा नेचुरली वीक पैदा होगा। उस साइकिल को तोड़ने के लिए इंस्टीट्यूशनल इंटरवेंशंस लाइक मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट्स, प्रॉपर ANC चेकअप्स और पोस्टनेटल केयर क्रूशियल हैं।
सही बात है। गवर्नमेंट PMGKY यानी प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना के थ्रू 80 करोड़ लोगों को फ्री फूड ग्रेन्स दे रही है। बट क्या सिर्फ ये फ्री अनाज देना काफी है या हमें हिडन हंगर पर ज्यादा फोकस करना चाहिए?
फ्री ग्रेन कैलोरिक सिक्योरिटी देता है, पेट भरता है, बट हिडन हंगर यानी विटामिन्स और मिनरल्स लाइक आयरन, जिंक की डेफिशिएंसी वो ग्रेन से सॉल्व नहीं होती। इसके लिए फूड फोर्टिफिकेशन, पोषण अभियान और डाइटरी डाइवर्सिटी चाहिए।
एग्जैक्टली। ICDS और ईट राइट मूवमेंट भी इसी डायरेक्शन में है। बट मुझे एक कॉन्सेप्ट ने बहुत इंट्रीग किया, मल्टी सेक्टोरल अप्रोच। इसमें वॉश, वाटर, सैनिटेशन एंड हाइजीन का न्यूट्रिशन से डायरेक्ट क्या लिंक है?
बहुत डायरेक्ट लिंक है यार। अगर बच्चे को बेस्ट पॉसिबल न्यूट्रिशियस खाना दिया पर उसे पीने का कंटैमिनेटेड पानी मिला तो उसे डायरिया होगा। डायरिया बॉडी से सारे न्यूट्रिएंट्स फ्लश आउट कर देता है, गट न्यूट्रिएंट्स अब्सॉर्ब ही नहीं कर पाता।
ओह वाओ, तो सारा न्यूट्रिशन वेस्ट हो गया।
लिटरली। इसीलिए वॉश इज एब्सोल्युटली फंडामेंटल टू एंडिंग मैलन्यूट्रिशन।
मेक सेंस। एक और ड्राइवर थे क्लाइमेट शॉक्स। क्लाइमेट शॉक्स फूड सिक्योरिटी को कैसे थ्रेटन कर रहे हैं?
एक्सट्रीम वेदर इवेंट्स से क्रॉप्स तबाह होते हैं, फूड सप्लाई चेन्स डिसरप्ट होती हैं और प्राइसेस शूट अप करते हैं। पुअर फैमिलीज सडनली डाइटरी डाइवर्सिटी अफोर्ड ही नहीं कर पाती, सो उन्हें वापस सस्ते कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स पर रिलाई करना पड़ता है।
Right, leading straight back to hidden hunger. So the way forward needs absolute political commitment, making food security a right. A multi-sectoral approach, integrating health, wash, and social protection, or climate-resilient agriculture.
Yes.
Okay, now pause and practicing. Addressing hunger requires a multi-sectoral approach, linking nutrition, health, and wash.
इन शॉर्ट, हंगर सिर्फ खाने की कमी नहीं है, ये पावर्टी, क्लाइमेट और पॉलिसी गैप्स का डायरेक्ट नतीजा है।
100% agree. अब पॉवर्टी की बात हुई है तो लेट्स ट्रांजिशन टू आवर फाइनल ब्रॉड माइक्रो थीम व्हिच इज चाइल्ड पॉवर्टी, स्पेसिफिकली मल्टी डायमेंशनल डेप्रिवेशंस रिस्ट्रिक्टिंग द पोटेंशियल ऑफ द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन।
राइट, सो चाइल्ड पॉवर्टी को डिफाइन कैसे करें? ये सिर्फ पैसों की कमी यानी मॉनेटरी पॉवर्टी नहीं है, इट इज एक्चुअली मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी।
मीनिंग एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, हाउसिंग, न्यूट्रिशन, सैनिटेशन और वाटर जैसी एब्सोल्यूट बेसिक जरूरतों से डिप्राइव्ड होना।
एग्जैक्टली। इंडिया में रफली 206 मिलियन बच्चे कम से कम एक डेप्रिवेशन का सामना कर रहे हैं। जस्ट इमेजिन एक बच्चा जो स्कूल तो जाता है बट घर में बेसिक सैनिटेशन या टॉयलेट नहीं है, वो बार बार बीमार पड़ता है, स्कूल मिस करता है।
और यूनिसेफ की रीसेंट स्टेट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड्स चिल्ड्रन 2025 रिपोर्ट एंडिंग चाइल्ड पॉवर्टी आर शेयर्ड इम्पेरेटिव इस पर हेविली फोकस करती है।
हाँ, ग्लोबली 19% बच्चे एक्सट्रीम मॉनेटरी पॉवर्टी में जीते हैं, पर अगर हम लो एंड मिडिल इनकम कंट्रीज यानी LMICs की बात करें तो हर 5 में से एक बच्चा एटलीस्ट 2 वाइटल एरियाज में सिवियरली डिप्राइव्ड है। एंड गेस व्हाट, सैनिटेशन सबसे वाइड स्प्रेड डेप्रिवेशन है।
सो मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी मॉनेटरी पॉवर्टी से ज्यादा खतरनाक क्यों है?
देखो, अगर एक फैमिली की इनकम पॉवर्टी लाइन से स्लाइटली ऊपर आ गई, सो नो मॉनेटरी पॉवर्टी, पर उनके स्लम में सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर या फंक्शनिंग स्कूल ही ना हो, तो पैसा होने के बावजूद कैपेबिलिटी गैप रहता है, वो डेप्रिवेशन उन्हें परमानेंटली पीछे रखती है।
राइट, इट फिजिकली एंड मेंटली लिमिट्स देम। जैसे सैनिटेशन का वाइड स्प्रेड डेप्रिवेशन बच्चों की लर्निंग आउटकम्स को कैसे हिट करता है?
जैसा हमने वॉश में डिस्कस किया, पुअर सैनिटेशन मीन्स फ्रीक्वेंट डिजीजेस लाइक टाइफॉइड, कॉलरा, डायरिया। बच्चा कंटिन्यूसली सिक रहेगा तो उसकी कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट स्लो होगी, स्कूल अटेंडेंस ड्रॉप होगी, अल्टीमेट रिजल्ट सिवियरली स्टंटेड लर्निंग आउटकम्स।
इम्पैक्ट तो लाइफ टाइम का है। वीकर जॉब प्रोस्पेक्ट्स, शॉर्टर लाइफ स्पैन्स एंड इवन मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज लाइक डिप्रेशन एंड एंजाइटी। और ग्लोबल लेवल पर भी फैक्टर्स इश्यूज कंपाउंड कर रहे हैं, जैसे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट और क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस। बट ग्लोबल ODA कट्स का LMICs के सोशल प्रोटेक्शन प्रोग्राम्स पर क्या इम्पैक्ट है?
ODA मीन्स ऑफिशियल डेवलपमेंट असिस्टेंस। जब रिच कंट्रीज इंटरनेशनल एड कट करती हैं तो LMICs लाइक दोज इन सब सहारन अफ्रीका और साउथ एशिया को डोमेस्टिक बजट स्क्वीज करने पड़ते हैं। सबसे पहला कट एजुकेशन, हेल्थ और चाइल्ड वेलफेयर पे होता है।
राइट, तो इस सब को फिक्स करने के लिए यूनिसेफ ने 5 पॉलिसी पिलर्स दिए हैं। पहला, मेक इट अ नेशनल प्रायोरिटी। दूसरा, चाइल्ड सेंसिटिव बजटिंग। सो चाइल्ड सेंसिटिव बजटिंग UPSC गवर्नेंस आंसर्स में कैसे अप्लाई की जा सकती है?
You can write about this as a governance reform. Basically, बजट एलोकेट करते टाइम हर मिनिस्ट्री को स्ट्रिक्टली असेस करना चाहिए कि उनके स्पेंडिंग का बच्चों पर क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा। जैसे जेंडर बजटिंग होती है वैसे ही चाइल्ड बजटिंग, रिसोर्स एलोकेशन कंप्लीटली इंक्लूसिव बन जाता है।
That is a brilliant point. The third pillar is social protection, जैसे ब्राजील और साउथ अफ्रीका के कैश ट्रांसफर्स, फोर्थ इज एक्सपैंडिंग पब्लिक सर्विसेज, और फिफ्थ इज पेरेंट्स की इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी। What is fascinating here is पेरेंट्स की फॉर्मलाइजेशन डायरेक्टली चाइल्ड पॉवर्टी को कैसे कम करती है।
देखो, अगर पेरेंट्स इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर में दिहाड़ी का काम कर रहे हैं तो एक दिन बीमार पड़ने पर घर में खाना नहीं बनता। अगर उन्हें फॉर्मल इकोनॉमी में लाया जाए विथ मिनिमम वेजेस, हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और जॉब सिक्योरिटी, तो वो इनकम शॉक से बच जाते हैं।
And their children stay protected.
Exactly. A financially secure parent will naturally invest more sustainably in their child's education and nutrition. Minimum wages directly fight child poverty.
That is so true. Okay, guys, practice saying ending child poverty requires child-sensitive budgeting and expansive social protection networks.
In short, child poverty सिर्फ आज की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ये लिटरली देश के फ्यूचर ह्यूमन कैपिटल का लॉस है।
Absolutely. What an intense and insightful deep dive. Let us do an enthusiastic recap of everything we covered today. Broad micro themes को reiterate करते हैं.
हाँ, so सबसे पहले हमने urbanization देखा. Cities are melting pots of composite culture, but they urgently need transit-oriented development or serious governance upgrades.
फिर migration. Migrants actually essential economic drivers हैं और उन्हें protect करने के लिए ONRC और ई-श्रम जैसे portable welfare systems चाहिए.
Right. उसके बाद declining TFR, हमारा demographic dividend window rapidly close हो रहा है, and right-spaced family planning is the key to balancing choice with the incoming aging crisis.
Next, Global Hunger Index. GII ranks पर डिबेट करने से ज़्यादा हमें स्ट्रक्चरल malnutrition और वॉश इंटरलिंकेजेस पर फोकस करना चाहिए टू डिफीट हिडन हंगर।
और फाइनली चाइल्ड पॉवर्टी, जिसके लिए 5 पॉलिसी पिलर्स ऑफ मल्टी डायमेंशनल डेवलपमेंट, स्पेशली चाइल्ड सेंसिटिव बजटिंग और पेरेंट्स की इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी अपनाना जरूरी है।
स्पॉट ऑन रिकैप। अब डीप डाइव खत्म करने से पहले मैं एक फाइनल प्रोवोकेटिव थॉट छोड़ना चाहता हूँ। थोड़ा सोच लो, जैसे जैसे हमारी पॉपुलेशन का TFR गिर रहा है और हम धीरे धीरे एक इन्वर्टेड पॉपुलेशन पिरामिड की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, जहां एल्डरली ज्यादा होंगे और यूथ कम, इसका इंटरजेनरेशनल इक्विटी पर एक्चुअली क्या असर पड़ेगा?
That is a scary thought.
है ना? जब अर्बन स्पेसेस में फैमिलीज श्रिंक होकर कंप्लीटली न्यूक्लियर हो रही हैं, तो बच्चों की सोशलाइजेशन और एल्डरली पेरेंट्स की केयर का बोझ आखिर कौन उठाएगा?
क्या हमारे स्टेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस या सोसाइटी इस रियलिटी के लिए जेन्युइनली तैयार है?
Something to really ponder over.
Exactly.
इस पर इंटेंसली विचार करना। Thank you for joining us on
Hey
this
everyone.
deep dive.
So let's
Keep
just
learning,
jump right
keep
in.
questioning.
Today's topic name is Chapter 8, Miscellaneous, Social Issues and Governance.
Right.
And the broad micro theme is Navigating Ethics, Social Justice and Institutional Governance in Modern India.
Absolutely. It is a heavy one today.
Yeah, it really is. So I want everyone to imagine a scenario. Like imagine करो एक इंसान पिछले 13 साल से वेजिटेटिव स्टेट में है. There is zero chance of recovery. Medical science ने give up कर दिया है. So should the law allow them to rest peacefully? या फिर उन्हें artificially like machines पर जिंदा रखना जरूरी है? ये एक बहुत बड़ा ethical and legal dilemma यार.
Truly. It's one of the toughest debates out there.
Exactly. आज इस डीप डाइव सेशन में हम exactly ऐसी कॉम्प्लेक्स रियलिटीज को अनपैक करेंगे. So basically इस डिटेल्ड एनालिसिस में हम 5 क्रिटिकल टॉपिक्स कवर करेंगे इन एग्जैक्ट ऑर्डर.
Sounds good.
First, we will look at passive euthanasia और इसके legal nuances. Second, the right to disconnect from work.
Oh, that is a hot topic right now.
Seriously. Third, हम डिस्कस करेंगे the National Sports Policy और NSP 2025. Fourth, the National Sports Governance Act of 2025. And finally, doping in sports in India. It's going to be an intense and fascinating ride, yeah? So let's get started.
Let's do it.
Okay, so jumping into our first chunk, the clear heading here is passive euthanasia, the Harishana case, and legal evolution. So let's start with a short explanation. Euthanasia matlab hastening death to relieve suffering, right?
Yeah, precisely. And we have to be clear about the terms here. Like active euthanasia में lethal medication use होता है, which is completely illegal in India.
Right. Active is a total no-go.
Exactly. जबकि passive euthanasia में life-sustaining treatments
like ventilators or specialized nutrition, उन्हें withheld किया जाता है ताकि एक natural death हो सके.
Got it. And the real-life example here is the 2026 Harish Rana case. A man was in a vegetative state for 13 years, yaar. Like 13 years.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking.
So in this case, the Supreme Court waived the mandatory 30-day consideration period क्योंकि parents और medical board दोनों unanimously agree कर रहे थे कि recovery impossible है. So set the context for us here. How did this case change things?
So basically, this case allowed the withdrawal of clinically assisted nutrition and hydration, or CAN. It's a huge shift. If we look at the background, the legal journey is quite long.
Right, it didn't just happen overnight.
No, not at all. Like 1987 का मारुति श्रीपाति दुबल केस ने पहली बार कहा था कि right to die is part of Article 21. फिर 2011 में अरुणा शानबा केस आया जहां strict conditions के अंदर passive euthanasia allow हुआ.
Oh yes, that was a landmark case.
Very much so. And then finally, the 2018 Common Cause Judgment ने Living Will या Advanced Medical Directive को recognize किया, जिसे 2023 में modify करके process और fast कर दिया गया.
Okay, so the core logic here revolves around the best interests of the patient's principle, na?
Exactly. When curative treatment stops working, the ethical principle of beneficence kicks in to reduce suffering.
But the process is still quite strict, right? I mean, there is a two-stage protocol.
Right. So first, a primary medical board बनता है by the treating hospital. If they agree, then a secondary medical board is formed by the district CMO. And the big 2023 reform means judicial magistrate approval is no longer required. Just a notification is enough.
That saves so much crucial time.
It really does. It balances patient autonomy and dignified death against the risks of misuse or diagnostic uncertainty.
Makes sense. Now let's do some cross-questioning specifically from a UPSC GS mains perspective, because our listeners need to write solid answers on this. So my first question, ethics paper के हिसाब से sanctity of life और patient autonomy के बीच का delicate balance हम कैसे लिखेंगे यार?
Okay, so for GS4, you have to frame it around constitutional morality. You argue that sanctity of life doesn't mean mere biological existence. When suffering outweighs the possibility of recovery, patient autonomy under the principle of beneficence takes precedence. It's about dignity, not just survival.
Right, awesome. Second question, Article 21 के right to life में right to die with dignity का constitutional evolution कैसे justify होता है in GS2?
So there, you trace the jurisprudence. Start from the 1987 Dugabal case, move to the 2018 recognition of the Advanced Medical Directive, and conclude that the Supreme Court organically expanded Article 21 to include end-of-life dignity, proving that fundamental rights are dynamic, not static.
Very clear. Third question, governance point of view से ये जो multi-tier medical board implement करने की बात है, इसके ground level challenges क्या हैं?
Ground level per, the biggest challenge is the lack of institutional capacity. Like most district hospitals don't even have functional ethics committees. Plus, there's a huge lack of awareness among rural populations about creating a living will. So policy implementation lags behind judicial intent.
Capacity issues, right. Okay, fourth question. What if there is a conflict of interest, like family members eyeing inheritance? इस misuse को रोकने के exact safeguards क्या हैं?
That's exactly why the two-board system exists. The secondary board is composed of independent experts chosen by the CMO, who have no connection to the patient or the hospital. Plus, the mandatory notification to the judicial magistrate first class ensures there's a legal record so they can intervene if coercion is suspected.
So it's a double lock system. Last question on this topic. Way forward में हम इस judicial order को robust palliative care infrastructure के साथ कैसे link कर सकते हैं in GS answers?
A great conclusion for a mains answer would be that passive euthanasia is a legal remedy, but palliative care is a healthcare right. We need a national end-of-life care policy to fund pain management and hospice care. So withdrawing life support leads to peaceful transition, not just abandonment.
Wow, that is a perfect way to frame it. Okay guys, it is time for a quick practice cue. Now pause and practice saying Living will is an advanced medical directive ensuring patient autonomy under Article 21.
Great practice.
So, mini recap time. In short, this idea shows how passive euthanasia connects the ethical principle of beneficence with the fundamental right to a dignified death.
Spot on.
तो दोस्तों, लाइफ और डेथ के एथिकल डिबेट से आगे बढ़ते हैं. Let's shift our focus to the right to life and dignity while we are alive and working. I'm talking about toxic work culture. समझे? Let's dive into our next topic.
Oh, this one is super relevant for everyone listening.
Absolutely. The clear heading is Right to Disconnect, Protecting Employees from 24/7 Digital Work. So, short definition, it is a legal protection that allows workers to ignore work-related electronic communications during non-work hours without facing disciplinary action.
Yup, no more answering Slack messages at 11 p.m. on a Sunday.
Exactly. The real-life micro-story here is so tragic, though. In 2024, a 26-year-old Ernst & Young employee in Pune passed away due to extreme overwork and stress.
Yeah, that was a massive, harsh reality check for corporate India. It really sparked the debate.
It did. And now, a private member's bill on the right to disconnect was recently moved in the Lok Sabha.
And its background is actually very strong legally. It's rooted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or UDHR, Article 24, which guarantees the right to rest.
Right.
And constitutionally, in India?
Constitutionally, it draws from Article 21 for dignity, Article 39 for the health of workers, and Article 42 for humane working conditions.
So the core logic is that the need is massive right now. We have mental health crisis, insomnia, stress. Plus, data shows productivity actually drops if you work more than 50 hours a week.
Exactly.
And there is a huge gender equity issue too. Women in IT and media often work 55 plus hours. Plus, they handle unpaid domestic work.
Yeah, the double burden is real. But there have to be caveats, right? Like essential services.
Of course, healthcare, police, emergency, on-call duties are exempt. And compliance for global teams across time zones is a logistical hurdle that companies have to figure out.
Real-world impact is huge for GS Paper 2, social justice and labor reforms, and GS3 economy. Global precedents like France's El Khomri Law of 2017, Australia's 2024 amendment, and laws in Portugal set a great template.
Basically, it's a necessary response to digital era overwork, restoring work-life balance without hurting business continuity.
Guys, right here, if you've ever felt that late-night Slack message ruining your weekend, this is a eureka moment. This is your constitutionally backed right. If you're finding these insights valuable, organically subscribe, hit that like button, and join our community for these exact notes. Kula, let's get back into it.
Totally. So let's do the UPSC cross-questioning.
Yes. Question 1. Labor reforms के GS2 syllabus में इस पॉलिसी का लॉन्ग टर्म इकोनॉमिक प्रोडक्टिविटी पर क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा?
You have to write about the paradox of overwork. Burning out employees leads to high attrition and cognitive decline. Implementing the right to disconnect actually increases per hour output and retains skilled talent, making the economy more globally competitive in the long run.
Makes total sense. Question 2. Essential services exception को misuse होने से कैसे रोकें in practical corporate governance?
The answer lies in clear contractual boundaries. Governance frameworks must mandate that emergencies are strictly defined in employment contracts. Plus, if a manager overrides the disconnect right, there should be mandatory compensatory time off or a premium financial penalty paid to the employee.
Hit them in the budget. I like that.
जी.
Question 3. Women workforce participation और right to disconnect के बीच का correlation हम sociologically कैसे explain करें?
Sociologically, women face the double burden of professional and unpaid domestic work. Constant digital intrusion from work eats into their limited rest time, pushing many to drop out of the workforce entirely. This right acts as a structural boundary, aiding female retention in high-pressure sectors.
Absolutely, it's a huge barrier. Question 4. UDHR Article 24 और DPSP Articles 39 और 42 को connect करके हम इसकी constitutional necessity कैसे argue कर सकते हैं?
You argue that while DSPs are non-justiciable, international treaties like UDHR inform the interpretation of fundamental rights. Reading Article 24 of UDHR into Article 21 and supporting it with the state's duty under Articles 39 and 42 makes the right to disconnect not just a labor welfare measure, but a fundamental human right to dignity.
That is a solid argument. Last question here. Multinational IT companies के लिए logistical and compliance challenges क्या होंगे across different time zones?
Logistically, if a US manager emails an Indian team member, they expect to reply. The solution is flexible policy design and tech interventions, like enforcing asynchronous communication cultures and delay send email features, so the notification only pings when the employee shift begins.
Oh, asynchronous communication is such a good keyword. Okay, practice cue time. Now, pause and practice saying the right to disconnect aligns employee welfare with Article 42's mandate for humane working conditions.
Very important line for your essays.
For sure. Mini recap. In short, this idea shows how digital boundaries connect to constitutional rights for a balanced life.
Well summarized.
Thanks. Work-life balance is sorted. But what do we do with that extra time? Fitness, right? That brings us perfectly to how the government is actively planning to harness the energy of our massive youth population.
Yes, shifting to sports and national development.
Exactly. The clear heading is NSP 2025 or Khelo Bharat Niti, building a global sporting powerhouse.
It is a massive upgrade.
Right. So short definition, it is a comprehensive policy aiming to transform sports into a nationwide movement and a viable career path, superseding the old 2001 policy.
And we really needed it. The real-life example here is amazing. They are promoting indigenous sports among marginalized groups, like tapping into the natural athleticism of the Siddi community to create future Olympians.
Oh wow, the Siddi community initiative is so cool. So, introduction to this content. It was launched in July 2025 to align with the Viksit Bharat goals and India's aspiration to host the 2036 Olympics.
Yeah, and the background is that India's first policy was way back in 1984, then 2001. Now, with 65% of our population under 35, which is our demographic dividend, we needed a modern approach. Also remember, sports is a state subject under the 7th schedule.
Okay, so what is the core logic here? I know there are 5 pillars.
Yes. Pillar 1 is excellence on the global stage, like the Adopt an Athlete program. Pillar 2 is economic development, focusing on sports tourism and startups.
Nice.
Pillar 3 is social development, ensuring inclusion of women, para-athletes, and communities like the Siddhis. Pillar 4 is creating a people's movement using a school fitness index. And Pillar 5 is integration with NEP 2020. The whole framework uses public-private partnerships, CSR, and AI analytics.
That is super comprehensive. The real-world impact for UPSC is GS Paper 2, Government Policies and Soft Power, and GS 3, Economy and Demographic Dividend. It integrates with existing schemes like TOPS, Khelo India, and the new Kirti program, which identifies talent aged 9 to 18.
Exactly. The conclusion is that it shifts the perspective of sports from mere recreation to a strategic driver of nation building.
Love that. Let's do the UPSC Mains cross-questioning. Ready?
Fire away.
Question 1. GS2 के IR section में sports को as a soft power and diaspora engagement tool कैसे use किया जा सकता है?
Sports diplomacy is huge. By hosting mega events and producing global icons, India projects a dynamic, youthful image. It fosters goodwill, strengthens bilateral ties, and unites the Indian diaspora globally. Much like how ping-pong diplomacy worked for China, or cricket for India-Australia relations.
Right, sports diplomacy. Question 2. Demographic dividend reap करने के लिए sports और NEP 2020 का integration answer writing में कैसे frame करें?
You frame it around holistic education. NEP 2020 removes the hard separation between curricular and extracurriculars. Integrating sports builds cognitive resilience, teamwork, and leadership skills, which are 21st century workforce requirements, directly translating youth energy into a productive demographic dividend.
Makes total sense. Question 3. Economic pillar के अंदर sports startups और manufacturing में public-private partnership और PPP model का क्या scope है?
It's massive for GS3. Currently, we import a lot of high-end sports equipment. Under Make in India, PPPs can build domestic manufacturing hubs. Add AI-driven sports analytics and biomechanics startups, and you are looking at huge employment generation and export potential.
Wow, sports tech is a whole new industry. Question 4. सोशल इंक्लूजन, जैसे सिद्धि कम्युनिटी का एग्जाम्पल दिया, ये GS1 सोसाइटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में सोशल मोबिलिटी को कैसे पुश करता है?
Sports is a great equalizer, yaar. In a society fractured by caste and class, the sporting arena operates on pure merit. Identifying talent from marginalized tribal or coastal communities like the Siddhis gives them direct access to government jobs, education, and social prestige, breaking generational poverty.
That is such a powerful point. Last question to this chunk. 2036 Olympics होस्ट करने की तैयारी इंडिया के अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवली कैसे ट्रांसफॉर्म करेगी?
Hosting an Olympics forces a city to fast-track its development. It leads to long-term capital creation, smart transit systems, upgraded healthcare, and sustainable housing. Post-event, these world-class stadiums become high-performance training centers, leaving a permanent legacy for the sports ecosystem.
Awesome. Okay, practice cue time. Now, pause and practice saying NSP 2025 leverages sports as a tool for demographic dividend and soft power projection.
That's a high-scoring sentence right there.
Definitely. Mini recap. In short, this policy shows how integrating sports with education and economy connects to building Viksit Bharat.
Yep, it's all connected.
अगर फेडरेशंस में करप्शन और मिसमैनेजमेंट हो, तो बेस्ट पॉलिसीज फेल हो जाती हैं.
Absolutely. The administration has to be clean.
Exactly. That's why we logically move to the governance aspect. The clear heading for topic 4 is Cleaning Up the System. The National Sports Governance Act 2025.
This is a critical piece of legislation.
So, short explanation, it's a comprehensive legislative framework designed to regulate sports bodies, ensure fair elections, reduce litigation, and strictly enforce a code of ethics.
And the real-life micro-story that triggered this was the Abhinav Bindra Task Force report.
Oh, what did that report say?
It completely exposed how sports roles in India are often filled by generalist civil servants or politicians without any sector-specific expertise, leading to completely ad hoc and sometimes disastrous decisions.
So context-wise, this act was introduced to achieve better sports results and eliminate endless disputes involving national federations by aligning them with the Olympic Charter.
Right, because the background is that we had systemic gaps, fragmented training, lack of dual career pathways for retiring athletes to enter governance, and highly centralized federations with zero transparency.
Zero transparency is the worst. So what's the core logic? I see some major provisions here.
Huge provisions. First, it establishes the National Olympic Committee and National Paralympic Committee legally. Then, a National Sports Board, or NSB, to regulate all bodies.
Okay, an overarching regulator.
It also introduces a National Sports Selection Panel for fair elections. And a game changer, a National Sports Tribunal headed by a Supreme Court judge or Chief Justice of a High Court to bypass civil courts for speedy dispute resolution.
Oh, wow. So athletes don't have to wait years in civil courts anymore?
Exactly. Plus, it mandates a safe sports policy for women and minors and places government-funded bodies strictly under the RTI Act.
Finally, RTI applies. So the real-world impact for UPSC is GS Paper 2, statutory, regulatory, and quasi-judicial bodies and governance.
And don't forget the Bindra Task Force recommended integrating sports governance into LBSNAA training for civil servants and setting up a National Council for Sports Education and Capacity Building.
Right. So conclusion. It marks a transformative shift towards an athlete-centric, accountable administration. Okay, let's jump into the UPSC cross-questioning.
Ready.
Question 1. Governance deficits जैसे nepotism और over centralization को ये act specifically किन provision से tackle करता है?
It tackles them by mandating the National Sports Selection Panel, which removes the ability of federation bosses to rig local elections. Also, by bringing them under the RTI Act, financial and selection transparency is forced upon them. You can't hide nepotism if the records are public.
Excellent. Question 2. National Sports Tribunal का establishment regular judiciary का burden कैसे कम करेगा और what is its legal standing?
By explicitly excluding the jurisdiction of civil courts over sports disputes, it stops frivolous injunctions that delay tournaments.
Its legal standing is quasi-judicial and highly authoritative since it's headed by a Supreme Court or High Court judge, ensuring binding, expert, and rapid resolutions.
That is so needed. Question 3. GS2 Accountability Framework में Mandatory Code of Ethics और Athlete Committees का impact कैसे analyze करें?
The athlete committees ensure democratic representation from the bottom up. Instead of bureaucrats making all decisions, active and retired athletes have a mandatory voting share. The Code of Ethics creates an objective benchmark for disciplinary action, replacing the old arbitrary VIP culture in federations.
Right, removing the VIP culture. Question 4. Abhinav Bindra Task Force की Civil Services Training, LBS-NA, वाली recommendation GS4, role of civil servants में कैसे value add करेगी?
In GS4, we talk about empathy and domain expertise. Training bureaucrats in sports governance sensitizes them to the fact that sports administration isn't a leisure posting, but requires scientific management, empathy for athlete struggles, and strict ethical standards against corruption.
Fully put. Last question for this chunk. Safe sports policy को women and minor athletes की safety यानी GS2 vulnerability के reference में कैसे evaluate करें?
Sports often have massive power imbalances between coaches and young athletes. The Safe Sports Policy mandates institutional grievance redressal mechanisms, shifting the burden of safety from the vulnerable individual to the federation. It creates a legally binding safe environment, which is crucial for increasing female participation.
So true, yaar. Okay, practice cue time. Now, pause and practice saying, the Act establishes the National Sports Tribunal to bypass civil courts and ensure speedy dispute resolution.
Practice that one, guys.
Mini recap. In short, this Act shows how structural legal reforms connect to eradicating corruption in sports federations.
Perfect.
But governance strong kar di, structures bana diye.
But what about the athletes themselves?
Exactly. What about the integrity of the athletes themselves? Agar system clean hai, but shortcuts abhi bhi use ho rahe hain, to kya fayda? This brings us to the darkest shadow over Indian sports right now.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Doping.
Topic 5 clear heading hai iska. Doping epidemic, why India tops the WADA list. So, short definition, doping is the consumption of prohibited performance-enhancing drugs or PEDs or methods to unfairly gain an advantage over competitors.
It is cheating, plain and simple. But the real-life example is a shocking reality check.
Yeah, I read this. Nearly 1 in every 5 Indian athletes tested by NADA during competitions was found dope positive.
Yeah, 1 in 5. India topped the global WADA dope cheat list for the 3rd consecutive year with a 3.6% positivity rate. It is embarrassing on a global stage.
Totally. So the introduction is that the 2024 World Anti-Doping Agency, or WADA report, severely dented India's sporting image. But what is the background here? Why does this happen so much?
It is a mix of things. Incentives are huge, government jobs, cash rewards. Then there is easy over-the-counter access to anabolic steroids in local gyms.
Oh yeah, you can just buy them so easily.
Exactly. Add to that a severe lack of awareness among rural athletes, poor infrastructure leading to shortcuts, and immense societal pressure to succeed quickly. Also globally, WADA is facing funding challenges, like the USA withholding funding, which weakens the overall monitoring ecosystem.
So the core logic is that the consequences are brutal. Bans, loss of medals, youth normalization of cheating, and international isolation. The main countermeasure the government brought is the National Anti-Doping Amendment Act 2025.
And the most important phrase in that act is operational independence. It gives NADA the freedom to operate without federation pressure. It also establishes a national board for anti-doping and an appeal panel.
Okay, real-world impact for UPSC is GS Paper 4, Ethics in Sports, and GS Paper 2, Health and Governance. Initiatives like the NADAM's portal for data management, the NADA India app, high-performance training centers, and the Know Your Medicine campaigns are critical for mains answers.
The conclusion here is that we need a paradigm shift. We can't just have reactive enforcement, catching cheats. We need proactive education and monitoring, like the athlete biological passport, for a truly dope-free India.
All right, Let's hit our final round of cross-questioning.
Let's do it.
Question 1. GS4 ethics में डोपिंग को हम प्योरली एक इंडिविजुअल फेलियर ऑफ कैरेक्टर माने या एक सिस्टेमिक इंस्टीट्यूशनल फेलियर?
You must argue it's both, but leaning heavily towards systemic. While the athlete makes the final unethical choice, the ecosystem, coaches demanding quick results, unregulated pharmacies selling steroids, and state policies linking survival to medals, creates a coercive environment. It's an institutional failure of moral education.
That's a very nuanced GS4 answer. Question 2. इंडिया का लगातार थर्ड ईयर वाडा लिस्ट टॉप करना हमारी NSP 2025 की सॉफ्ट पावर एम्बिशंस को कैसे कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट करता है?
Soft power relies on credibility and admiration. If our athletes are perceived as cheats globally, winning medals actually damages our reputation instead of building it. You can't project Viksit Bharat on a foundation of sporting fraud. It invites international isolation, not integration.
Ouch, true. Question 3. नेशनल एंटी डोपिंग अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2025 के अंडर नाडा को ऑपरेशनल इंडिपेंडेंस मिलने से ग्राउंड जीरो पर एनफोर्समेंट कैसे इंप्रूव होगा?
Previously, powerful federations could shield star athletes from tests. Operational independence means NADA can conduct surprise, out-of-competition tests without political interference. Independent adjudication panels ensure that sanctions are applied fairly and transparently, regardless of the athlete's VIP status.
Fantastic. Question 4. Inadequate facilities or easy access to steroids को government regulatory frameworks कैसे control कर सकते हैं?
The Health Ministry and Sports Ministry need convergence. Drugs classified under Schedule H must be strictly monitored at local pharmacies to prevent over-the-counter steroid sales. Simultaneously, grassroots training centers must be WADA compliant, providing scientific nutrition so athletes don't feel the need to use PEDs.
Interministerial convergence. Great point. Last question. Technology का use, like NIDEMS portal or athlete biological passport, JS3 के tech integration answer में anti-doping के लिए कैसे use करें?
Technology removes human bias. The NIDEMS portal ensures a tamper-proof chain of custody for samples. The athlete biological passport is a game changer. It uses data analytics to monitor physiological variables longitudinally over time. Even if a specific drug isn't detected, abnormal biological spikes will flag a violation algorithmically.
That is seriously sci-fi level monitoring. I love it. Okay guys, final practice cue. Now pause and practice saying, the National Anti-Doping Amendment Act grants NADA operational independence to combat PED abuse.
Very crisp point to remember.
Mini recap. In short, this topic shows how robust legislative and tech interventions connect to restoring the core values and integrity of sports.
Exactly. It's about saving the soul of the sport.
Exactly.
What an intense and kamal ka discussion tha yaar. Let's quickly wrap up what we absorbed today in our final recap.
Let's summarize it.
Okay. Bullet 1. Passive euthanasia. The broad theme was right to die with dignity. हमने देखा कि SC ने हरीश राणा केस में 2-tier medical board बनाया, allowing can withdrawal under the best interests principle.
Right.
Bullet 2. Right to disconnect. Broad theme was work-life balance. Constitutional backing under Articles 21, 39 and 42 to ignore after-hours work comms, taking cues from global laws to boost long-term productivity.
Crucial for mental health.
Bullet 3. NSP 2025. Broad theme was harnessing sports for development. 5 pillars से mass movement बनाकर demographic dividend और 2036 Olympic dreams को push करना.
With a focus on social inclusion like the Siddhi community. Yes, Bullet 4. National Sports Governance Act 2025. Broad theme was accountability in sports, NSUB, independent tribunals और बिंद्रा टास्क फोर्स के suggestions से federations को clean करना और RTI लागू करना.
Bypassing those civil courts.
And finally, Bullet 5, doping in sports. Broad theme was integrity versus pressure, addressing India's high WADA dope cheat rank via the 2025 Amendment Act, giving NADA operational freedom, and using tech like the biological passport.
That covers the entire landscape perfectly.
So, before we sign off, what is our provocative thought for the listeners today?
दोस्तों थोड़ा सोच लो.
वी डिस्कस्ड अ लॉट ऑफ सिस्टम्स टुडे। हम नए लॉज, पोर्टल्स और ट्रिब्यूनल्स तो बना रहे हैं, लाइक द गवर्नेंस एक्ट एंड नाडा अमेंडमेंट्स, पर जब तक ग्रास रूट्स लेवल पर सोसाइटल डेफिनेशन ऑफ सक्सेस और एथिक्स चेंज नहीं होती, चाहे वो हॉस्पिटल बेड पर डिग्निफाइड डेथ हो, वर्कप्लेस की टॉक्सिक हसल हो या रनिंग ट्रैक पर इलीगल शॉर्टकट, क्या सिर्फ लॉज अलोन इनफ है एक सोसाइटी की मोरल कंपस ठीक करने के लिए? थिंक अबाउट हाउ इंडिविजुअल कैरेक्टर अल्टीमेटली बिल्ड्स नेशनल गवर्नेंस।
Wow, brilliant thought. Laws can only do so much if the culture doesn't change. Keep reflecting on that, keep writing those stellar mains answers, and we'll catch you in the next deep dive
Imagine
session.
करो,
Bye guys.
2014 से 2019 के बीच अराउंड 871,000 डेथ्स हुई और इनका प्राइमरी रीजन कोई फिजिकल बीमारी नहीं थी, इट वाज जस्ट लोनलीनेस।
Oh wow, that number is just crazy.
राइट, आई मीन 871,000। आजकल हम डिजिटली इतने हाइपर कनेक्टेड हैं, इंस्टाग्राम, व्हाट्सएप, फिर भी रियल लाइफ में सोशल आइसोलेशन एक साइलेंट एपिडेमिक बन चुका है।
Absolutely. हम इंटरनेट पर पूरी दुनिया से जुड़े हैं, बट बेसिकली अंदर से टोटली डिस्कनेक्टेड फील करते हैं।
Exactly. So welcome to today's deep dive, guys. Our main topic name is
Appendix, Key Data and Facts Indian Society.
Right, and हमारा broad micro theme है social issues, demographics and evolving Indian society.
Yes. तो आज की इस गहरी चर्चा में हम कुछ बहुत ही मेजर टॉपिक्स अनपैक करेंगे। हम स्टार्ट करेंगे डीकोलोनाइजिंग द इंडियन माइंड से, फिर सोशल आइसोलेशन और मिडिल क्लास वल्नरेबिलिटी को डीपली समझेंगे। एंड उसके बाद हम एआई एंड सोसाइटी, मैरिज लॉज और लिव इन रिलेशनशिप्स पर मूव करेंगे।
100%। और लास्ट में यूथ्स रोल इन नेशन बिल्डिंग और विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट पर डिस्कशन रैप अप करेंगे। हर एक पॉइंट डीपली इंटरकनेक्टेड है, सो स्टे ट्यून्ड गाइज।
सही बात है, एवरीथिंग कनेक्ट्स।
ओके, तो लेट्स जंप राइट इन, ट्रांजिशनिंग टू आवर फर्स्ट मेजर चंक, डीकोलोनाइजिंग द इंडियन माइंड और पंच प्राण प्लेज।
राइट। सो बेसिकली इसका मतलब है अपने पास्ट कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट को कंप्लीटली रिमूव करना। हमारी जो खुद की लेगेसी है उस पर डीपली प्राउड फील करना।
ओके, सो जस्ट टू विजुअलाइज दिस, थिंक ऑफ अ 10th ग्रेड स्टूडेंट, राइट, जो अब अपने हिस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट्स में इंडियन इनोवेटर्स और लोकल हिस्ट्री के बारे में ज्यादा पढ़ रहा है बजाय सिर्फ ब्रिटिश पर्सपेक्टिव रटने के। आई मीन दैट इज डीकोलोनाइजेशन इन एक्शन, समझे?
एग्जैक्टली यार, आई मीन आज़ादी के इतने साल बाद भी इफ यू नोटिस हमारे थॉट्स में एक कॉलोनियल हैंगओवर बचा हुआ है। इस डीप डाइव का एक बड़ा मिशन इसको समझना है।
बैकग्राउंड के हिसाब से ये कॉन्सेप्ट डायरेक्टली पंचप्राण प्लेज से आता है ना?
हाँ बिल्कुल, ये एक नेशनल रिजॉल्व है फॉर द फ्यूचर। अगर हम इसके कोर लॉजिक की बात करें तो पंचप्राण प्लेज के की कंपोनेंट्स बहुत क्लियर हैं। फर्स्ट, एक डेवलप्ड इंडिया का रिजॉल्व लेना। सेकंड, कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट का कोई भी ट्रेस रिमूव करना।
राइट।
थर्ड, अपनी लेगेसी में प्राइड लेना। फोर्थ, इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ यूनिटी को बढ़ाना। और फिफ्थ, सिटीजन ड्यूटीज को प्योर ऑनेस्टी के साथ फुलफिल करना।
वाओ, दैट्स क्वाइट कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव।
और इसका रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट बहुत डीप है। स्पेशली फॉर द यूपीएससी एग्जाम रिलेवेंस, जीएस पेपर 1 इंडियन सोसाइटी और GS4 एथिक्स में ये डायरेक्टली दिखाता है कि नेशनल इंटीग्रेशन और सिविक ड्यूटी का रियल फाउंडेशन एक्चुअली क्या है। 100%। कंफ्यूजन ये है कि अपना माइंडसेट शिफ्ट करना फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने से भी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है।
That makes total sense. But let me cross question you a bit on this. ये जो colonial mindset है, ये आज की डेली लाइफ में exactly कैसे दिखता है? Practically?
गुड क्वेश्चन। बेसिकली ये हमारी लैंग्वेज प्रायोरिटी में दिखता है, या फिर जब हम वेस्टर्न वैलिडेशन सीक करते हैं, किसी का इंटेलिजेंस उसकी इंग्लिश फ्लुएंसी से जज करना।
Oh, exactly. That happens so much. Okay, second question. इस पंच प्राण प्लेज में यूनिटी का स्पेसिफिक रोल क्या है? इतना एम्फोसिस क्यों?
क्योंकि यूनिटी से ही हम अपनी डाइवर्स कल्चर को एक नेशनल स्ट्रेंथ में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। बिना यूनिटी के बाकी सारे रिजॉल्व्स फेल हो जाएंगे।
ट्रू। एंड वेट, क्या सिर्फ लेगेसी पे प्राइड करना काफी है या ड्यूटीज भी उतनी ही इंपॉर्टेंट है?
नहीं, सिर्फ प्राइड इनफ नहीं है। ड्यूटीज और प्राइड लिटरली हैंड इन हैंड चलते हैं। एक के बिना दूसरा कंप्लीटली इनकम्प्लीट है।
सही बात है। एंड फ्रॉम एन एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव, यूपीएससी GS मेंस आंसर राइटिंग में इस प्लेज को मॉडर्न पॉलिसी मेकिंग से कैसे लिंक करें?
सो इसको आप आत्मनिर्भर भारत और इंडिजीनियस एजुकेशन पॉलिसीज NEP से डायरेक्टली कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ये शो सेल्फ रिलायंस।
मेक सेंस। लास्ट थिंग ऑन दिस, क्या जेन जी इस डीकोलोनाइजेशन को नेचुरली अडॉप्ट कर रही है? व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
डेफिनेटली यार, आई मीन पॉप कल्चर देखो या स्टार्टअप्स देखो, इंडियन रूट्स का रिवाइवल इसका सबसे बड़ा प्रूफ है। जेन जी इज वेरी प्राउड ऑफ बीइंग इंडियन।
So that's cool, na? Alright, guys. Now, pause and practice saying, Panch Pran Pledge resolves to remove the colonial mindset.
परफेक्ट।
So, mini recap. In short, ये आइडिया दिखाता है कि ट्रू डेवलपमेंट अपनी आइडेंटिटी को एम्ब्रेस करने और अपनी ड्यूटीज फॉलो करने से आता है। याद रखना।
एब्सोल्युटली।
ओके, क्रॉस ट्रांजिशनिंग अपनी आइडेंटिटी को समझना जरूरी है, बट आज के इस फास्ट पेस्ड लाइफ में एक और मेजर इशू सामने आ रहा है जो हमारी मेंटल स्टेट को हेवीली इम्पैक्ट करता है। सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट आइसोलेशन।
Yeah, this is heavy. Our next clear heading is social isolation or the loneliness epidemic.
राइट, इफ आई हैव टू गिव अ शॉर्ट डेफिनेशन, जब लोग फिजिकली या इमोशनली सोसाइटी से कंप्लीटली डिस्कनेक्टेड फील करते हैं डिस्पाइट बीइंग इन अ ह्यूज क्राउड,
True.
दैट्स सोशल आइसोलेशन।
Exactly. I mean, एक माइक्रो स्टोरी लो। एक कॉलेज स्टूडेंट जो एक नए सिटी में शिफ्ट हुआ है, उसके हजारों इंस्टाग्राम फॉलोअर्स हैं। Like he looks super popular online.
बट रियल लाइफ में जब क्राइसिस आता है तो कॉल करने के लिए एक भी फ्रेंड नहीं है। दैट इज जस्ट हार्ट ब्रेकिंग यार।
It really is. As an introduction, WHO की recent रिपोर्ट का डेटा लिटरली बहुत ही अलार्मिंग है।
या और बैकग्राउंड देखा जाए तो मॉडर्नाइजेशन और ये जो न्यूक्लियर फैमिलीज का राइज हुआ है, इसने आइसोलेशन को ड्रास्टिकली बढ़ा दिया है।
कोड लॉजिक पर आते हैं। As per the WHO report, between 2014 and 2023, about 1 in 6 people feel lonely.
वेट, 1 in 6?
हाँ,
दैट्स अ ह्यूज रेशियो।
या और सबसे ज्यादा लोनलीस्ट डेमोग्राफिक यंग पीपल है, एजेस 13 to 29। और इसका इम्पैक्ट इतना सिवियर है कि 2014 से 2019 के बीच लोनलीनेस ने अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 871,000 डेथ्स कॉज किए हैं।
Literally mind-blowing. If we look at real-world impact and UPSC exam relevance, ये directly GS1 और GS2 specifically health sector failures को highlight करता है। Mental health infrastructure अब एक urgent need बन चुकी है ना?
100%. The conclusion is clear. Loneliness सिर्फ एक sad feeling नहीं है. It's a fatal public health issue.
Absolutely. Okay, let me ask you. 871,000 deaths. ये isolation specifically physical death कैसे cause करता है? Like biologically?
Basically, stress hormones like cortisol spike होते हैं. Long-term isolation, heart diseases, weakened immunity और severe mental health deterioration cause करता है. It literally breaks the body down.
Oh wow. But wait, यूथ तो सबसे ज्यादा डिजिटली कनेक्टेड डेमोग्राफिक है, राइट? फिर भी सबसे ज्यादा लोनली क्यों?
क्योंकि यार डिजिटल कनेक्शन लैक्स डेप्थ, उनमें ऑथेंटिक वल्नरेबिलिटी नहीं होती। इट्स ऑल जस्ट सरफेस लेवल लाइक्स एंड कमेंट्स।
सो ट्रू। अच्छा, WHO रिपोर्ट इसको ग्लोबल इशू मानती है, बट इंडियन सोसाइटी पे इसका क्या स्पेसिफिक इफेक्ट है?
इंडिया में इट्स वर्स, क्योंकि जॉइंट फैमिली का कोलैप्स और रैपिड अर्बनाइजेशन इसको और कॉम्प्लेक्स बना देते हैं। पड़ोसियों से कोई कनेक्शन नहीं बचा।
राइट, एंड फॉर UPSC GS मेंस इस डेटा को अर्बन प्लानिंग फेलियर्स के साथ कैसे यूज करें?
आप इसको लैक ऑफ कम्युनिटी स्पेसेस और सोशल कैपिटल के इरोजन का परफेक्ट एग्जाम्पल देकर लिख सकते हैं। Our cities aren't built for human connection.
Makes sense. So, क्या डिजिटल डिटॉक्स इसका प्राइमरी सोल्यूशन है? Just put the phone down?
Partial solution है। Real cure community building है। Human to human interaction in the real world.
Got it. Okay, guys, now pause and practice saying 1 in 6 people feel lonely, causing major health crises.
Good practice.
So, mini recap. In short, loneliness अब एक individual problem नहीं, global health crisis बन चुका है. याद रखना.
Yep.
And hey guys, here's where it gets really interesting. अगर तुम्हें ये deep connections और UPSC analysis पसंद आ रहा है, तो just hit subscribe और like button दबा दो right now. Notifications enable कर लो and join us for the notes ताकि ऐसी critical knowledge miss ना हो. Cool ना?
Definitely hit that button.
Okay, cross transitioning again. अब जब isolation बढ़ रहा है, तो उसके पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा reason financial stress भी होता है, you know? Let's look at how the middle class is struggling right now.
Yeah, this is our next heading, middle class vulnerability or economic stress.
Basically, short definition ये है, वो situation जहां मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप्स अपने डेली खर्चे और हेवी लोन्स में फंस जाते हैं और उनकी सारी सेविंग्स खत्म होने लगती हैं।
Exactly. माइक्रो स्टोरी देखें तो इमेजिन एक नॉर्मल ग्रेजुएट जो डिग्री के बाद अनएम्प्लॉयड है, जबकि उसके पेरेंट्स ने ईएमआई पे कार और न्यूएस्ट आईफोन ले रखा है, रिजल्टिंग इन जीरो हाउस होल्ड सेविंग्स।
I mean, that's the reality for so many. For the introduction, हमारी इकोनॉमी ग्रो कर रही है मैक्रो लेवल पे, बट मिडिल क्लास अभी भी एज पर है।
बैकग्राउंड यही है कि रिलेंटलेस इन्फ्लेशन और जॉब मार्केट का मिसमैच इसका रूट कॉज है। कोर लॉजिक के लिए लेट्स लुक एट द डेटा पॉइंट्स।
Yeah, the data is scary.
Right. Graduate unemployment is at 29.1%. And get this, it's 9 times higher than those without schooling.
Wait, really? 9 times? That is insane.
I know. और मिडिल इनकम हाउसहोल्ड्स का CAGR इनकम ग्रोथ सिर्फ 0.4% था, फ्रॉम 2012-13 टू 2023-14, बेसिकली फ्लैट।
Wow. और डेट का क्या सीन है?
आरबीआई के अकॉर्डिंग सितंबर 2025 तक हाउसहोल्ड डेट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 45.5% ऑफ जीडीपी पहुंच जाएगा, मोस्टली ड्यू टू कंजम्पशन बोरोइंग, एंड नेट हाउसहोल्ड फाइनेंशियल सेविंग्स अराउंड 5% ऑफ जीडीपी के लो पर है।
That is genuinely terrifying. And on top of that, World Inequality Lab कहता है कि top 1% captures over 22% of national income.
Exactly. The inequality is massive.
So for real-world impact and UPSC exam relevance, ये सीधा GS पेपर 3, इकोनॉमी, ग्रोथ एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट को हिट करता है। इनइक्वालिटी और डेट ट्रैप को एनालाइज करने के लिए ये परफेक्ट डेटा पॉइंट्स है।
100%. The conclusion is simple. Without structural job creation, consumption-driven growth sustainable नहीं है।
Yeah, okay, let's do some cross-questioning. Graduate unemployment 9 times ज़्यादा क्यों है compared to uneducated youth? I mean, shouldn't a degree help?
Logically yes, but हमारे यहाँ skills mismatch है। ग्रेजुएट स्पेसिफिक वाइट कॉलर डेस्क जॉब्स डिमांड करते हैं जो एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती उतनी। अनएजुकेटेड यूथ मैनुअल लेबर में जल्दी एब्जॉर्ब हो जाते हैं।
I see. Second question. Consumption related borrowing बढ़ना एक इकोनॉमी के लिए रेड फ्लैग क्यों है? EMI पे फोन लेना इतना बुरा क्यों है?
क्योंकि यार ये प्रोडक्टिव एसेट क्रिएट नहीं करता, ये वेल्थ जनरेट नहीं कर रहा, सिर्फ एक शॉर्ट टर्म इल्यूजन दे रहा है अमीरी का, जबकि एक्चुअली डेट बढ़ रहा है।
मेक सेंस। और टॉप 1% का 22% इनकम कैप्चर करना, ये इनइक्वालिटी के बारे में क्या बताता है?
ये के शेप्ड रिकवरी और वेल्थ कॉन्सेंट्रेशन का क्लियर इंडिकेटर है। द रिच आर जस्ट गेटिंग वे रिचर।
राइट। एंड फॉर UPSC GS मेंस आंसर राइटिंग इज RBI डेटा यानी 45.5% डेट को पॉवर्टी से कैसे लिंक करें?
आप ये आर्गुमेंट दे सकते हैं कि ये दिखाता है कि मिडिल क्लास पॉवर्टी लाइन के जस्ट ऊपर हवर कर रही है। एक मेडिकल इमरजेंसी एंड दे फॉल इनटू पॉवर्टी, हाईली वल्नरेबल।
दैट इज सो ट्रू। लास्ट क्वेश्चन ऑन दिस, 5% सेविंग्स रेट हमारे फ्यूचर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स को कैसे हर्ट करेगा?
बेसिकली डोमेस्टिक कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन कम हो जाएगा, हमारे बैंक्स के पास लोन देने के लिए पैसा कम होगा, मेकिंग अस कंप्लीटली रिलायंट ऑन फॉरेन फंड्स फॉर ग्रोथ।
वाओ। Okay guys, now pause and practice saying graduate unemployment is at 29.1%.
Nice.
So, mini recap. In short, middle class rising debt और low income growth के बीच completely trap हो चुकी है।
Absolutely.
Okay, cross transitioning. Financial stress और efficiency problems को solve करने के लिए government and society अब heavily technology पर rely कर रही हैं। That brings us to
AI.
Yes, our heading here is AI and Society. Niti Aayog's Responsible Management. Short definition of this. Artificial intelligence को इस तरह से यूज करना जो strictly safe हो और society के ethics और human values को protect करे.
Exactly. Like एक रियल लाइफ एग्जाम्पल लेते हैं। एक AI हायरिंग टूल बनाया गया जो रेज्यूमे स्कैन करता है। नीति आयोग के प्रिंसिपल्स ये इंश्योर करेंगे कि ये टूल किसी स्पेसिफिक जेंडर या रीजन के अगेंस्ट बायस ना दिखाए।
100%. As an introduction, AI का बूम लिटरली हर सेक्टर को डिसरप्ट कर रहा है आजकल।
और बैकग्राउंड में टेक विदाउट रेगुलेशन कैन बी अ टोटल डिजास्टर, इसलिए सॉलिड गाइडलाइन जरूरी हैं।
Right. Let's get into the core logic. नीति आयोग ने Principles for Responsible Management of AI रिलीज किए हैं। इसमें 7 की प्रिंसिपल्स शामिल हैं। सेफ्टी एंड रिलायबिलिटी, इक्वालिटी, इंक्लूजन एंड नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, प्राइवेसी एंड सिक्योरिटी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी,
अकाउंटेबिलिटी
और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, प्रोटेक्शन एंड रीएनफोर्समेंट ऑफ पॉजिटिव ह्यूमन वैल्यूज।
एग्जैक्टली। रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट और यूपीएससी एग्जाम रेलेवेंस के लिए ये जीएस पेपर 3 साइंस एंड टेक और जीएस 4 एथिक्स एंड टेक दोनों पे अप्लाई होता है। एआई गवर्नेंस मॉडल्स के ऊपर डायरेक्टली एप्लीकेबल है।
या द कंक्लूजन इज क्लियर, इनोवेशन और एथिक्स के बीच बैलेंस स्ट्राइक करना ही हमारा ओनली फ्यूचर है।
सो ट्रू। ओके, क्वेश्चंस। इन 7 प्रिंसिपल्स में सबसे चैलेंजिंग इंप्लीमेंट करना कौन सा है?
आई वुड से अकाउंटेबिलिटी, क्योंकि एआई के डिसीजन का ब्लेम किस पे डालें? द डेवलपर, द कंपनी, द एल्गोरिथम इटसेल्फ? ये डिफाइन करना लीगली बहुत मुश्किल है।
ओह, गुड पॉइंट। अच्छा, प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ पॉजिटिव ह्यूमन वैल्यूज का प्रैक्टिकल एप्लीकेशन कैसे होता है कोड में?
बेसिकली एआई एल्गोरिथम्स को एम्पैथी और ह्यूमन वेलबीइंग को प्रायोरिटाइज करने के लिए कोड करना, नॉट जस्ट रॉ एफिशिएंसी बट एथिकल बाउंड्री सेट करना।
राइट। एंड प्राइवेसी और एआई हमेशा क्लैश क्यों करते हैं? लाइक दे सीम लाइक एनिमीज।
है ना? वो इसलिए क्योंकि एआई रिलाइज ऑन मैसिव डेटा सेट्स टू लर्न, और वो डेटा अक्सर हेविली पर्सनल डेटा होता है। डेटा हंगर वर्सेस डेटा प्राइवेसी का क्लासिक क्लैश।
सो फॉर यूपीएससी जीएस मेंस एआई और इंक्लूजन को सोसाइटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कैसे लिखें?
आप डिजिटल डिवाइड और वर्नैक्युलर लैंग्वेजेस मतलब रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में एआई टूल्स की एक्सेसिबिलिटी पर पॉइंट्स लिखकर इसको एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं।
मेक सेंस। लास्ट थिंग, क्या नीति आयोग के ये प्रिंसिपल्स लीगली बाइंडिंग है या सिर्फ एडवाइजरी?
अभी के लिए सिर्फ एडवाइजरी फ्रेमवर्क है, पर फ्यूचर एआई लॉज का ये फाउंडेशनल बेस जरूर बनेंगे।
Got it. Okay, guys, now pause and practice saying responsible AI needs transparency and accountability.
ग्रेट।
So, mini recap. In short, AI society का tool होना चाहिए, master नहीं। थोड़ा सोच लो इस पे।
सही बात है।
क्रॉस ट्रांजिशनिंग। टेक्नोलॉजी सोसाइटी को चेंज कर रही है, पर कुछ कोर सोशल इंस्टीट्यूशंस भी एकदम रैपिड चेंज से गुजर रहे हैं, जैसे कि मैरिज।
Oh yeah, big changes here. Our next heading is marriage, laws, demographics and changing trends.
राइट। सो शॉर्ट डेफिनेशन, शादी से जुड़े लीगल फ्रेमवर्क्स और करंट डेमोग्राफिक रियलिटीज, स्पेसिफिकली जैसे शादी की एवरेज एज का शिफ्ट होना।
Exactly. For a micro story, think of a young woman जो अब हायर एजुकेशन परस्यू कर रही है, मास्टर्स या पीएचडी कर रही है, जिसकी वजह से उसकी शादी ऑटोमेटिकली 23-24 एज के बाद हो रही है, एक्टिवली रिफ्लेक्टिंग द न्यू डेमोग्राफिक ट्रेंड।
यस। इंट्रो के लिए, इंडियन सोसाइटी में मैरिज एक डीपली सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूशन है, बट लॉज इसको कॉन्स्टेंटली शेप एंड रीशेप करते हैं।
बैकग्राउंड में देखें तो डाइवर्स कम्युनिटीज और यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की हीटेड डिबेट्स के बीच करंट लॉज को डीपली समझना क्रूशल है।
राइट। लेट्स हिट द कॉल लॉजिक। की लॉज हैं हिंदू मैरिज एक्ट 1955, स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट 1954, वेरियस पर्सनल लॉज एंड प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ चाइल्ड मैरिजेस एक्ट 2006।
राइट। और पॉलीगमी आई मीन मल्टीपल स्पाउसेस साइमल्टेनियसली रखने के बारे में भी डेवलपमेंट्स है।
हाँ।
हिंदू मैरिज एक्ट और सेक्शन 82 ऑफ बीएनएस एक्सप्लिसिटली बिगेमी के लिए पनिशमेंट प्रिस्क्राइब करते हैं।
ओ, और रिसेंटली असम ने भी एक्शन लिया है ना?
हाँ, एग्जैक्टली। असम ने असम प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ पॉलीगमी बिल 2025 पास किया है। ऑल्सो एक मेजर डेटा पॉइंट, विमेन की मीन एज एट मैरिज अब 22.9 ईयर्स हो चुकी है, अकॉर्डिंग टू SRS 2023।
वाओ, 22.9 इयर्स।
Wow.
रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट एंड यूपीएससी एग्जाम रेलेवेंस देखें तो जीएस पेपर 1 रोल ऑफ विमेन और GS 2 सोशल जस्टिस एंड लॉज के लिए ये एसेंशियल है।
डेफिनेटली। कंक्लूजन यह है कि मैरिज की एज बढ़ना विमेन एम्पावरमेंट का एक डायरेक्ट मेजरेबल मेट्रिक है।
100%। ओके, लेट्स डाइव इनटू सम क्वेश्चंस। मीन एज 22.9 साल पहुंचने का सबसे बड़ा सोशियो इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट क्या है?
The biggest impacts are better maternal health, lower fertility rates और female workforce participation में solid increase. It's great for the economy.
I bet. And असम का 2025 polygamy bill नेशनल डिबेट में कैसे फिट होता है?
ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आई मीन यूसीसी की ब्रॉडर डिमांड और स्टेट लेवल लेजिस्लेटिव इंटरवेंशंस का एक प्राइम एग्जांपल है आजकल।
मेक सेंस। स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट 1954 की क्या सिग्निफिकेंस है आज के पोलराइज टाइम में?
ये एक्सट्रीमली सिग्निफिकेंट है क्योंकि ये इंटरफेथ और इंटरकास्ट कपल्स को एक प्योर ही सेक्युलर फ्रेमवर्क प्रोवाइड करता है बिना रिलीजन चेंज किए।
राइट।
और सेक्शन 82 ऑफ बीएनएस स्पेसिफिकली बिगेमी को कैसे टैकल करता है कंपेयर टू द ओल्ड आईपीसी?
BNS बेसिकली पनिशमेंट और डेफिनेशंस को मॉडर्न लीगल कॉन्टेक्स्ट के मुताबिक स्ट्रीमलाइन और टाइटन करता है।
ऑसम। एंड फॉर यूपीएलसी एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव, क्या चाइल्ड मैरिज एक्ट कंप्लीटली सक्सेसफुल रहा है?
सक्सेस पार्शली कहूँ यार। लॉ के अलावा जब तक सोशियो इकोनॉमिक अपलिफ्टमेंट नहीं होगा, पॉवर्टी कम नहीं होगी, तब तक रियल गेम चेंजर नहीं बनेगा।
So true. Okay, guys. Now, pause and practicing. The mean age at marriage for women is 22.9 years.
Nice one.
So, mini recap. In short, marriage laws और rising average age दिखाते हैं कि सोसाइटी पहले से ज़्यादा प्रोग्रेसिव और रेगुलेटेड हो रही है।
Absolutely.
क्रॉस ट्रांजिशनिंग वंस अगेन, ट्रेडिशनल मैरिज इवॉल्व हो रही है और इस एवोल्यूशन का एक और मॉडर्न डायमेंशन है लिव इन रिलेशनशिप्स, जिन्हें हायर कोर्ट्स ने अब एक्सप्लिसिटली प्रोटेक्ट किया है।
Yes, this is huge. Heading live in relationships और constitutional protection.
राइट। शॉर्ट डेफिनेशन, अनमैरिड अडल्ट्स का एक साथ रहना, जिसे अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आर्टिकल 21 के अंडर वेरियस फंडामेंटल राइट्स से कंप्लीटली बैक किया है।
For a micro story, imagine दो adults जो इंडिपेंडेंट टियर 1 सिटीज में काम करते हैं और बिना फॉर्मल मैरिज के साथ रहते हैं। स्टेट या पुलिस उन्हें हरास नहीं कर सकती क्योंकि उनके पास एक्सप्लिसिट लीगल बैकिंग है।
एग्जैक्टली। इंट्रोडक्शन वाइज ये सोशली कंट्रोवर्शियल है बट लीगली प्रोटेक्टेड है। लिव इन रिलेशनशिप्स का लैंडस्केप कंप्लीटली बदला है।
बैकग्राउंड में ये इंडिविजुअल लिबर्टी वर्सेस ट्रेडिशनल मोरालिटी की एक बहुत लॉन्ग और हीटेड डिबेट है।
ओके, कोर लॉजिक। 3 मेजर सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजमेंट्स याद रखना बहुत जरूरी है। फर्स्ट, लता सिंह वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ यूपी 2006। इसमें कहा गया कि स्टेट मस्ट प्रोटेक्ट अडल्ट्स एक्सरसाइजिंग पार्टनर चॉइस।
सेकंड है केस पुट्टास्वामी वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया 2017। ये राइट टू प्राइवेसी आर्टिकल 21 पे था। इट प्रोटेक्ट्स डिसीजनल फ्रीडम इन इंटीमेट मैटर्स।
राइट।
एंड थर्ड है शाफिन जहां वर्सेस अशोकन KM 2018। इसने बोला कि राइट टू मैरी अ पर्सन ऑफ वंस चॉइस इज बेसिकली इंटीग्रल टू आर्टिकल 21।
एग्जैक्टली।
रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट एंड यूपीएससी एग्जाम रेलेवेंस में ये GS पेपर 2 पॉलिटी एंड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। आर्टिकल 21 के इवॉल्विंग नेचर पर परफेक्ट केस स्टडीज हैं।
द कंक्लूजन बीइंग,
राइट टू चूज अ पार्टनर फंडामेंटल राइट का कोर हिस्सा बन चुका है।
सही बात है।
ओके, टाइम फॉर सम क्रॉस क्वेश्चनिंग। लता सिंह 2006 जजमेंट इतना ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग क्यों था उस टाइम?
क्योंकि यार पहली बार स्टेट मशीनरी लाइक पुलिस को डायरेक्टली अडल्ट्स के पर्सनल चॉइसेस प्रोटेक्ट करने की एक्सप्लिसिट लीगल ड्यूटी दी गई थी अगेंस्ट ऑनर किलिंग्स एंड हरासमेंट। ओह वाओ। एंड पुट्टास्वामी केस तो ओरिजिनली डिजिटल प्राइवेसी पे था, है ना? ये इंटीमेट रिलेशनशिप्स पे कैसे अप्लाई हुआ?
वेरी स्मार्ट पॉइंट। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि प्राइवेसी सिर्फ डेटा की नहीं होती, आपकी बॉडी और आपकी इंटीमेट डिसीजनल ऑटोनॉमी, लाइक किसके साथ रहना है, ये भी प्राइवेसी का नॉन नेगोशिएबल पार्ट है।
मेक सेंस। शफीन जहां केस ने आर्टिकल 21 की इंटरप्रिटेशन को कैसे एक्सपैंड किया?
इसने लिटरली एस्टैब्लिश किया कि मैरिज या पार्टनर चॉइस पे सोसाइटल या फैमिली इंटरवेंशन को स्टेट बिल्कुल टॉलरेट नहीं करेगी। इंडिविजुअल चॉइस इज सुप्रीम।
राइट। सो फॉर यूपीएससी GS मेंस इन केसेस को लिबर्टी के कॉन्सेप्ट से कैसे जोड़ें?
आप इन एग्जाम्पल से प्रूव कर सकते हैं कि लिबर्टी सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल नहीं है, जैसे वोटिंग राइट। लिबर्टी डीपली पर्सनल और सोशल भी है।
दैट्स अ ग्रेट लाइन। लास्ट क्वेश्चन, क्या सोसाइटी बेसिकली कोर्ट्स जितनी फास्ट इवॉल्व हो रही है?
अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं। लीगल फ्रेमवर्क बहुत प्रोग्रेसिव है, बट ग्राउंड पे सोशल एक्सेप्टेंस काफी लैग कर रही है।
Yeah. Okay, guys. Now, pause and practice saying. Article 21 protects the right to choose a partner.
ग्रेट प्रैक्टिस।
Mini recap. In short, ये ऐसी जजमेंट्स प्रूव करते हैं कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इंडिविजुअल ऑटोनॉमी का सबसे बड़ा डिफेंडर है।
100%।
मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट चंक, गाइज, क्रॉस ट्रांजिशनिंग, जहां एक तरफ यंग लोग अपने रिलेशनशिप्स की लिबर्टी एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं, वही यंग पॉपुलेशन बेसिकली नेशन बिल्डिंग में सबसे बड़ा ड्राइवर भी बन रही है।
वेरी ट्रू।
हेडिंग हियर इज यूथ्स रोल, डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड एंड प्रोटेस्ट्स।
टू गिव अ शॉर्ट डेफिनेशन, इंडिया के यंग सिटीजन्स का इमेंस इकोनॉमिक पोटेंशियल और उनके पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज रेस करने का एक नया हेवीली डिजिटल तरीका। यस, फॉर अ माइक्रो स्टोरी, इमेजिन एक एनवायरमेंटल प्रोटेस्ट जहां कोई एक फिक्स लीडर नहीं है,
बट स्टूडेंट्स बेसिकली इंस्टाग्राम मीम्स और हैशटैग्स यूज करके थाउजेंड्स को ओवरनाइट मोबिलाइज कर लेते हैं।
I've literally seen that happen. इंट्रो के लिए इंडिया करंटली एक मैसिव यूथ वेव राइड कर रहा है, लाइक हिस्ट्री में सबसे ज्यादा यूथ।
और बैकग्राउंड ये है कि इस डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड को करेक्टली यूटिलाइज करना या सैडली वेस्ट करना हमारे देश के नेक्स्ट 20 इयर्स डिफाइन करेगा।
ओके, लेट्स लुक एट द कॉर लॉजिक। डेटा देखें तो इंडिया की 50% पॉपुलेशन अंडर 25 है।
वेट, 50%?
या एंड 65% अंडर 35 है। वी आर सो यंग, बट चैलेंजेस भी हैं। 15-29 इयर्स एज ग्रुप में अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट अराउंड 10% है
दैट्स कंसर्निंग।
और एम्प्लॉयबल भी लो है। इंडिया स्किल्स रिपोर्ट 2025 कहती है कि सिर्फ 54.81% ग्रेजुएट्स एम्प्लॉयबल है।
या दैट्स द बिगेस्ट गैप। और इस वजह से यूथ प्रोटेस्ट के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स बदल गई हैं। आजकल प्रोटेस्ट डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड हैं, लीडरलेस हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है एंड हेविली टेक्नोलॉजी और सोशल मीडिया मोबिलाइजेशन यूज करते हैं।
एग्जैक्टली ये मोस्टली इंटरसेक्शनल इश्यूज पे फोकस करते हैं और हाइब्रिड टैक्टिक्स यूज करते हैं, जैसे मीम्स और डिजिटल वायरल ट्रेंड्स।
रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट एंड यूपीएससी एग्जाम रेलेवेंस में ये GS1, GS2 और GS3 तीनों में कवर होता है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट, डेमोग्राफिक डिजास्टर वर्सेस डिविडेंड और रोल ऑफ सोशल मीडिया इन इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी।
द कंक्लूजन, यूथ का इमेंस एनर्जी इफेक्टिवली चैनलाइज करना सबसे बड़ा पॉलिसी चैलेंज है स्टेट के लिए।
एब्सोल्युटली।
लेट्स डू सम क्वेश्चंस। सो सिर्फ 54.81% एम्प्लॉयबल क्यों है? बाकी 45% में क्या कमी है?
मेन रीजन है आउटडेटेड कॉलेज करिकुलम और इंडस्ट्री रेडी प्रैक्टिकल स्किल्स की कमी। दे हैव डिग्रीज बट नॉट द राइट स्किल्स।
ओह, गॉट इट। सेकंड, लीडरलेस प्रोटेस्ट्स गवर्नमेंट के लिए डील करना ज्यादा मुश्किल क्यों होते हैं?
क्योंकि यार नेगोशिएशन के लिए टेबल पर बुलाने के लिए कोई सिंगल अथॉरिटी नहीं होती। डिमांड क्राउडसोर्स्ड होती है और कॉन्स्टेंटली शिफ्ट होती रहती है।
दैट साउंड्स chaotic. ओके, प्रोटेस्ट्स में इंटरसेक्शनल इश्यूज का क्या मतलब है एक्चुअली?
बेसिकली जब यूथ एक इशू को अलग नहीं देखता, जैसे क्लाइमेट चेंज को वो डायरेक्टली सोशल इनइक्वालिटी और जेंडर से कनेक्ट करके देखते हैं, इंटरकनेक्टेड इश्यूज।
Oh, makes sense. And in a UPSC answer, demographic dividend को demographic disaster बनने से रोकने के steps कैसे लिखें?
You can write about aggressive vocational training programs, gig economy को regularize करना और mental health support structures build करना।
Good points. Last one, hybrid tactics. Like memes, protest को कितना effective बनाते हैं?
बहुत इफेक्टिव। ये बेसिकली जीस का अटेंशन स्पैन कैप्चर करते हैं और हाईली कॉम्प्लेक्स इश्यूज को इंस्टेंटली डाइजेस्टेबल और वायरल बना देते हैं।
Cool, ना? Okay. Guys, now pause and practice saying 65% of India is under 35 years old.
Awesome.
So, mini recap time. In short, youth की power immense है, पर बिना proper industry skills के ये huge potential एक disaster risk में convert हो सकती है।
Exactly.
And now cross transitioning to our final chunk. और इस immense youth power को fully unlock तभी किया जा सकता है जब हमारी आधी आबादी यानी women basically aggressively lead करें।
Yes. Our final heading is Women-led development or economic growth.
Right. Short definition. Development की वो modern strategy जहाँ women सिर्फ passive beneficiaries या receivers नहीं हैं, बल्कि growth और leadership की main drivers हैं।
माइक्रो स्टोरी देखो। एक विलेज सरपंच जो एक वुमन है और उसने अपने एरिया में लोकल वाटर कंजर्वेशन और डिजिटल लिटरेसी की ऐसी ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग पॉलिसीज बनाई जो पूरे स्टेट के लिए मॉडल बन गई।
I love those stories. Intro. Development paradigms बिल्कुल shift हो चुके हैं from just women development to active women-led development.
और बैकग्राउंड ये है कि पॉलिसी मेकिंग में विमेन की डायरेक्ट प्रेजेंस उसका रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट ड्रास्टिकली बढ़ाती है।
Let's discuss the core logic, data. दो crucial facts हैं guys. NFHS के according, advancing gender equality could potentially lead to a 30% increase in India's GDP.
30%? That is massive.
I know. और दूसरा fact, 46% of elected representatives in local governments, मतलब पंचायत और municipalities, are women. Almost half.
रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट और यूपीएससी एग्जाम रेलेवेंस में ये डायरेक्टली GS पेपर 1 रोल ऑफ विमेन और GS2 लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट में आता है। वुमेन रिजर्वेशन और इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट का डायरेक्ट कोरिलेशन है ये।
Yes. Conclusion is, gender equality सिर्फ एक moral goal नहीं है, बल्कि एक प्योर हार्डकोर इकोनॉमिक नेसेसिटी है।
डेफिनेटली।
Let's do our final round of questions. जेंडर इक्वालिटी से डायरेक्टली 30% जीडीपी इंक्रीज कैसे हो सकता है, लाइक मैथमेटिकली?
बेसिकली जब एक्स्ट्रा 50% पॉपुलेशन फॉर्मल वर्कफोर्स ज्वाइन करेगी तो डुअल इनकम हाउसहोल्ड्स बढ़ेंगे, डिमांड और कंजम्पशन मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट क्रिएट होगा मैक्रो लेवल पर।
वाओ, मेक सेंस। सेकंड, 46% वुमेन इन लोकल गवर्नमेंट, बहुत बड़ा नंबर है, पर क्या उन्हें रियल पावर मिलती है या ग्राउंड पे सरपंच पति कल्चर डोमिनेट करता है?
देखो, सरपंच पति का इशू बहुत रियल है, बट स्ट्रक्चरल प्रेजेंस ने डेफिनेटली एक स्टार्ट दिया है। ग्रास रूट्स नैरेटिव और लोकल बजट एलोकेशन लिटरली आहिस्ता आहिस्ता शिफ्ट हो रहा है टुवर्ड्स एजुकेशन एंड हेल्थ।
राइट। थर्ड क्वेश्चन, वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट ओल्ड वेलफेयर अप्रोच से कैसे अलग है?
वेलफेयर में विमेन बस पैसिव रिसीवर्स थी गवर्नमेंट चैरिटी की। लेड डेवलपमेंट में वो एक्टिव डिसीजन मेकर्स हैं टेबल पर।
ऑसम। फॉर यूपीएससी जीएस मेंस लोकल गवर्नेंस और वुमेन लीडरशिप को कैसे इवैल्यूएट करें?
अब 73rd और 74th अमेंडमेंट के सक्सेस पॉइंट्स में स्पेसिफिकली ये 46% डेटा पॉइंट एज अ प्राइमरी प्रूफ यूज कर सकते हैं। इट एड्स ग्रेट वैल्यू।
इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेशन,
कॉर्पोरेट बोर्ड सीख सकते हैं कि मैंडेटेड रिप्रेजेंटेशन इनिशियल ग्लास सीलिंग ब्रेक करने में कितना इफेक्टिव हो सकता है।
that's a great takeaway. Okay guys, now pause and practicing. Gender equality can increase GDP by 30%.
परफेक्ट।
So, mini recap. In short, women का active leadership roles में आना basically nation की destiny को economically और socially rewrite कर रहा है.
एब्सोल्युटली।
Okay guys, let's unpack everything. हमने आज क्या-क्या discuss किया under our broad theme of social issues and demographics. Here is the final recap bullet point style.
लेट्स डू इट।
First, decolonizing the Indian mind. पंचप्राण प्लेज से colonial mindset हटाना और अपनी roots में pride लेना. Second, social isolation. हर 6 में से 1 लोग lonely है. Young generation deeply affected है, resulting in 871K deaths. Third, middle class vulnerability. 29.1% grad unemployment और 45.5% household debt का huge trap.
फोर्थ, AI एंड सोसाइटी। नीति आयोग के 7 रिस्पॉन्सिबल प्रिंसिपल्स टू बैलेंस टेक एंड एथिक्स। फिफ्थ, मैरिज लॉज। मीन इज नाउ एट 22.9 और पॉलीगमी को रेगुलेट करने के लिए आसाम बिल जैसे स्टेप्स। सिक्स्थ, लिव इन रिलेशनशिप्स। एससी ने आर्टिकल 21 में फ्रीडम ऑफ चॉइस डीपली प्रोटेक्ट की यूजिंग पुट्टास्वामी, शफीन जहान और लता सिंह केसेस।
Yeah, and seventh, youth's role. 65% under 35 population का leaderless, meme-driven mobilization पर low employability का severe risk. And lastly, eighth, women-led development. 46% local leaders women हैं, जो basically GDP को 30% तक boost कर सकती हैं.
What an incredible journey through Indian society today.
Right? So, what does this all mean? थोड़ा सोच लो. एक तरफ AI हमारे बेसिकली सारे टास्क्स इजी कर रहा है, पर क्या वो ऑथेंटिक ह्यूमन कनेक्शन रिप्लेस करके इस मैसिव यूथ लोनलीनेस को और बड़ा बनाएगा? या फिर फ्यूचर मैरिजेस और इंटीमेट रिलेशनशिप्स कंप्लीटली एल्गोरिथम ड्रिवन हो जाएंगे?
That's a scary but very real thought.
एग्जैक्टली।
जैसा कि हमने देखा, टेक्नोलॉजी और लॉज दोनों बहुत फास्ट इवॉल्व हो रहे हैं, बट अल्टीमेटली ह्यूमन रेजिलियंस और डीप क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग ही हमें गाइड करेगी। आज के लिए इतना ही गाइस। कीप एक्सप्लोरिंग, कीप क्वेश्चनिंग एंड कीप लर्निंग।